Expo 2020, and the world is here as well.
If everybody in the world loved everybody in the world, what a glorious world this could be.
It's the culture, the music, the artwork. It's the people.
Deutschland by Nacht.
A glorious world this could be.
I was just looking for myself, and then Expo came, and it makes me emotional.
Come on and join us. A new world is just beginning, and it's right here at Expo.
One, two, 1, 2. Yeah, chess.com in the house, come on. Harry Mack in the house, come on, yeah. Turn your volume up right now, y'all. We about to make this happen. Look, come on. My name is Harry Mack. I had to hop on camera and spit. Welcome to the FIDE World Championship. 135 years, that's craziness. Been going down since 1886. Match format with 14 games. Many queens will be captured, the kings will be slain. Check out the way I'm unraveling the rhymes. This is sure to be a true battle of the minds. Just so it don't remain a mystery, I'll take a moment to walk you through the history. I said we gotta show love to the masters. 27 years strong, that's Emmanuel Lasker. This next name here is an honor. Said it's the end game master, Jose Capablanca. Can't forget Alexander Alakine. Ayo, his technique matches my style of rhyme. Why is that? Well, he's a master of attack, and I'm the master of causing disaster over tracks. But when he died, who's gonna be the next leader? FIDE came with a 3-year feature. Soviet reign for 24 years. Cold War pressure, it had us in fear. In comes the American Bobby Fischer. He had to get the crown, I'm just painting a picture. I be in the shuttle straight blasting off. I be slaying my rivals like Kasparov. When it come to spitting, son, I'm about to get it done. Won't stop till my rating 2851. I'm getting loose with the style. That was the past, let me take it to the now. Coming off top with the clever words. Time to introduce your first competitor. If you don't know, this is a reminder. The endgame magician, Norwegian grinder, triple crown winner, go hard hard for him. Of course, I'm talking about Magnus Carlsen. Is he the GOAT, the greatest son? Highest score ever, 2881. Can anybody test the crown? Well, I guess so. I mean, if anyone can do it, then it's Nepo. Cause he's never been the wannabe. Give it up, y'all, for Ian Nepomniachtchi, the ill Russian. The one that's causing the concussion. People pay attention from the moment that he's touching. The first pawn, making the move that's dynamic, intuitive, the way he's doing it. Yeah, gonna be an exciting challenge. Nepo about to keep the game in balance. Going down 2021 in Dubai. Chess.com, we gon' keep it too live. Twitch exclusive, so keep it locked. We got Fabiano Caruana up in the spot. My man Robert Hess and Daniel Rancho. Yo, the gameplay guaranteed to be intense. FIDE Chess Championship, it's on. Keep it locked right here at chess.com. Peace.
For all those of you who are not watching this show on mute, you just passed that little test we laid out for you with the hype intro. But jokes aside, this is day 8 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. This is chess.com's coverage, and it does start right now. And right now, we're going to welcome again the guys that will be bringing this thing home for the next few weeks. On the edge here, we have Mr. Robert Hess, looking dapper as ever in that sweater. That rhymed. Fabi, how are the cats doing today?
They're doing great. I'm escalating with the cats
Yeah.
each day.
I was going to say, there's 3 now, right?
There's 3 now.
Does that mean
Do you have a 4? Do you have a 4?
No, 3 is the limit.
it might be one for each of us?
One for each
Yeah,
of us.
like is this
Just
me?
3 cats chilling. We are
Guys,
3
Don't,
cool
don't get ahead of yourself.
Okay. Well, we hope to one day be as cool as Fabiano's cats. You know what is cool is our daily highlights video where we recap the drama from the previous battle. The action is always heated when you see it in this condensed form. Obviously, we know that day 7 didn't bring us a ton of fireworks, but still a lot of interesting storylines were definitely put in motion with yesterday's very short draw following the historic longest ever World Chess Championship game on day 6. So without any further waiting, let's take a look at what was day 7 in our daily highlights recap. History was made in Game 6 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. But what will Game 7 bring us? We're going to find out.
So I wonder where Ian will spring the surprise, because obviously Magnus has improved on the previous game where White was better. So it makes sense that Ian will have the first surprise in this game.
I do like this initial position from Jan's point of view. We see that Magnus is the one who's going to the think tank first.
Yep.
And Jan has not had a problem getting nice positions out of the open. This is critical. He needs to be able to convert on his advantage. That doesn't mean just win. Winning in chess is extremely difficult. We heard Magnus's quote. It has to be hard. It's good to be hard. It's the World Chess Championship.
Right.
But you can't just allow Magnus to make an easy equalization of a worse position.
Magnus, I think, played excellently to equalize in this game, and we really like his e takes d4 idea. Ian missed a slight chance to maybe keep pressing with knight takes d4. If Ian wanted to play on here, he would have to take risks,
Right.
which I'm sure he wasn't ready to after losing yesterday.
See the players just making moves because they can't offer a draw yet.
It was a draw, as we saw, but of course there's so much to go here, and there was so much to discuss after it. Will Ian Nepomniachtchi's strategy, both the one he's executing and the one that his team is preparing him for, ultimately pay off, or will he look back at that opportunity with White with regret? We're going to be talking about that, and of course much more. Pretty soon we're going to be looking ahead to Game 8, and that'll be the only thing we talk about. But a reminder to watch all of our daily highlight recap videos. All you got to do is subscribe to the main chess channel. Please also know that we are live to the new Chess.com Live YouTube channel. So shout out to anyone who might be tuning in there. And we also have highlights and clips being put on our Best of channel. The amazing queen trap that you came up with the other day, posted yesterday and had like 30,000 views in a day. People loved it, which was crazy.
Because it wasn't even a good variation.
It wasn't even that impressive. I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, it was nice, but it was funny. But people love you, man.
I'm glad they do.
They love Fabiano. What are we going to do with our jobs are in jeopardy here?
No, I feel pretty good about it. He has to play at some point.
Yeah.
I can just sit on the couch and talk about chess all
But
day.
seriously, all of Fabiano's best moments are on our ChessCom Clips channel. You should definitely head over there and give it a sub if you haven't already. All right, let's remind you of who's coming up at the top of the show, because as we say every day, when the game ends, our show begins. Today we have Levon Aronian, Jan Ludwig Hammer, and Ludwig Agren. Again, we're hoping to catch up with Ludwig and that it doesn't become a meme that he's supposed to join us every day and doesn't, but he's busy, and these shows are super early, so we're making sure we align our schedules. But Levon really brought some amazing insights yesterday with his thoughts on Ian Nepomniachtchi's team. Of course, Jan Ludwig Hammer bringing it daily from Norway, and as we said, Ludwig will give his first live interview since the switch from Twitch to YouTube Gaming at some point on a chess.com World Chess Championship post-game show. So, all right, when we come back, it's time. It's time for us to look ahead, guys. We've got predictions on the board. We've got our result predictions. I guess in theory that's off the board. Don't go anywhere. Our continued coverage here of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship brought to you by Coinbase returns.
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback and click Show Line to see helpful engine recommendations. Play a game, start review, and try it today.
In case you didn't see, our partners at Coinbase are sponsoring Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Championship, and boy, are we thankful. Whether you're an experienced trader, been doing this for years, or just thinking about making your first crypto purchase, Coinbase is the place to go. Visit coinbase.com/chess and get $5 in free Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account today.
Mike Klein here with Chess.com, back in the Expo Media Center after round 7, and it is still Saturday. My joke before about being Groundhog Day was sadly prescient. The players having to play 2 games in the same day in a World Championship, something that's normally reserved for an American-Swiss tournament. Jan kind of made critical about this fact, but then he said, well, you know, if I had won, I wouldn't be complaining so much. But what about his psychology following that really long loss in round 6? I asked him immediately after his game if anybody in his team was in charge of psychological help, and he didn't really hesitate and said he didn't need psychological help. And he repeated basically the same thing at the press conference when he said that he thinks of himself as being very mentally strong. But what about the Marshall? Is he going to get away from it and try something new and show a little bit of flexibility like Magnus? Well, as you might guess, he was very coy about that. He's not letting us know what he's going to try as white in the second half of the match. What about Magnus? Well, he has this sort of Svengali figure that's traveling around with him. Peter Heine, he comes each morning and then pretty much leaves right after the game. But this other man, also named Magnus, traveling in the golf cart with him yesterday, he's in charge of music and fashion and all of the other things that make life fun. And the two could be seen celebrating after the game, probably about as joyous as I've ever seen Magnus. I did get a chance to ask Magnus, what did he think about that game yesterday in the pantheon of chess history? And, well, he didn't really want to say. He's trying to be as modest as possible. Now, both players said following that really long game yesterday that they were going to set it aside and not really analyze it much. But Nepomniachtchi actually basically said that he had a couple chances to capture on b4 and didn't take advantage. So we can infer that he probably turned on his phone or his supercomputer at least a little bit before today. But the game today, as you saw, not a lot of chances, not a lot shown. That's pretty normal for a World Championship match after a long game to play something kind of placid, and that's exactly what happened today. We will see what happens in round 8 and if Magnus can get any advantage as white.
As always, we love those check-ins from Mike Klein. He's catching up with Ian Nepomniachtchi right before the post-game press conference as well. And that interview, as well as a lot of the other stuff he's bringing us from Dubai, is yet again available at our Chesscom Live or Chesscom Clips YouTube channel. Available on both, actually. All right, guys, it's time. It's time to look ahead. Time to look at our beautiful board brought to us by our partners at House of Staunton. Real quick, let's play that beautiful video. Those beautiful close-ups taken on a rest day here on site at chess.com headquarters. It's a beautiful chess set. All you got to do is go to go.chess.com/Staunton. Use the promo code chess.com to get 15% off your orders during the World Chess Championship and maybe throughout the whole holiday season. I don't know. All right, guys, it's first move prediction season. Let's go hunting. Your move.
I think we're going to get e4. I know I predicted it the last time Magnus was white, and he won by playing d4 in the last game. He has the lead. He can comfortably search for an advantage in the Petrov if that's what Jan wants to play. So I think we'll get e4.
Okay. Bobby?
I'm going to go with the same move, and I think that Jan will repeat the Petrov again. I don't think, even though he's down in the match, I don't think he's going to go for a sharper option, play the knight, or for something where he might get more of a fight, because he also knows that another loss in this match would be disastrous for him.
Right.
And I think he's going to try to take his chances with white later on, rather than create a mess in this game. The Petrov worked out very reliably for him in the one game that we saw it in, so I think he'll repeat that, but I also think Magnus has something up his sleeve.
Okay. I know you guys are nervous because the last time we did this, I was right about the first move, but you're going to feel good because I'm also going to predict e4. So we're all on the same page here. Does that make you feel better?
No.
Okay. Okay. I agree with.
Danny,
I'll just say.
Can I change my prediction now?
I'll just say ditto to everything Fabiano said, because even though we've been talking a lot about this, just to let everyone in on the banter offset, and we've talked about the Sicilian because Jan has played a lot of Sicilians in his career. But Fabiano's point that if you came prepared to play the Petrov as black, you're probably going to stick with it despite the current match situation. So okay, well, we all have predicted e4. It's time for the results prediction. This is the fun stuff. Robert, what's going to happen today?
Well, as Nina Simone sang, it's a new Jan, it's a new day, it's a new life. And Anish Giri is, we didn't get the high-level fathead here, but it's going to be a draw because Jan is going to come prepared. He's fresh.
Where'd you print that out? You go to Walmart for that?
Hey, just because I don't have the budget that chess.com does for all the big fatheads, all right?
Okay, there you go. Anish Giri has officially joined the Sofa Boys set. Shout out to Anish. Makes him happy because he was feeling a lot really left out.
I think we're going to see a draw as well.
Okay.
Jan's defenses have held up so far very well. He's playing solidly. In one game, there was a hiccup, but he still had a good position in that game. The openings have gone well for him. Magnus still hasn't managed to find a dent in Jan's armor. And I think that we're going to see another solid game from Jan today.
Okay, well, this is interesting because as much as it pains me to predict what I'm about to because of what it might mean for the overall trajectory of this match, I thought a lot about it, and I felt like the momentum being so heavily weighted in the world champion's favor right now that I feel like he's going to push that advantage, and we're going to see the GOAT do something that a lot of people don't necessarily want to see him do, and he's going to get a dub today. That could spell real disaster for Jan. But I got to get back in this results prediction game, because if I don't start going against you guys, I'm just going to finish in dead last. By the way, at some point we got to catch up on what exactly the total tally is on prediction. I know I'm losing. I'm sure I'm losing. But all right, let's remind you that even if you're losing, you should still go to chess.com/events every day and cast your vote. We've seen a lot of players are actually still perfect, or maybe there's only one man left. I don't remember yet, but there's a lot of people casting their votes daily because we have $10,000 in cash prizes up for grabs. But like I said, even if you haven't been playing along, and or if you don't think you have a chance to win, you should still head over and play Cast Your Vote, because we are giving away diamond memberships daily randomly. And of course, if you finish in the top 25, you get a 1 month no matter what. And in the top 10, you get a 1 year no matter what. $3,000 cash would also be fantastic. So, all right, go over to chess.com/events and cast your vote. We're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, it's time. It's game time. The players will be sitting at the board. Maurice Ashley will be doing his thing, bringing on some royalty and some FIDE presidents likely. And we will be tuning in for all that is ahead in Game 8 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship.
introduce the players. First, from Norway, the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. And his opponent, playing the black pieces, from Russia, Ian Nepomniachtchi. Today we have a special guest making the first move, a former football star for Real Madrid, Michel Salgado. He will be playing the first move for Magnus. Please. And with that, let the game begin.
We have e4 on the board.
And he's sticking with it.
Yeah, I think the time for trolling is in the past. Once you take a lead, it feels a little insulting.
Now it's more disrespectful than just fun banter. We have E4, E5, so far Fabiano's prediction that Jan will stick to his guns, so to speak, the Petrov that he prepared for this match.
At some point, Magnus was dabbling in the bishop's opening to avoid the Petrov. He did it against me successfully in one game. By the way, Danny, I just want to point out the board.
Yeah, we'll go wide studio cam here in a second because it's not official yet, Fabi. Don't get too excited. Fabi at the break threw up a position on the board that if we see the move bishop to d3, and we do, Fabi the prophet. Fabi, do me a favor and go like this with your hands in front of your face and look right at your camera.
You don't have to.
I don't think that I should do that.
Yeah.
So just to be a prophet. We'll make it an emote for everyone to spam whenever you're right.
But I don't think he wants to.
I'm not sure that's a great idea.
Why not? Why not? It's actually funny.
Anyway, Bobby actually was predicting this exact opening. And what made you think that he would go for this line?
Because it's what I would do.
Okay.
And I really think that he's going to play knight c3 now. I'm pretty
line.
sure. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's one of the more dangerous lines for black.
Wow.
Well, knight c3 is not the. He could also maybe castle, but I feel like knight c3.
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's set the tone and remind everybody for what we had right in game. Gosh, I'm blanking now. What was the first Petrov game? It was game 4. Game 4. So we also had bishop d3, right?
Yeah. The other main move is
knight takes c5.
The previous game was with knight takes c5 instead of d4.
Okay.
On move 3.
Yeah, main
line.
Yeah, d6, knight to f3, knight takes d4, d4, d5.
That's right. We spent a lot of time talking about knight to c3 as the potentially more challenging line. But Magnus doesn't go for either. He plays d4.
After knight takes e4, d takes e5 is another main move. And here black has a choice between d5, which is what almost everyone plays, but there's also the move bishop c5.
Yep.
Which is kind of a funny one. There's a line after bishop to c5, bishop to c4, knight takes f2, bishop takes f7, king takes f7, queen d5, king to g6. Am I getting this right? Or am I queen takes c5, knight takes h1? I haven't looked at this line in forever, so I hope I remember that correctly. But this line is considered to be a draw with correct play.
Because of course, right? That position, you look at it, you know that's for sure a draw.
That's like a real super GM thing to say. This line is considered to be a draw with correct play with the king on g6.
I should back that up by saying that nobody wants to play this line with black because although it might be a draw, if you forget a single thing, you lose.
You lose. You get
and that's not very fun.
You know what that line is? It's Fobiously.
It's
Fobiously a draw.
Fobiously a draw. Obviously. All right. So bishop to c5 is not what we tend to see at the high levels. You see d5, and it's okay if you don't remember your theory exactly. I clearly forgot the exact move order we had on game 4. Although as soon as we had it, I was confusing myself because I knew d4 was on the board, but the move order was the main line. But yes, today we had 3d4, knight e4, Fabiano's prediction, as we saw in studio, bishop on d3, d5. But after knight e5, knight d7, tell us about the line knight c3 you predicted Magnus would play.
Yeah, this is considered one of the most dangerous lines for black. Let's say you take on e5, d takes e5, and here black has a choice, a very well, okay, I should say knight takes e5 is not the only move.
Okay.
More commonly now, they're playing knight takes c3, b takes c3, bishop to d6, castle, and black castles as well, rook e1 and c5. This was played, for example, by Levon Aronian in the Grand Swiss. So maybe this is one of the reasons why he didn't want to go for knight c3, because it can be difficult to find an advantage here. So in the last Grand Swiss, not the one that was just finished, but the one in 2019, there was an important game, a very important game for the Candidates Tournament, where Wang Hao was playing black, and he played knight takes e5.
In this position?
No, not in this one. If we go back a few
Oh, in the
moves.
main line instead of knight takes e3.
He took on e5 here, d takes e5, bishop to b4, castle, and he was playing Vichy Anand, so it was a very important game for the final standings. As we know, Wang Hao qualified for the candidates by winning that tournament. Knight takes c3, b takes c3, bishop takes c3, rook to b1, black castled short, bishop takes h7, king takes h7, looks like black was up a pawn, but this is how white regains the pawn with queen to d3, king to g8, queen takes c3, and Wang Hao won this position with black, but it's super, super double-edged because although black has that queenside majority, white has the potential enormous attack on the king side with the obstacular bishops. Obstacular bishops in endgame usually mean drawish tendencies.
Right.
In a middle game with heavy pieces, they mean
it can be
attacking chances.
Super dangerous stuff over here. Yeah.
Well, anyway, Magnus didn't go for any of these potential lines we could have seen if he had played knight c3. He went for a super rare line.
Knight takes d7. Obviously, we're kind of knee-deep in Petrov theory here. I didn't initially see Jan's reaction to this move at the board. I apologize as the resident talk about things that don't matter expert on the couch here. But I didn't see his facial expression, jokes aside. I don't know if you guys did. Was he surprised by this or?
Well, knight takes d7 is probably the main move by games. But knight to d2, as Magnus played next, is a very rare move. Usually white castles kingside. So I don't think knight d2 is unknown to Jan, but I'm sure it came as a bit of a surprise because it's a very rare line.
Is part of the idea to maintain the flexibility that this king could still castle long?
That's my feeling. If white were given a move here to play queen h5, attacking d5, and black were to play c6, and castle long, we're looking at a huge attack because where does black's king find safety?
Yeah.
It can't stay in the center, and if it goes to the king side, well, there's h7 potentially hanging. Even if h7 isn't immediately hanging, white can try to, bust open the king side with h4, h5, and white's pieces are all aimed there. So,
let me see. Jan has played bishop to d6, and Robert, have you ever seen a position so symmetrical in a World Chess Championship?
I was actually wondering if this is the first time a file has had a piece on every single square in a World Championship.
Now that would be a stat worthy of Elias Sports Bureau.
I don't even know how to look that up, but I mean, when I look at this position, it doesn't look like a particularly sharp position, right? Because it's completely symmetrical. Both players have their pieces on the same exact squares. If white castles, black can do the same. The one thing that black needs to keep an eye on is because white moves first, and let's say you castle here as white, just to show that a queen going to h4, h5 will be quite a nuisance because a queen on h4 hits the pawn on h2 and the pawn on d4. The problem is, for now, that the black king is in the center, so maybe white can give a check and then deal with the threat. But if let's say black castles instead of playing queen h4, now we see after castles, and queen h5, there's no check on the e-file because the king is safely on g1, and now you have to deal with the dual threats of h7 and d5. So one way to do that is playing pawn to f5, but whenever you push a pawn to a square like f5, now you're left with these weak squares behind. So if the dark square bishops come off, the e5 square is white's for the taking. If the light squares bishops come off, then e6 is white's for the taking, and white still has the pawn f2, which means that if a piece goes to e4, you can play pawn f3 to kick it out of there. So these are these small advantages in some of these positions. Not that it objectively is that great for white, but those are one of the long-term edges that you can claim if you were to get a position like this.
What's funny is normally you'd be all the things you highlighted, of course, about the square weaknesses, white's flexibility, the black lacks, etc. The pawn can't go back. But without knights on the board, Robert, how different is that dynamic, right? Because you have, there's a lot less action and fireworks potentially.
Extremely, though. It's kind of easy to see ways that you can get the dark square bishops off.
Right.
If your queen comes back to f3 at some point, play bishop f4. That's one way. Pawn a3, bishop b4. There are various ways, and you can, of course, put a rook on e1. Black is not just going to sit and allow all that to happen, but the point is that there are these long-term plus in the position for white, and black, while being solid, will have some weaknesses to think about.
So this is interesting because black, it feels like black probably should castle here. You don't want to allow rook e1 check. I guess it's not entirely, like you could do it, but what other sensible move do you have? Like Robert mentioned queen h4, white will play rook e1 check, black will probably block with the e6 bishop, bishop to e6, white can play g3, queen takes d4, and now bishop c3, and white is regaining.
Feels like a pawn you never wanted to take.
Yeah, you didn't want to open the position this way. You're not even gaining material because g7 falls. So let's say black castles, and it feels like white's idea should be queen h5 because the position is symmetrical. If you don't have something concrete, you don't really have many chances for an advantage.
Yep.
Okay, so f5 is interesting. I don't think that this is necessarily such a bad thing for black because, yeah, you kind of could have the possibility of controlling e5 in the future or trading bishops off, putting a rook there. But for the moment, it's defended, and it will take time to trade those bishops off. Let's say if you play queen to f3 here, and maybe white wants to do that, c6, bishop,
not right away, yeah.
First defend that pawn, bishop f4, and queen to f6, let's say. Or maybe queen to c7 to force white's hand to trade off the bishops. Take rook, some rook to e1, rook a to e8, looks like a fine move. You still don't control that e5 square.
Yeah.
And if black plays g6, although it looks like black's bishop is bad, white's bishop is also blunted by pawns and doesn't really have many targets itself.
Right.
So this looks very, very close to level. But I wonder also, can black, after queen h5, sacrifice a pawn?
Yeah.
With g6?
Yeah, it's a big question. I was wondering, because similar to your idea, it doesn't win the g2 pawn, but the moment that pawn is captured, we're going to see the pieces come to life. It feels scary.
I'm taking that pawn for sure.
Yeah, white should take that pawn. But after bishop c6, I think you have to go queen g5.
Offer the queen trade.
And then maybe black has bishop to e7. Probably white keeps the pawn in more than one way, but it's something to consider at least.
So queen g5, this position also looks good, but if you had queen c4, it's so awkward, right? You keep the queen away from the king side, even though you're protecting the pawn on d4. Even moves like bishop d5 come to mind to try to make use of the tactics on h2, and that feels like there's a Greek gift sacrifice in the mix for black at some point as well to try to...
It gets concrete, but it does feel like, maybe bishop d5 first, and then when the queen moves, you have queen h4 after. So white should definitely keep the queen on the king side. Queen to h4, and I don't know for sure if black has enough compensation, but it looks scary.
And at least there was a draw there, right? You could play bishop h2 check.
And bishop g2.
Right, so a second ago, it's bishop h2, king h2, queen h4 check, king g1, bishop takes g2. This is a known Greek gift, just sacrifice. And
the double bishop sacrifice.
So we know for a fact Magnus is not just going to allow Jan to make a draw this easily.
I think that probably after queen g5, black doesn't have enough compensation for it, so we're more likely to see f5. And I wonder if white's advantage there is purely of a visual nature, or if there's actually something to it. How does white continue putting pressure here? Maybe bishop to g5 is an interesting move.
Right, just to... If you play bishop e7, then white achieves what he wants. He can trade bishops, get the e-file. If queen e8, then...
Queen to f3 now?
Queen f3, right?
With tempo.
It's a better version. Because after c6, now I can first play rook e1, and then when the queen moves, I can later play bishop to f4.
And if queen g6 instead of queen f7, let's say you want to get active, then there's bishop e7 as a possibility as well.
Possibly bishop
e7. Wow. That's a super... This whole concrete line you guys are dishing out, I think, is actually super instructive because everything about this position is going to come down to whether white can get the e-file and get access to this outpost square or not. Because if you put a rook on e5 before black can challenge it, then you can put a rook on e1. You could even support it with other moves if need be, and suddenly the whole position has potential.
Also, one of white's ideas is at some point to play c4, because that bishop on d3 is not so active.
Yeah.
It doesn't really do so much immediately, but we can see a future for that bishop, because after black recaptures on c4, the structural change isn't ideal for white, but there is that element of initiative, because the king is on g8, it's a check, the king has to move, and that bishop becomes active, looking at black's king side.
But as you said, the d pawn becomes isolated in variations where c trades for d. So, wow. Okay, well, the tone is set. We reminded you quickly, I'm going to do so one last time for today. If we have a decisive result, Chess Kid Premium is unlocked for everyone around the world, old and young, young and old. old but young at heart, young but
Old at heart.
old at heart, mature. Don't go see the movie Old by M. Night Shyamalan. When is that guy going to get it together? Like, I'm serious. It's like,
It was one of the worst movies.
what is the worst movies?
With a good idea.
Yes.
A good
Interesting
initial
idea. They're on a beach. They get old. What's going on? Poorly executed.
I was so upset after watching that movie because I was with a friend and we could have been doing anything else besides watching that movie.
Okay, well, again,
2 hours
Chess
of my
Kid will be unlocked.
Not getting those back.
Not getting those 2 hours back. Not getting back another M. Night Shyamalan disaster. Sorry, buddy, but at one point you had it. You've lost it. And this show spits the truth. And
But
that's it.
we're rooting for him. We hope that he gets.
We are
back.
rooting for him. We're rooting for him. You know, a lot of people are rooting for Jan. We want a close World Chess Championship match. There is the challenger, thinking hard about what to do in this critical position that is on the board after castles. Taking a nice sip of tea.
What's he thinking about? Besides castling, what are Black's other options? We mentioned Queen H4. That didn't look too great.
Yep.
Black would love to play 2 moves here. Queen F6, long castle. The king would be perfectly safe on the queen side for the moment.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Is there something to the idea that the king is perfectly safe on a D8 square, on an F8 square? I know that the dysfunction there is obvious, right? You keep the rooks disconnected. But if there weren't tactical consequences, you can play pawn to C6, king to C7.
Yeah, it feels a bit slow, and your king has to take a walk, like you were saying. And it feels like White's going to do the same plan anyway, and now Black has to worry about his king.
Yeah.
One idea, I guess, that Black can consider here is maybe it shouldn't necessarily pan out, but if you start with Bishop E6, because that also gives Black the flexibility to potentially castle queenside. And Bishop E6 is saying, I know you want to play Queen H5, so I've already defended the pawn on D5.
Yeah, let's look at that real quick.
It does feel a little risky, especially if White plays Queen H5. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm even thinking you're kind of provoking me here to play F4.
I was just going to say, are you going full Fabi? Is that Fabiously?
I'm thinking about it. F4 looks like a dangerous move to me.
So I actually, in a way, was sort of provoking it, but I'm not sure if I should. It's like poking the bear in a way, because I was thinking that if F4...
Sorry, pawn grab.
And if I castle, are you going to play F5?
So let's say you castle... So I think the idea is F5, queen to H4,
Exactly.
and if G3, bishop takes G3, maybe.
And queen takes D4 check is also...
And here maybe queen E2. So I didn't want to play F5 immediately, but I think White can consider moves like queen to F3.
It's funny, by the way, because now the structure is reversed. If Black could ever coordinate, he's the one with access. However, Black is way down on
I would
time.
play F5.
Maybe F5 is just
and then just
equalizing
queen
on the
D7,
spot.
rook E8. And so actually, I was wanting to provoke F4 because it makes White's task of trading those dark sword bishops much more difficult. And it's weird how in chess, it's like F4 looks such a natural move. You're trying to play F5, kick Black's pieces back, but you've taken a square away from your bishop.
Right.
So I said bishop E6, knowing that I was walking into some potential danger, but also thinking that I have this queen H4 as a saving move.
Yeah, this is a
tactically
concrete
speaking.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, this starts to look quite fine for Black after a short castle. So maybe F4 is a bit too brash. Maybe queen to H5 is the best move.
But now Robert's queen D7 is back on the agenda.
Queen to D7, and
with this coming.
So let's see how White can deal with this. Well, there's 2 options. Either White waits for long castle, and then we start a very sharp fight where maybe White starts pushing on the queen side, and Black might actually start counterattacking on the queen side. Or something more direct, stopping long castle. For example, there is the move bishop to G5. It does deal with the idea of long castling in a very direct way.
We should remind some viewers tuning in that the legal rules of chess state that you cannot castle if you are passing through an attack square that is through check. So this is not a legal move for Black in this position. Yeah.
And nor is F6, which would be a way to try to castle.
A way to walk into a check, so you can't do that.
And H6 doesn't actually carry a threat.
Doesn't do anything.
Because the rook on H8 is loose. So that gives White time to make moves like rook E1, maybe the F4 idea that Fabi mentioned earlier. So
let's point out a tactic there in the move you mentioned, H6, rook A to E1. Now the question is, well, Black is saying, okay, I can't castle long, but I can castle short. But now we see bishop takes H6. If G takes H6, queen takes H6, maybe Black is still hanging in there with bishop to F5. It looks scary, but...
it is scary.
It is scary. The question is, does white play rook to e3 here? Because queen to g5, bishop g6, maybe black. There's even f4, queen g5, bishop g6, f4 potentially.
Yeah.
This might not be losing, but it's not the kind of line you want to go for with
The
black.
longer the computer thinks, the more it thinks white is winning in variations where you're down a piece, but a lot to play for.
And you had minimum 3 pawns.
Minimum 3 pawns. So we'll just say you can check, take on g6, and win 3 pawns for...
You can also take the d5 pawn there as well. Like your choice of which
Actually,
pawn you
that's a
want to
good
grab.
point, yeah. So,
But I'm wondering if, concretely here, queen g5, bishop g6, f4
that's the
looks
idea.
pretty strong, right? If f5 happens, black will probably either lose that bishop or be forced to h7 with the bishop, which looks terrible. so this might be close to winning for white.
And then there's a rook lifts everywhere, coming to e3.
Guys, Jan knows we're talking about him. He's looking at us. He was looking right at us in studio.
He's thinking with his ear.
Yeah.
I think Magnus's choice is really smart. This is a very safe line for white. But he can put pressure, and this is what we saw in the game which Magnus won. He didn't win quickly in a blistering attack.
Mm-hmm.
It was slowly pressing through an advantage once he got it. So here he's just trying to get that tiny edge and make the most of it.
Like I said, now he's looking right at us again. Hi, buddy.
This is actually one of those frustrating positions to be in because not much has happened to start this game. Very natural development, some trades, and we're in a position where everything is the same except white had the first move. And this is actually a good illustration of why copycat chess typically doesn't work out, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're saying if black castles, we've done the same thing thus far, maybe in a different move order, but then because white gets queen h5 first, black obviously can't play queen h4, you lose your queen. So in general, some newer players think, let's just do the same thing as our opponent. It doesn't work out, and here's a great example. And I actually think that this f5 position, it's 100% up Magnus's alley, right?
Yeah.
That's the type of position he loves. He's created one very clear weakness that he can exploit as the game continues, and his opponent doesn't have anything to go for in his position. So, it's a really good opening preparation, I'd say, for Magnus. No risk whatsoever. It's not a tactical affair, and he gets to push forward with his ideas, and Jan is in the think tank trying to figure out what to do. And these 15 minutes may not seem particularly consequential, but it's more about how this game is continuing versus the time situation at the moment.
I was just going to say, we've been really focused on the X's and O's here of this Petrov because it's kind of a fascinating position, but we haven't talked about the practical, the obvious thing staring at us in the face, which is Jan is clearly on his own here, guys. So that doesn't mean that he does. I mean, obviously, strong chess players recognize that, okay, with some accurate moves here, black should be fine. I mean, you look at the position optically, it's completely symmetrical. You feel like with the right approach, there's no way white should have something super concrete. That said, we've been pointing out a bunch of variations, one after the other, where actually the fact that it's totally symmetrical and it's been a copycat game can be very dangerous with one wrong slip up, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, I just feel like we haven't actually pointed out the obvious factor, which is, hey, Jan is clearly out of opening preparation here.
He seems to be thinking. I actually want to say the move that Magnus played on move 7, knight d2, which surprised us a bit, is very clever. So if we go back to that moment and to explain why knight to d2 is more clever than castling first.
Yep.
If white were to castle first, bishop d6 is the move, and now knight to d2. Here I believe that black can castle. And if white takes on e4 in any way, black has bishop takes h2.
I just want to point out for everyone, the reason queen h4 first doesn't work is because of f4, blocking the bishop and the queen, so you have to play it in the mode.
Maybe that's also okay for black. But yeah, this is...
Everybody. Hi, Fob.
Hi, Danny.
Hi, Robert.
Hello, Daniel.
H5 was played on move 9 while we were at the break.
That is a shocking move.
Okay.
But I have a feeling that it's like you don't play this without preparation. So I mean, I would be amazed and incredibly impressed if Jan just played this move over the board because it looks so weird. You allow rook e1 and you're going to play king f8. But I just want to say h5, that can only mean one thing.
Yeah.
That's a happy Hikaru for the h-pawn.
Oh, gosh,
If
Danny.
you listen closely, you can hear the sound of a million chess pundits on Twitter saying, Danny broke Fabi.
Yes, because I was about to say it myself. I'm
Danny
worried
has
for
broken Fabi. By the way, explain the Happy Hikaru reference.
Well,
you. Why you got to put him on the spot?
it made more sense in my head.
Okay.
But we're all happy to see H5.
We're all happy to, no, I will translate the Happy Hikaru. That's what I've been doing for years, which is that this is suggestive of a couple things. One, regardless of the final result, we're going to have a fight today. Something dynamic on the board is coming, and I assume that's why Hikaru's happy. Yeah?
Yeah, this is a huge fight already.
Yeah.
We were looking at short castle, queen h5, f5.
Yep.
It looked like Magnus would have a bit of a pull there, but we weren't getting super excited over the position because it's his advantages of a static nature.
Yep.
And you know, we can get excited over long grinds if that happens. But after h5, we're not looking at that possibility.
Yep.
Now we're looking at a fight between white keeping black's king in the center. Because I think after rook e1, he's going to play king f8.
It's the only move, really, right? Let's explain why bishop e6 is no bueno.
I think that you can play bishop f5 here.
Yeah, you're just going to pile on pin piece, and for the same reason, bishop e7 would be a problem as well, because you're putting your bishop into a pin. You can go bishop g5, bishop b4, depending on the circumstance, and yeah, this is no fun for black.
So king f8 will be the move on rook e1. Let's analyze that.
And the point for black, the point of h5 is we saw lines before where black plays queen to h4. At some point, white plays g3, black takes that pawn, and white plays bishop c3. And now that h-pawn, if black plays queen to g4 after that, supports the queen. And we can see that in, for example, a line like queen to f3 here. Black also has a move bishop to g4 potentially. Maybe that's, but queen to h4 makes a lot of sense. g3, queen takes d4, bishop to c3, queen to g4. Now we see that h-pawn becomes a useful thing, not only in supporting the queen potentially on g4, but also as a battering ram. If white takes on d5, suddenly we have bishop c6 and potentially h4 coming down the board.
Wow, what a game this could be, right?
And we might, in this case, see a trade of queens at some point, because white is worried that, well, if there's not a trade of queens, then there's potentially a mating attack on the king side.
Yep.
So how does white deal with this this idea of h5? I think Magnus is churning through very precise variations now, because this is all about calculation.
Yep.
Yeah, and the move h5 to begin with, while it did catch us off guard, there are positions in the French defense and the Caro-Kann where you do make this move h5, but it's not standard to have the king sitting on e8 because our first instinct is give it a check, and then either you have to retreat or block it in a way that you don't want, and the alternative is go king f8 and you lose your right to castle. But as we're seeing, perhaps the king can sit comfortably on f8 even if white can initiate some sort of direct threats that black fends off one by one, and then as Fabiano was saying, maybe a queen trade could happen if black organizes his piece in the way, bring the queen to g4, and if white can't avoid the queen trade, then black has no actual weaknesses in the position.
And I was going to highlight another point, which is that the king on f8 in a lot of those lines also guards the g7 pawn, so you're a little more, I guess, willing to grab d4.
That might be an argument for why white doesn't play rook e1.
Right, yeah, so in a lot of lines, the king is actually, you could argue, better on f8, right? And so despite the fact that you lose the right to castle, maybe moves like queen f3 first are what Magnus is actually thinking about.
You can't castle anyway for black, because if you castle, you drop the h5 pawn.
Right. Well, you could castle long if you give me a move, but yeah.
Absolutely. But the thing is, you typically give a check if black is about to escape with the king. Otherwise, you can keep it under your reserve. So I think that in the initial position with the queen on d1, what Magnus is thinking about is like, well, do I want to throw in the check? Do I want to play the move pawn to c3 potentially to defend the d4 pawn? And then also you can play queen b3, so your queen can come from different angles depending on how black reacts. Because one of the ideas we've been talking about is for black putting that bishop on e6, but if you bring a bishop away from the queen side, maybe white's queen is better suited on the queen side. So it's just keeping your options open, and black at some point will threaten or in fact play queen to h4. And so we have to be ready for that at all times. And we know the d4 pawn is hanging. Is it really a threat for black to capture that pawn on d4? That opens up the position. When you have a king in the center, you typically don't want to open the position up unless you can concretely. That's all, 2 words.
Can concretely.
Yeah, can concretely figure out a way to escape and salvage the remaining position.
Well, and you make a good point with c3, which is that you don't have to check this king to take away the right to castle. Black took away his own right to castle with the move h5, right? So a move like c3, overprotecting d4, keeping your options open. Black is not castling short here anytime soon. It would lose on the spot. So I like c3 a lot the more we talk about it.
I think you can also start with rook e1 and then c3. I think black is probably not castling in this game, and if he does so, it's to castle long, and that actually wouldn't be a good sign for white, because h5 clearly signifies that black is going for an attack if the king is not in the center. So if black is allowed to castle long, that's been a huge success for him.
So you're still advocating for the check, despite the fact that the king might actually be useful on f8.
I am wondering about the move c4 here.
You mentioned it earlier, and now with the king in the center, I was wondering the same.
Because as you mentioned, with the king on e8, g7 is potentially hanging. So now after queen to h4, if black were to play that, g3, queen takes d4, white has this bishop c3 move, and g7 falls.
This does not look fun for black. And we'll just show, even in lines where the queens come off the board, this is still not good. Lines like this, you take on g7 with a tempo on the rook, you threaten check next.
Yeah, probably white would have some edge here.
Yeah.
It might not be very much of an edge, but it looks like something. I'm wondering after c4, if black can play d takes e4 first, bishop takes e4, now queen h4. Maybe, yeah, g3, queen takes d4. And it gets very sharp. White can throw in the rook e1 check, or maybe queen to e2 check.
Yeah, queen e2 check allows you to play bishop c3 next.
But then we have this queen to g4. It's difficult to evaluate because white has some temporary initiative, but black is a pawn, and if the queens get traded, black is simply better. So it gets rather concrete. Maybe after queen takes e4, white had something more promising than this.
It's funny because this was such a, I don't want to call it a tame-looking position, but if you're just tuning in, many are as this Sunday is getting started. Welcome to Game 8 in the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. This position here was completely symmetrical. Not to say that there weren't a lot of really accurate details that we were diving into, but suddenly with h5, the game takes on a whole new life where, despite the symmetry on the d file, what do they say these days? Find the beauty in repetition, find the beauty in symmetry. I'm making that up.
Yeah, you didn't need to preface it with the beauty and repetition if you were just going to make one for yourself. That is well timed for sure. We need Anish to say as much. But this position, right now, there are not many pieces even staring at each other, right? We have the interesting note of the D file being completely filled up, but other than that, there's no tension in the position. So the move c4 is one that could give you an isolated pawn, and likely will, but because black's king is in the center, it makes perfect sense. You want to sort of pounce in this moment and say, your king's not getting to the queen side, because the worst thing you could do as white is allow the black king to escape to the queen side, and then also isolate your own pawn. That feels like it does open the c file, which is good for a rook, but black's king will be safe, and now you have a weakness in your position that you have to deal with, in addition to these queen h4 threats. So I think that if white can get rook e1 check, or a check of the e file, and break open the position for the bishops, that would be an ideal scenario for Magnus. But now I have to ask, and Fabi, ask you in particular, at what point does Magnus have to sort of show some restraint? Because if he wants to just nurse his lead and win the world championship in a quiet fashion versus taking any risks, what would you do as, if you were in Magnus's corner? Would you recommend going for c4 or something a little more calm?
I wouldn't think about the match situation. I would just think about what the best move is, because that's the move which will give you the best chances for victory without putting you under risk. I don't feel like white, if white is taking risk in this position, it probably means that something bad has happened, because that means that white has abandoned the king side to allow, let's say, if we go into a particular line to demonstrate this, if white plays rook to e1, king to f8, c3, queen, which looks very natural, queen to h4, g3, queen to g4, and if white were to make a move like, I don't know, queen to b3 here, now white's taking risk, I think, significantly because of h4, and it's a very serious attack. So I think that if white takes risk, it's because he made a bad move. If white makes good moves, he can keep a slight advantage without. Queen to e1 was good.
I mentioned that move to you before.
I was waiting for you to finish, and then of all the moves predicted, we predicted how many, like 5 or 6 in this position? Nobody said queen e1.
No, but what's funny about this is I was mentioning queen e1 check to him during when we were on break, and I was half joking about it, but not in this exact position, queen e1, but I was saying at some point you might play queen e1, because then you can meet queen h4 or f4 and try to trade the queens. But queen e1 has an added benefit that if you play king f8, there's bishop b4. So that is clearly one of Magnus's ideas. But when I see queen e1, I'm probably less likely to play king f8 because your queen's blocking your rooks from getting the same square.
Yeah, so the reason why white wants to trade those dark square bishops, as Robert mentioned, is because the bishops on d3 and d6 are the good bishops. Even though it looks like, aren't all the bishops pretty much the same in this position? The ones on d3 and d6 are the ones that aim at the king side. The ones on d2 and d7 don't really have many targets. So if white were to trade those bishops, and let's say black makes a move like queen f6, white takes, and makes a move, let's say queen to d2, which doesn't look like anything super special. But now white has that e5 square and the better bishop. And if white is able, when I say e5 square, let's say white plays rook a to e1 next and plants a rook on e5, no bishop can kick that rook off the square. Black would have to either trade it off with another rook, changing the pawn structure, or kick it off with f6, weakening the king side. And f6 is not a move that you necessarily want to play, especially in this position. So the reason the bishop on d3 is so good compared to the bishop on d7 is that bishop is really aiming at black's king side. The king can't go to h7, for example, because of that. If black plays g6, he's putting pawns on light squares where the bishop is aiming at, and white might even consider, f4, f5 at some point, using the fact that white has more of an aggressive position. So I feel like king to f8, allowing the trade of bishops, is not what black wants to do. I think a more natural way of playing is to try to trade the queens off. And so there's a very natural move, queen to e7, that suggests a trade of queens in the near future, because, I don't see how white wants to avoid this. You can play bishop to e3, but then you allow black to develop very comfortably, maybe long castle, maybe even short castle. I know we said this wouldn't happen, but why is short castling so bad now?
It's not anymore when the queen isn't hitting h5, so I rescind my statements that black will never castle short. I did not anticipate the queen moving to e1.
So I think that white's idea after queen to e7, although maybe it's not necessarily his idea, but one which makes a lot of sense, is bishop to g5.
Force the queen trade with tempo.
Because if f6, that allows bishop g6, probably not what you want. Yeah, and you could play like this, but maybe Magnus feels there's some slight edge here. Although if black plays f6, king f7 next, trades all the rooks on the d file, I feel like the edge is extremely minimal. So I wonder what Magnus is planning after queen to e7.
Well, is it possible that even though your answer to Hess's question, at what point are you showing a little bit of, reservation, is actually a little bit of what Magnus was thinking here? I mean, obviously he spent a lot of time digesting Jan's h5 before committing queen e1, which, as you said, probably is going to lead us to the offer of an endgame. Maybe Magnus is like, look, I'd rather go for that 2-result position, however minimal my winning chances are, than play this sharp attacking game where we might actually see Jan attack the king side with pawn h5.
Yeah, but there are some endgames, this is very far down the line, where having the pawn on h5 is a bad thing. Because if we can see some trades happen, like it's hard to visualize, but if we get all the rooks and the bishops off, like
we'll get
some
a little
way,
closer.
But the white king can start snaking up the king side, and having your pawn being advanced makes it easier to approach. So that's just one of those things that, I mean, this actually is not going to be a good illustration of my point. It's hard to make it happen, but I'm just trying to suggest that having pawns that are more advanced, they stick out and are closer to enemy pieces, which can come under fire. So actually, we go to queen e1 check, queen e7. One idea that is out of the question is move a3, because the point of a3 is to go bishop b4. You can't play a5 as black because I can take your pawn on a5, so you can't stop me from doing that. My queen is still on the board and protecting the square. And if you castle queenside, let's say, I can play this move bishop b4, and what I'm trying to accomplish as white is if we trade queens on e1, I'll take with the f rook. If you trade bishops on b4, I'll take with the a pawn. Now I have a clear target on a7. Now I have the e file. And this is the type of position I was trying to mention, that your pawn on h5, it sticks out. So even if white plays h3, king h2, king g3, this is more with the rooks off the board, I can actually approach your pawn. And in some endgames, that pawn being advanced is a really, really bad thing for black.
Or in this specific position, white may even try to fix that pawn on h5. We spoke about the bishops already. More of black's pawns are on light squares than white's pawns, so that those pawns on light squares are a target for white's light squared bishop. The h5 pawn and the d5 pawn in particular, d5 is pretty hard to target, but in the long term, if all the rooks are traded off, white's king might go h2, g3, f4, a bishop on e2 attacks h5, and maybe the king will go to g5 to keep attacking black's king side. So white would have some advantage in this position, maybe not enough to win, but certainly enough to put significant pressure on Jan.
And with this exact pawn structure, actually, with the king coming to f4, white plays f3, g4, and you try to create an outside pass pawn. And this is very long term, so I'm thinking down the line, what might Magnus be hoping for? And I think it's this, that actually if black's king castles the queen side, in many of these endgames, white can go for the king side, and it doesn't look like much. We have even material, same number of pawns, nothing is under fire here, but these are these long-term ideas that you get very uncomfortable when you face them. And I've seen Magnus win so many positions like this because he sees the future in a way. He sees, and Bobby Fischer was renowned for this. What pieces do I want to trade? Where do I want to take this game? And where will I still have chances remaining even if most of the liquidation occurs? And this endgame, despite you see the evaluation off the side, says about level, slightly better for white. No, it's slightly better for white in a way that black has to be very careful, because if I can break free an outside pass pawn or take over an open file, that's where black gets in trouble. And Fabiano made the point. Bishop on d3, far better than the bishop on d7. Bishop on d7, a defensive piece. The bishop on d3 will start attacking pawns and force some concessions out of black.
It's actually a really instructive line you just gave. Again, just to back it up. Queen e7, not bishop e3. Was that even a move we mentioned? No, it was a3. And again, this whole idea of heading into an endgame where you can visualize the change in structure, the future of the a file, the future of the e file belonging to white. Fascinating stuff, but that's what it takes to win World Chess Championship games, as Magnus said in his Game 5 or Game 6 interview, right? You got to be willing to squeeze out the smallest of advantages.
And there's a reason why Jan hasn't moved yet.
Yeah.
Because queen e7 stops bishop b4 right now, but he's trying to think down the line, like if these trades happen, if that position occurs, what am I to do? And it's not that the position is overwhelming. Jan knows he should be fine at the moment, but that's what happens in chess. You have to think, how am I going to feel 15 moves from now as you start visualizing the future prospects?
Yeah, I'm actually wondering, after queen e7, a3 seems like a good positional idea to play bishop b4. But we can also implement it in a slightly different version. I'm wondering about the move queen takes e7 here.
Instead of a3.
Which looks like the most,
By the way, we do have king f8 on the board, so Jan committing to the middle game, which perhaps, given all the lines we're looking at, makes the most sense that endgame would really offer a squeezable position for Magnus. At least here, the dynamics of the queens being on the board and the potential tactics we consistently looked at least stay. But let's go back to your line, Fabi, just to show again. Queen e7.
Yeah. Well, I think king f8 is more interesting now.
Okay,
so
let's go for that. All right.
Because I mean, queen e7, we can discuss different endgames all day and the slight pull white may have. But king f8 is very interesting. It shows Jan's intention to keep the game double-edged.
Yep.
To keep 3 results potentially on the board. But I don't really like it because after bishop to b4, it feels like white is the one having all the fun here. And I think black should play queen to f6. Black can maybe also play bishop e6, but in fact, I think the bishop is better on d7 than e6 because after bishop e6, maybe white just plays f4 immediately. And that bishop will get kicked again, and white keeps gaining space on the king side. So I think he probably wants to play queen to f6.
Is there any merit to rook h6 as well?
Rook h6, yeah, that makes sense. It raises a difficult question. Where is the rook better? Because on the h file, it wasn't doing much, but it was kind of a defensive piece. On the d file, it's also a bit weirdly placed, but I guess it's more active. But also, it might run into bishop d6, rook d6, queen e5.
You can't play g6. Yeah.
Yeah, you certainly wouldn't want to play g6 here. It's not checkmate immediately, but your king gets forced out into the open.
Yeah, this is I just don't.
This is probably winning for white or close to it. So not g6, but after queen to h4, maybe white's queen on e5 becomes too much of a liability and will get kicked around and probably forced to retreat to g3 and trade queens. Probably not what white wants, because we'll have just too many simplifications.
Wow, but now queen e7.
Yeah, so why king f8 first?
I don't know. I assume, let's go back to queen 7 immediately. So at least
now we do go back to it.
Let's at least understand his intentions. I think that he was worried about queen takes e7 because it's concretely potentially a bit dangerous.
If king takes e7?
King takes e7, rook a to e1.
King f6?
Yeah, I think he was probably worried about this. But I was wondering, how does white continue? Because h4 threatens mate in checkmate in 1. Almost checkmate, but after bishop f5, black is actually happy to trade those bishops off. Even though the king looks a little bit vulnerable, I don't see a way for white to take advantage of it. There is potentially bishop g5, king to g6, trade on f5, king f5, bishop to e7. Maybe black's structure gets damaged, but after rook h to e8, bishop takes d6, c takes d6, although we have these double d pawns.
The king.
I don't think it matters much, and black's king is actually pretty good on f5, pretty active.
What's kind of funny, though, before the bishop trade, the dark square bishop trade, this is what we were talking about, what Magnus wants, but now it would be good for Jan, right? Yeah. Because it would be a dark square bishop against a d4 and h4 pawn. So these principles are very important for both sides in a position where you have the bishop pair.
It looks better for Jan when you take a king from f8 and put it on f5, or b8 and put it on f5. So yeah, the king position is all the difference.
So maybe he saw something here which concerned him, but I don't really see what it is, because besides h4, threatening checkmate, well, white doesn't really have any targets, and black is one move away from playing bishop f5, trading bishops, or even starting to gain space, h4, and that king on f6 is potentially very well placed. So I'm a bit surprised by his choice.
Yeah, they don't really seem to work in combination with one another. I mean, queen e1 check, we understood the plan, either trade queens, try to trade the dark square bishops, but he allowed the trade dark square bishop and then plays queen e7. So to me, that's just kind of strange.
I think white wants to keep the queens on the board.
Right.
I would take on d6.
For sure.
I know that we were talking about endgames where white might have a pull, but I think a middle game is a more promising thing for white. And we mentioned queen to d2 here. White is of course not forced in his choice to put the queen on any square. White has so many countless moves. Even f4 makes sense to me.
F4 instead of queen d2.
Although I would wait with this move. In general, I think f4 and f5 is an idea, because once white gains space, we've seen this in other games, it might not seem like, this space gaining maneuver really does anything. Just the fact that white has more space is an advantage in and of itself.
Yep.
But I would still wait and play a move like queen to d2 here, stay a bit more flexible.
It's just sort of strange because we were trading queens because black forced white's hand to trade queens after queen e7 initially. But as you're saying here, you could take on d6, move your queen out the way, and connect your rooks. And black's rooks are not connected. And playing f6 is going to be difficult for black. And playing g6 ever runs right into your f4, f5 idea. So I am confused by the decision making here by Jan. It's not that his position is that terrible, but the combination of the last couple moves. He could have started with queen e7, but he's giving white more options, and I think those options are favorable for Magnus.
Yeah. Magnus is about to make his move, it would seem.
He doesn't look entirely pleased, but I do think that after queen e1, was he really hoping for more than this? I think that this is pretty much the maximum advantage he could get after playing the move queen to e1. So let's look a bit deeper in this position, because I'm wondering how black approaches it, not necessarily concretely, but strategically after bishop d6, queen d6, queen d2.
Okay.
Because does he play f6?
Wait, bishop, oh, I was about to make the move and it snapped out of my hand and played bishop takes d6. That's because the DGT feed came in and that revealed Magnus's move, which was bishop takes d6, so it's on the board.
Yeah, I think Magnus is correct to keep the queens on. Queen d6, and let's say queen to d2, because that feels like the most natural move to me. And not getting into exactly black's most precise way of approaching the position here, how does he play it strategically? Does he go for g6, king to g7? Or does he go for f6, king f7? Because he needs to get the king out of the center one way or another. Or actually, does he go for Robert's sort of idea to play rook h6 and try to get the rook to the e file?
And put the
and
king
then
on h8?
King on g8, and the rook, it develops itself a little bit artificially, but maybe that's actually the right approach for black, to develop the rook like that.
Normally the risk of that is obviously a rook on h6 and a rook on the back rank are disconnected from challenging the only open file, but I guess if the e6 square is so strong for black, you can play it.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder though, with that king sitting on f8, if black is in time to do things like that. Because like, let's say you play rook h6, and white plays rook to e1. Let's go with a rook, and you go rook e6. So one thing I'm thinking about is, do I go queen g5 to induce g6? Another thing at some point is, can I play rook to e5? Because, even after rook e6, just to keep our tactics alert, rook e5 takes, pawn takes, queen takes, is queen b4 check. And then you have to judge, how is this change in pawn structure? How is it working for the players? Is it good for white? Is it good for black? Because white will have an additional pawn on the flank where that could be good for some endgame. So not that any of this is forced, but the queen on d6 is a very important piece because queen b4 check would threaten to win a pawn in many of these positions. And I think that rook h6 to e6 is a good idea, but you can't rush it because the h5 pawn, it sticks out like a sore thumb.
Wow. Queen to d6, queen d2 is on the board. Ironically, not ironically, Bobby the Prophet predicted this quite a bit ago. Remind the chat that now that you've already voted at chess.com, you can vote directly wherever you are watching this. Spam the emotes of Jan and Magnus. Let us know who you're rooting for, who you predict. If you're on Twitch, you can use your channel points to take a stab at what the result will be today. It's time to vote so that we can reveal what everyone's thinking at some point later on here. We are getting ready for our trivia question coming up. Remind everybody that you quote tweet the answer. I saw today's question, guys, and I knew the answer. I'm just going to ask it because it's kind of fun. It was, which two world champions were also renowned mathematicians?
Don't answer. Because we need people to answer.
Yeah. Quote tweet the answer.
But you made it like you were asking us the question. And I saw Fabiano perk up. He's like, oh, I know. And I was like, don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Quote tweet the answer. The first ones to do so get a 1-year diamond membership and play along with us every day. Let's remember that our trivia questions are brought to you by Jonathan Korbla, who is the voice of our documentary Episodes Premiere Daily, Chess, A Reflection of Us. Shout out to Jonathan, bringing us those trivia questions daily from Dubai. All right, we're going to take a very quick break. On the other side, we have Ho Yifan, 4-time women's world champion, our first guest, as always, our only guest that really joins the show, not as part of the post-show. So when we return, Fabi and I are joined by Yifan. Our subscribers get to ask questions. You did such a great job with that yesterday, and hope that you play along with us again. give Fabi and Yvonne some great questions, and obviously plenty chess ahead today. Game 8 of the FIDE World Chess Championship, and Chess.com's coverage, brought to you by Coinbase, continues in a moment.
Hello again from Expo 2020 in Dubai at the World Chess Championship. My name is Jonathan Korbla, bringing to you another trivia question about the World Chess Championships. This one about prodigies. Prodigies exist in many fields, not only chess, but art, mathematics, and music. For instance, Mark Taimanov, World Chess Champion candidate, was also a classical pianist. Which two World Chess Champions were also gifted mathematicians?
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today. How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
try to coordinate a challenge on the e-file.
Yeah, I mean, rook h6, trying to bring the rook towards the center and develop towards e6, trading off pieces, doesn't really work out here because the pawn on h5 is loose. Yeah. And one other thing that is happening is with the queen on g5, it sort of provokes black to make this move pawn to f6, but that's not a move you want to make when your rook is on h6, because that rook will no longer be able to get towards the center, and that means that you're stranded over there on the king side, and white will focus his attention to the center. So that's the problem that Jan is currently facing, is he can kick the queen out, but that makes sure his rook offside, or if he brings his rook into the middle, then his pawn on h5 is in trouble.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bobby.
No, I think black is in trouble here.
Really? It's fascinating for such a symmetrical... The structural symmetry here is really interesting when you feel like white's chances are actually only getting better and better.
I've played positions far better than this with black and felt under pressure. Because when you have initiative that just, it doesn't let up. This is an eternal initiative. I mean, if black can't trade rooks is the main problem. He can trade one pair of rooks, but let's say white makes a move here. He might, for example, create luft for his king, h3, or he might secure the center with b2, d4, c3. I don't think it makes a huge difference for the moment, but the problem is that at some point black will trade rooks on e1, or maybe white will on e8, but he won't be able to play rook e6 because h5 is always hanging and you just have no way of dealing with that issue. If you play f6 with black at any moment, the queen will drop back, maybe to d2 or maybe to another square, and black can still never trade rooks because because the rook is blocked off on the f-file by the pawn. That means that white has the e-file in this position. White has control over it, and black has no way to regain control over that e-file. White has the better bishop, the bishop on d3 versus d7. This makes endgames potentially better because black's pawns in the center on light squares. Endgames are what black wants to go for, so that's not the main reason that the bishop on d3 is better than d7. The main issue is, for example, I mentioned the move h3. If black plays bishop takes h3 and g takes h3, why does that tactic not work for black? Because the bishop on d3 defends g6. Yeah. That bishop on d3 is far more active than the bishop on d7. It controls the g6 square. It stops black from playing king g8 h7 because it controls h7. It stops black from potentially playing bishop to f5 because that f5 square is under control. So bishop on d7 is a passive defensive piece. The one on d3 is an attacking aggressive piece.
The more you describe it, the more it's hard for me to see any way for black to improve his position. And is white at some point bringing the rook to e5 in some positions, and similar to what we talked about?
You can definitely consider it. And one idea, like if black had a free turn here, queen f6 would be high on my to-do list because that queen on g5 is really annoying. But the issue is, if you bring a queen to f6, maybe the queen for white will try to occupy the diagonal that the black queen just left. So you solve one problem, but you open up another avenue for white. And it's a frustrating position to be in for black because some of white's ideas are natural, but you do need to be precise because if you make a lazy move, and the move c3 here for white comes to mind, just creating a pawn chain, protecting your pawn on d4, maybe at that moment, black is suddenly able to bring that rook from h6 into the center. So you have to be careful here if you're white, not to just give away your entire advantage, but you have no risk whatsoever. And there are so many problems that black needs to solve, whether it's the pure endgame with just the bishops and the kings and the pawns, then the pawns and light squares are an issue. Or with more pieces on the board, is white going to be able to take over and barrel down the e-file? So no matter how you look at it, no matter what trades you foresee, it's white who's going to be in the driver's seat. And I think that's what Fabiano was suggesting before, that he's had much better positions, from his games where you still feel uncomfortable because you know that you're going to be on the defense for the next 40 moves. And that's never fun. And you want to say, oh, let me find some way to purely equalize, transition to an endgame where I know I'm not going to lose. You can't find that right now. So you have no liquidation that solves all your problems.
Dare I say as well, it's a Magnus Carlsen-esque type of advantage, right? Just to add, not necessarily insult to injury, but all the things that make this position difficult, no matter which Super Grandmasters are playing. It's exactly the type of nagging advantage that Magnus is so dangerous with because of his ability to just keep it alive, keep the position going. And you mentioned, Robert, an inaccuracy from white could allow black an idea like queen f6 to trade queens. But probably Magnus is not going to make that inaccuracy.
This is a really bad outcome for Jan. Let's
Yeah.
point out, for example, if white were to play h4 at some point,
Yeah.
that the weakness of the h5 pawn is will last deep into the endgame, potentially even if everything is traded off and
Right.
white's king comes to f4. We already pointed this out in similar variations. The h5 pawn is a big weakness. So I think that Robert's idea of queen f6 is really black's only way forward. He
Yeah.
doesn't want to wait forever. He doesn't want to wait for white to play c3, h4, trade rooks on the e-file, regain the e-file, and start maybe thinking about rook e5 and not just keeping h5 under lock and key, but also attacking it with multiple pieces. So queen f6 is an idea. You mentioned rook e5. I think rook e5 here is an idea.
Yeah.
Immediately. Because if black plays f6, white is actually happy for that provocation because white just takes on e8, puts the queen back and says, now your h6 rook is locked out of the game indefinitely.
I'll just show that super quickly on the board, just to show that, again, because you guys have highlighted so many times, that if f6 occurs, this becomes the problem. You've now cut off communication from the rook for the rest of the board. So that's many, many times why, as much as you would love to play f6 to not just hit the queen but guard e5, it's a pawn move that, as we keep saying, that's not a patch that chess has received yet. There's no bug or patch fix for pawns not being able to move backwards.
Although there is something to note that if the rook e5 for white, and then black plays queen f6, right? These type of positions are really interesting because at that moment, like if we actually include those moves, then white can take on f6. Because the rook can't take on f6 without dropping h5. You don't want to be down a pawn. And if you take with the pawn f6, all the things we've been talking about where the pure endgames are going to be really bad for black, if not just outright losing. Because one of the ideas I mentioned, even with the pawn on g7, was bringing the king to f4, playing f3, g4, springing free an outside pass pawn. That's much easier to do when you have double pawns like this. So rook e5 can't be met by queen f6, which is important. And you can take the rook on e5, and that's actually where I wanted to head to, is let's say black takes, white takes back, and then plays the move queen to e7. This transition where instead of having pawns on the same files, we have a situation where white has a 4-on-3 majority on the king side, and black has a 4-on-3 majority if you cut the board at the d file, right? There's that extra pawn. So this is a dynamic that black might need to explore in order to actually gain some activity for the pieces, but it still looks questionable. Having the extra pawn where the kings are means that white can actually launch forward for an attack, and that black rook on h6 still doesn't have great footing to work with.
So to continue that line a bit, because I think that Robert was on point with what black has to do after rook e5, is probably take on e5 and play queen e7. And at first I was thinking queen e3 is supernatural and then you play f4. But I don't think this is necessary for white. But let's look at it because it's a fun variation anyway. I want to look at f4.
I knew you would. I just knew you would.
Take rook e6, and now it gets interesting because white has more than one way of pursuing this. I think g6 is a very dangerous one. Yeah, rook e7, and now how does white proceed here? White can go for bishop endings, like rook g takes f7, rook f7, bishop g6, but it might be close to a draw. So maybe this is a bit too drawish for white's tastes, and queen e3 is just, you want to keep the queens on the board because black's king on f8, although material is a bit more limited now, and we can't really say that king is in the center. It's still a bit disconnected. Like the rook on e8 and king on g7 and pawn on g6 would be very harmonious for black. Then we would say probably black is okay. Here, black's rook on h6, where does it go? Black's king on f8, it doesn't really want to be.
You got to deal with the a-pawn, and there are some direct ideas of just doing nasty things if you're not careful.
The reason I don't think this is so bad for black is because after b6, if white plays f4, black has queen c5, and a trade of queens would ease black's task. A bit. Maybe it would still be a dangerous endgame.
Yeah, it definitely does not solve all of black's problems, but you're right that those kind of trades can help black at least gain some active play. So yeah, this position is really tricky. Rook e5, Magnus is thinking about it, but he's not just thinking about that singular move. He's thinking about exactly what we've been talking about. Does the trade help Jan's defensive task, or does it keep posing problems that Jan will have to solve move after move? Because even if the rooks come off, one pair of rooks come off, even if the queens come off, we keep highlighting this, certain endgames can be very difficult to defend, and this rook on h6, I mentioned the rook lift. I was hoping to get it to e6. The move queen g5 that was played just stopped that rook in its tracks and is giving Magnus some very good play here.
Such a thorn, the queen on g5, holding the rook down to the h-pawn, reinforcing the threats of rook e5, trying to induce this horrible move.
I also think that a simple move like c3 might be a perfectly good option for white. You just want to secure the pawns because there is a possibility that black will trade on e1, play rook e6, sack the h5 pawn, and it's good to have your pawn secure in that case because you win h5, but you want to make sure you don't lose some of those queenside pawns.
Right.
So c3 makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, there are weird tactics where queen b4 can be played. Not like that. Queens don't move that way, but like that.
Yeah, the queen on b4 might attack 2 pawns and be difficult to deal with.
Right.
So c3 is just a generally useful move. And what does black do after that? He doesn't want to wait around because white will find ways to improve the position. We mentioned h4. I think that's a good one. So let's see c3 queen to f6. As Robert said, this is black's most obvious, maybe his only idea. But white can react to this with queen to g3. You don't want to trade queens, and now I'm trading rook takes e8 and queen to b8, invasion. So black should probably play queen to d6 back.
And then now rook e5.
And now rook e5 may be a better version. I'm wondering if we're worried about h4, but I don't think white is really worried about h4 because that pawn, it advances against space, but it could also become a weakness. So h4, queen to e3. And if white is allowed one more move, either maybe f4, and then rook to e1. Like if f4, black can no longer take on e5 because fe5 would open the f file. So then we're already talking about an outposted rook on e5. And for example, if f6 here, even now f4, maybe. I don't think it works there, but sometimes that's an idea.
I just love you for suggesting that.
Yeah.
It doesn't work because of the pin.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Forget the eval bar. Wait, what is?
King g8.
King g8. I forgot the pawn was pinned.
Yeah.
LOL.
So, but white can just trade on e8, and we mentioned f6 is almost never a good outcome for black because the rook on h6 gets cut off. So c3 also a very good-looking move to me. Magnus might be low on time, but I think he's very happy about the position.
It's such a comfortable position for him. Robert highlighted. It's not just a Magnus-esque position. It's a position with no risk and so many subtle problems for black.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a way that black can solve these problems with these rook takes e5, and I'm trying to better understand when the pawn structure changes what happens. And Magnus takes on e8, which is a bit surprising, just given what we were analyzing.
So I was thinking about this. So black will play bishop e8, that's forced, and I think his idea is to play rook e1.
Okay.
He wants to gain the e-file in the most direct way.
And if you play rook e6, you can win the pawn.
This is the reason why I suggested c3, because I was a bit unsure about rook e1, rook e6. Rook takes e6. Let's look at that.
Okay.
Rook e6, rook takes e6. So black can play fe6, but that's pretty ugly.
Yeah.
Oof.
He traded off a lot of pieces, but white will simply play c3, h4, and black's pawns are all weak, and he cannot get rid of the weaknesses.
And you can never play e5, and what that means that in the endgames that we keep talking about, if the queens come off and the white king gets that 4, white's going to do, guess what, f3, g4, and there's some really big problems for black in those endgames.
Yeah,
I think black has no problems in that endgame because he can resign comfortably and go on to the next game. So you don't want to play fe6, but you might play queen takes e6. This gets a bit sharp, and it's one of the lines they have to consider. But after queen h5, queen to e1, bishop to f1, black may collect some of those queenside pawns, but white has queen to h, let's say queen, b1, for example, collects some pawns. But after queen to h8, king e7, queen g7, the most important pawn is the h pawn. Queen to c2, white doesn't even have to save the rest of those pawns, just h4. That pawn just starts to run.
Really good example. Not how many pawns you have, but who gets a queen first in the endgame, and that h-pawn would be a serious problem. Jan continues to respond quickly to Magnus, and
you know what's a pretty big point here? Black's move before the rook trade was c6. If that pawn were not on c6, black would have this rook e6 move. So if we just actually go for like rook e6 again, just right here, trade, right? Queen takes h5, queen e1 check, bishop f1. If the pawn were back on c7, you'd have bishop to b5. And that would mean that white couldn't go for this variation. So it was very good recognition by Magnus to note that while black protected the d5 pawn, and that's why c6 was played, that because the bishop can't get to b5, that is the essential difference in the position that allows him to play this line.
Yeah, so that's important. I was even going to mention black can maybe play c5 there. Well, can try at c5, but it doesn't work out because white has time to deal with the bishop b5 threat with queen takes d5, collecting even more pawns. So
Jan has already played queen f6, and he just continues to not only play quickly, but spend little to no time at the board, calmly saying that, no, I got nothing to worry about here. Despite how we feel about the position.
He has something to worry about for sure. This is not an easy position. White, although d4 is hanging, white can consider, but I don't think it works. Queen to g3, I think black can take that pawn on d4. Because after queen to b8, rook to e6, rook takes e6, fe6. White might collect b7, but black got the activity, and it might be enough activity to hold the balance.
Wait a second, though. In the before queen to b8, right, this just feels like black is super loose here, that there must be, and now I see the EVA bar shooting up.
Can I take and check and take?
Oh, I see the move here. Bishop to f5.
Nice.
Oh, wow. You
stop rook e6.
And you also have all kinds of mating that's coming now on queen b8.
Queen b8 is a huge threat. Queen a3 is also maybe an idea. And if queen to b4 to attack that rook, then we have, I think, queen to e5. There's no way to deal with the threat on the e8. Bishop is actually trapped, which is a kind of, you don't usually see a piece trapped in the middle of the board, but here it's trapped.
Anytime we're befuddled by the eval bar, we have a obviously the answer is bishop f5.
So queen to g3 might force black to play queen to d6, because you can't allow queen b8. That's game over. If you play some other move like, I don't know, queen to g3, h4, queen to b8, resign it instantly. So queen to d6, he can keep chasing that queen, but how long can he chase it for?
Well, I guess the question is, white might try rook e5, which we were talking about before, but there's a big difference here. That now after rook e6, if you take on h5, then black happily trades queens, or at least relatively happily does so. So rook h5, rook e1 check, the bishop drops back to f1, we trade on g3, and now the extra...
Amazing is that every time we have to...
The extra pawn isn't that big of a deal, and so the reason why is when white plays rook h8 check, you're not winning the g-pawn, right? So black is able to keep the rest of the kingside pawns, and the extra pawn is a double pawn. So while you don't want to be down material, black's rook is very active and going to hunt down white's pawn.
Well, there might even be something concretely like c5 with threats of bishop b5 in some weird positions.
For sure. That's not going to be nice either.
Black may just be winning in that final position.
Well, okay.
So white has to be a bit careful.
Yeah.
Maybe for that reason, rook to e5 is not working out so well. So queen g3 in that case, maybe queen to e3 is a better one. Because if queen to e6, then white happily trades queens. We already mentioned the structural change of f7 pawn to e6 is bad, even if there's no pieces on the board. Rook e6, white takes. Maybe black's king gets there in time, but white can play f4 here, bring the king to h4. I don't know. Can black hold this or not? It's very, very hard to say, but not a decision you want to make with black, because you have no chance of winning. You have every chance of potentially losing this, but maybe with the king on f6 and g6, black can passively hold this, even though all his pawns are on light squares.
I agree, and I think that in that line, queen e3, dragging the queen to e6 is helpful for white, because queens lose stare downs with rook. So queen e3, if you play queen e6, then queen d2 comes with tempo. And it also threatens queen b4 check. The rook can come to e5 now, like if queen d6, maybe rook e5. You don't have rook e6 anymore, you drop the pawn h5. If you play f6, same problem as earlier, you're shutting your rook out of the game, and white controls the only open file. Now, controlling an open file looks great, sounds great, is great, but the question becomes then what? So you're going to have to find a way to make inroads. I think it is possible for white in that position because there's play in the center and on the queen side. But as I look at the position, it does feel like black is just like one move away every single idea we come up with. If you can bring that rook into the center and initiate the trade, then you'll be able to minimize the damage that's already been created here. But I don't think that Jan's getting out of this so easily.
Yeah, I think after queen e3, though, the move which I see as a problem is bishop to d7. Because what white wants is a rook in front of a queen, not a queen in front of a rook. If white could teleport that rook to e5 now, we're talking about a very serious advantage. But like this, how does white continue? because your goal is to get the rook to e5, but it takes time. You have to secure d4 first, and to play c3, then maybe black is in time to play queen to d6, and eventually rook to e6 to trade rooks, which is his ultimate goal. So this is a tough moment for Magnus because he has many roughly equivalent moves. It's all about calculation.
Yep.
Queen to g3 is the most immediately obvious one. Maybe queen to g3, queen to d6, and it looks a bit funny, but do we have a better square for the queen besides g5? Like, I was thinking f3 makes sense, but then maybe queen to b4 suddenly becomes an issue.
Queen b4 is always looming if you haven't played c3, especially if the rook on e1 is undefended.
But maybe you still have ideas with c3, because after queen takes b2, at some point bishop f5, like the idea Fabio was mentioning earlier, can still be something where you give up some material over there on the queen side to go for an attack. Now, it appears that black is probably able to hold there, but that's...
It looks very dangerous.
White has actually played the move queen e3 as we see Ian Nepomniachtchi returning to the board. We are now looking at a position where he's just literally forcing bishop d7, right? I mean, there's almost no other move here.
Well, yeah, if queen to e6, we mentioned this queen to d2, queen to d6, rook to e5, I don't think that will appeal to Ian because then his rook on h6 will never be able to go to e6 to trade rooks. He might be forced to play a move he doesn't like at some point, f6.
Yep.
Doesn't want to do, so he quickly plays bishop d7. And I'm sure Magnus has a very specific idea after bishop d7, but I don't really see it for the moment. I'm thinking c4 is an idea. It's of course not really what you want to do structurally, but maybe...
Yeah, you could go for it, but that's what I was asking you earlier, a long time ago, right? Is c4, it's not really risking that much at the moment, but is it worth making a move like that causes an isolated pawn to try and win?
Yeah, I think again it comes to concrete details because the point of c4 is if black ignores it, queen to d6, then white happily plays c5, both to gain space and to kick the queen away from that d6 square to keep troubling black. And maybe black should take on c4.
Yeah, yeah.
But after bishop takes c4, suddenly there is a threat of queen to a3.
Ah, yeah.
So black has to deal with that, probably with queen to d6. But now there's no rook e6 idea anymore because the bishop on c4 covers that square. On the other hand, endgames are no longer very promising for white.
Right.
So now white is saying, I'm going to prove my advantage in the middle game, which may prove to be true. I would really hesitate to play c4 though.
Yeah, it does seem like it could cause white some difficulties, even though I see the point where you're trying to crash through. But one idea doesn't work because the pawn's on h5 and not on h7 is like bishop f5 would be a really cool tactic, trying to distract the bishop from the e8 square, because if I could land queen e8, that'd be checkmate. But of course, I'll
just show it real quick.
Queen takes f5, queen e7 check. This is why I need the pawn back on h7, because then I could back rank checkmate you.
Yeah.
But it's just an idea. And I know it doesn't work. I led with that, but the point is that the point is that you need to think about these kind of tactics, because if that queen were not on f6, then bishop f5 again becomes a very useful tactic to include. And I like what you said, Fabio, about the a3 square. Not something that I initially was thinking about, but if that bishop could move with purpose, then there could be a queen a3 check in timely fashion. So I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm just now keeping that in the back of my mind.
Are we not giving Ian enough credit here? I mean, he obviously seems relaxed. He's suggesting that black should have a way to coordinate a defense, obviously by how quickly he's playing.
Yeah, maybe rook takes e8 was not the most accurate, is my feeling now, because I don't see white's clear follow-through in this position. And we were looking at other moves which seemed difficult to deal with, like c3.
Right.
Again, it's possible black has some accurate way to equalize the position there, or we even mentioned h4 at some point.
Yep.
Here, I'm not quite seeing a direct follow-through. Of course, white will remain with a slight edge, even if pieces get traded off, even if rooks get traded off, but I think that the worst would be over for black then. So how does white keep the rooks on?
That's a good question.
Queen to g3, black will meet with queen to d6 again. h3 is played. So if queen to d6, he just wants to play queen g5 back. That's what he's saying.
And what's the difference between this and before?
You create love for your king. That's one good thing. But maybe. So where do you want to put the queen as white? That's the question.
Yeah.
I don't know where I want to put the queen. I want to put my rook on e5. That's what I want.
Or again, to remind everybody of the great prophecies that have been laid by Hess and Fabi, if all these pieces come off the board and the white king does have quick access to f4, don't mistake that there are very decent winning chances in an endgame like that, especially with the opportunity to have a good bishop versus a not so good bishop, and the idea of things like f3 and g4 with h4 creating an outside pass pawn potentially. So I guess maybe that's
after
the idea.
queen d6, maybe he wants to.
Just like I know it's just to illustrate the point, even if it's not the best. If something like this happened, and maybe it is okay, this is exactly the type of endgame he might be aiming for, because the rook is dominant. Even if you could trade it, which you may not be able to because of h5, but even if you could, white's winning chances are actually, or at least we'll say this, white's ability to improve the position is very clear.
Well, I think specifically here, black can comfortably play h4.
Ah, that's huge.
Also, if we're thinking about, like, let's say a pure bishop ending, let's say rook to e6 here, because I don't know if black, well, maybe here white wants to take the pawn, because after rook e1, the bishop is not forced back to f1. But just for argument's sake, let's check a pure king h2. Probably this is not very good for black. But just to see the position generally, let's assume white just takes on e6, and let's see a pure bishop ending, because it could be a possibility at some point. White should play h4 here.
Yeah, to stop.
Stop
Sorry.
h4.
Yeah.
Black plays f6 and g5. King to f7.
Yeah, here black was in time.
Feels like a draw.
Yeah.
Of course, white is on the better side of the draw here, but a draw is a draw, whether you're more comfortable or not.
Yeah, that
so Magnus doesn't want to go for this.
Note the difference. If this pawn was on g7 and the white king is on f4, we have
there it looks dangerous, because white plays f3, g4,
right,
and then maybe not even creating a pass pawn, maybe g5, because you want to like bust open those dark squares for the king to invade.
It's hypothetical, but I think it's instructive, because even if we can't properly calculate the concrete line that forces such an ending, it's quite possible something like that occurs. And to really visualize what Magnus is trying to create, whether he can get it or not.
Yeah, you can't just force a win against Ian Nepomniachtchi.
Right.
He's putting up stubborn defense. He's playing extremely well in this game. But the point is that in those positions, you can play on more or less forever, and black needs to show tremendous accuracy to survive. And I don't think it's clear that black can force the queens off, and there are many possibilities for white to keep the queens on the board. And as Fabi keeps trying to make work, rook to e5. And if you ever capture on e5, then the new pawn structure is something that really needs to be evaluated, because assessing it isn't easy for either side. It could be a good transition for white. It could also give black some play to make his life easier. But that's, I think, where we're headed.
I saw Magnus's idea and why Ian played h4.
Okay.
If we go back one move before Ian played h4, because we were wondering what happens after queen d6 threatening rook e6. The difference is queen to g5 here, queen to f6 back, now queen to g3, queen to d6. Black keeps teasing this exchange. Now rook.
Just pointing out why you have to go queen d6 and not h4.
Yeah, queen to d6. Now if rook to e5, with the pawn h2, we were mentioning rook to e6, and white can't take that pawn because the rook comes to e1, forcing the bishop to f1, where it's very passive. But now rook e6, rook takes h5, rook e1, king h2, very comfortably meets rook e1, and white's queenside cannot be attacked by the rook. The rook actually covers all, like rook to b1, b3 at some point, like first black trades.
Right.
And then rook to b1 is met by b3. So this is his point. He created that luft sort of with a slight gain of tempo. That's why Ian played h4.
That's a huge variation there. For those who may be just tuning in, we had this exact type of line before, but with the pawn on h2, the bishop f1 was not only not good for white after the queen's trade, because you really don't even have an extra pawn there because it's doubled, but perhaps tactically a serious problem for white on the first rank with things like c5 and bishop e5 coming. So that's why we have Fabiano here, sitting here trying to figure out what was Magnus's idea. We solved it. The threat of queen g5 induces h4 from Ian, so that now in those types of variations, the white queen no longer has this valuable g3 square. But, okay, here we go. Here we go. C4 is on the board.
I think C4 makes a lot of sense. We've been highlighting many of the reasons why. It's trying to make the bishop on D3 even better than where it currently sits. And also now the pawn's on H4.
Yeah.
Many of these variations, the pawn, while it's good in some of the endgames, it also has gone very far. So with the queens on the board in particular, to protect it with move G5 could be very risky. But I do like the way Jan is playing. I think he's holding on very nicely. And Magnus is trying everything he can. But there's some problems with the move C4 as well. If you get stuck with an isolated pawn, that won't be good news in some endgames.
All right, well, C4 played on the board, a critical moment. We expect Jan, as fast as he is, to at least take a few seconds to think about it. So on that note, we're going to take a very, very quick break. Promise it will be short, and we will be right back with Chess.com's continued coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. back as predicted. Jan is thinking. I knew he'd pause at least for a few seconds, guys, on c4. Even for him, it's worthy of a think, because this might be one of the biggest critical moments left in the game, right? How to deal with this offer of an exchange, Bobby.
I think he should capture, because if he allows c5 after queen to d6, then it gets very awkward to find places for his pieces, because that d6 square is so essential for the queen. The queen wants to go to d6 so that the rook can come to e6. It can't go to c7 because then you allow queen d7 check. And actually, this one is a funny checkmate to show. Yeah. Robert kind of alluded to it in a different position. Here, the bishop covers h7, so this is checkmate. Of course, that would never happen. Queen to f6 here, it's not like this is losing or anything, but now he can't comfortably play rook e6, so white can actually start playing b4.
Right.
And the c5 pawn is an advantage for white. It's extra space. It creates a possibility of now a4, b5, and space gaining stuff on the queen side. So I think he should take. I'm pretty sure he will take. He's just figuring out his next move after capturing bishop c4, because now queen to d6 is very natural.
There might be queen g.
Queen g5 might be the tactical issue with
because
this.
there's queen c5 check.
Yeah, the fifth rank the floodgates have opened.
I still feel like it's probably okay because black is so solid, and even like
Even here? No, not here.
no, not here, but after queen to g5, I still feel like black should be okay. Even like bishop t8 to e8 is super solid for black, but you might not want to get
Bishop e6
It
actually.
feels so scary.
Can you play bishop to e6 if bishop takes e6?
Wait. Actually, can we just go back a half step? Sorry, I know we're jumping around. Is bishop takes h3 available now?
Oh, bishop h3. There we go.
Finally.
Finally, the tactic we've been calling for,
Yeah.
which remember consistently did not work because the bishop was guarding the g6 square, is suddenly a possibility.
But something. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so queen d6 wouldn't be good, would be fine after queen g5. But, you know, white actually has other ways to attack black. There's queen to b3.
Yeah.
That attacks 2 pawns. And b7 maybe even be more important than f7, because that would let white get access to queen to a8 and an invasion on the back rank. And if bishop to e6, white actually still has queen takes b7. Bishop to e6 here, if black were to play that.
Yeah, all the checkmates.
Still queen takes b7 is a possibility. The bishop on c4 is immune because of the back rank checkmate. And white wins a pawn. Black can take d4, but you don't want to trade d4 for b7, because now you're left with the wrecked pawn structure everywhere.
Yeah, there has to be.
I think simply, well, you might actually just win a pawn with queen a8, king e7, queen c6.
Take with check, yeah.
So this is a disaster. So black has to be careful after dc4, bishop c4. Queen d6 seems to be a bit dangerous. Maybe there's another move.
I was going to say, maybe there's another move, because you don't actually need to put your queen on d6 here. I mean,
queen a3 check.
Queen a3 is the threat, but you could guard the pawn in another way.
a6 makes sense.
In theory.
But queen a3, queen b3, like, we still have that as an option.
Queen d6, queen b3. It's a better version for black. a6 is slightly more defended, but that doesn't mean that it's still not a problem for him.
Yeah.
Difficult to deal with this.
Yeah.
b5, bishop takes f7. That pawn is also hanging. The bishop is a bit loose and kind of weird on f7, but how do you exploit it? The structure is very bad for black here. Maybe black has rook to f6.
Then bishop h5, right?
Bishop h5, queen takes d4.
Oh, I don't know about that with your king on f8.
Yeah, there's counterplay on f2, but the problem is if white simply plays bishop to f3 here, for example, the long-term structural advantage is in white's favor, because black has this king on f8 that's not covered by many pawns. So
This is so scary. I mean, not only is queen a3 maybe an immediate threat, but this is where blunders happen.
Rook to d1 is also a threat, and long-term black is in danger as well. So a6 doesn't seem to be a solution either. Let's go back to bishop takes c4.
I also want to make one very quick comment after c4, that if white, you mentioned c5 as an idea, right, after queen d6, but there's something else to look at as well, because after queen d6, c takes d5. I just want to show the difference in structure here. C takes d5. In many of these positions, that pawn being loose on d5, not having a connected pawn to it, that could leave black in some big trouble in the event of the immediate queen g5, as you just showed, and also even in some endgames, because that pawn's in a light square, which means white can attack it. Black is stuck defending it. So c takes d5 is not out of the question, even though Fabi's idea with c5 also looks really strong.
I think this is even better, because after queen g5, you can't play queen f6. So what do? You can't play rook e6 because h4 is hanging. After queen f6, d5 is hanging. So you have to make a move like bishop e6, maybe? But then your rook is cut out of the game. This was white's goal, was to make sure that black can't trade rooks. And white can even use that c file as well.
And note that queen d8 is a threat.
Queen d8 is an immediate threat. That's why black should move the bishop somewhere to protect that square, either c6 or e6. But in both cases, black can't trade rooks next move, so he's left with a statically bad position.
I really like your point, Robert, about c takes d5 for all the reasons you said. And now if we get those similar types of bishop endings with a pawn that's isolated, you have those long-term chances where a bishop kind of maneuvers behind the structure, right? And suddenly you have a new way to create threats that you previously wouldn't have in a close position. So all kinds of, as we call them, Magnus-esque weaknesses that he's like a gatherer, right? Just sees little weaknesses, right? Gathers them up, and you're like, this doesn't matter. And all of a sudden he's got like 5 of them, and you can't solve all your problems.
He's also very good at recognizing when the position needs to change.
Yeah.
Because if he had not gone c4 and if he gone c3, we were talking about many of these variations where black is able to actually keep everything together and maybe initiate some trades. So he recognized that if he does nothing, or he makes some, as I said earlier, you make a kind of lazy move.
Right.
Then black just says, all right, I'll go make the draw.
Right.
When he plays c4, now the onus is back on Jan to find, do I take on c4, improve that bishop, allow queen to come to a3 with check if I'm not looking out for it. So now we see Jan, he's twirling a pawn, but it's because he really has a lot to calculate here. And Magnus isn't putting himself at risk by playing. So yes, structurally, you don't want to have an isolated pawn, especially if the queens come off the board. But we're very far away from the queens coming off the board.
Right.
And black has all of these pawns to worry about. A7, B7, F7, we're talking about the H pawn still needs to have an eye kept on it. So I like the move c4 a lot, and I'm guessing Jan doesn't really love that c4 was just played.
Yeah, I was considering after dc4, bishop c4, what black can do, because we already eliminated a number of moves. And let's say we're looking at this from the point of view of candidate moves, and from black's point of view, he looks at queen d6 first, doesn't look too great. He looks at a6, doesn't look too great. Not left with many moves, because queen a3 is a threat. So I thought maybe king to g8 to deal with queen to a3 is an idea.
You thought it was an idea?
But can I get away with queen e7 now?
Yeah, that's the only question, is queen to e7 a dangerous move? And it's not immediately obvious, because black has bishop to e6 here maybe. But after queen to e8, king to h7, bishop takes e6, fe6, I feel like black does have a position which...
I literally thought you were kidding about king g8.
No, I feel like it's one of black's candidate moves, so one of the moves that he should be considering.
Wow.
That he will be considering. It looks funny, or maybe funny is the wrong word. It looks dangerous to allow the queen to e7, a potential invasion. If black were to take on e7, then we're already talking white wins, right? Rook e7, bishop to e6. White wins the b7 pawn. Maybe black still has rook d6 here, funnily enough. Actually, maybe this is not so bad.
It's funny, because if you take with the bishop, you actually lose to king f8.
Yeah, and rook takes f7. If rook d4, there's rook f4. That wins the rook. That's an important variation.
We have d takes c4 on the board, and bishop takes c4 is an immediate response by Magnus. We continue to analyze here, but as you can see, the predicted lines are happening, and so the question becomes, what does Jan have planned here in the live position?
Well, we will quickly see his plan, because he's moving rather fast in this game overall.
Yep.
The king g8, one other idea that white has, and we actually haven't even mentioned this move as a possibility, is d5. That the move d5, it threatens the a7 pawn. If you ever take on d5, the bishop on d5 now hits b7, a7 of course under attack, and now the queen doesn't have to stay protecting the d4 pawn. It also opens up the d file, so maybe you'll swing your pieces there, and black still has all these problems to solve, and queen e7 remains an option for white, queen a3, queen b3. Like, black is really holding on by a thread, because at any moment you can drop a pawn, and once one pawn falls off, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, that's an interesting line. Maybe we should look at it a bit further, because after king g8, d5 is certainly one of White's main choices. Maybe CD5, bishop d5, b6. It looks a bit slow, but I just want to make sure I don't lose either of those queenside pawns. And if queen to e7, now black happily takes, rook takes, and rook to d6.
Right.
Now the bishop on d5 is attacked. If bishop takes f7, huge mistake. King to f8, white loses an exchange with a losing position. And if white retreats bishop to b3, bishop to e6, bishop takes e6, fe6, I feel like this is moving towards a draw because rook a7, black has the intermediate rook d1.
Yeah, you need to check first.
To lure that king away from defensive f2. Now rook d2. If white loses the b2 pawn, then we're already talking about mass simplifications. Maybe white has b3 here, rook f2, and trying to attack b6, but it feels very drawish anyway.
Yeah.
Because white also has to worry about those queenside pawns. So white may take b6, but lose a2. So this would likely be a drawish territory.
Jan still hasn't moved yet, so normally when we see him make a move after a thought, he already has his next response prepared, but not this time, it seems. He's double-checking what he wants to do.
Yeah, no, so can we actually go back to that position very quickly? So king g8, of course, is by no means forced, but after king g8, d5, we trade on d5, b6. So black defends all the pawns, but similar to Fabi's move bishop f5 earlier, when we were looking at some tactical positions, maybe white can sort of improve here and say that black doesn't have an easy response. So even a move like queen to b3 comes to mind, just freezing the queen on f6, and then bishop e6 is a pretty ugly move to play for black. Maybe it works out, but you're going to make that move and hope and calculate deeply that it works out for you because it's not a move you
I
really
don't even want to play it.
Okay, I'm going to argue the point that black doesn't have other useful moves here. Because if black plays rook to h5 here, for example, it looks a bit slow, but black is actually potentially creating counterplay. Either rook g5 or rook f5 also attacks some of white's stuff. Maybe rook g5 with the idea of bishop h3 at some point. Or rook to f5 actually secures f7. And black, if given time, will play g6, king g7, and really get that king to a safe spot. So I think white has to be concrete here.
Yeah, you
Maybe
don't want to play d5 unless you're sure you have something, because it simplifies things too quickly.
You know, d5 may be the right move. It's certainly one of the first moves that that Magnus would be calculating. b5.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
So wait, queen a3?
That's what they call active defense.
Yeah, but exactly as Fabi said, queen a3 check.
Also, Magnus is sort of like playing with his pen like he was writing down a move, but thinking like, wait, what's going on after?
Like, wait, did you really just play b5? That's usually a move in an endgame like this. Extending your pawns too aggressively simply creates more targets long term for your opponent, whether there's something concrete or not. I mean, b5 is a very committal decision.
But queen I don't get it. Queen to a3?
Because queen takes a7.
Yeah, queen takes a7.
It's back rank checkmate.
We mentioned this back rank tactic before. Here, white wins a pawn. It's not as important a pawn as the b7 pawn, but it's still a pawn. c4 is invulnerable for the moment. Cannot be captured because of queen to a8 with checkmate.
Is there something like I have no idea. He tries to free this side of the board so that he can coordinate quickly. Like,
yeah, you can do that, but it's still a pawn. Like, yeah, I don't know. You can play g5 if you want. Bishop to b3. White can trade, rook. Yeah, if you want rook f6, I guess. Rook to e5 or something. Queen c5 coming. I mean, trade of queens. This is a healthy pawn.
Don't look at me like that. It's not my fault that he.
I'm just trying to figure out what he's seeing here, because queen a3 check is the move that we're going to have our laser focus on, because it's check and it wins the pawn. So queen a3, and if you go king g8, you still just take on a7, right? Because after queen a7, if you could make bishop takes h3 and white had to take back on h3, then that could be something, right? Because if you take on h3, then you get the bishop back on c4. White's king is in some danger, but you don't have to take on h3 there. In fact, you could think about the move, rook e8 check and take on f7. You could take on f7 right away and enter a rook endgame up a pawn.
Or queen takes f7 is even attacked.
Oh, queen f7 is one. And rook e8 check after.
Rook e8, king h7, bishop f7.
That's fun.
White is still up a pawn. I mean, we can discuss if this is winning or not, but why would black enter this, whether or not it's winning? Even if you defend it somehow, I don't understand how you enter this willingly. And in fact, I don't think white wants to trade queens, because if we go back just 2 moves, rook to e8, king h7, bishop takes f7, I'm interested in a mating attack as well. I was looking at queen g5, bishop g8, and if king g6, there's queen f7 mate. But queen to g5 is, of course, not forced. Maybe black has something better there. I actually see now the move rook to g6. Yeah, rook g6.
Oh, wow, what a move.
Yeah.
And if bishop g6, queen g6, we're looking at a double attack. Maybe the rook isn't even important, because it's more that g2 is indefensible. So, okay.
We're getting a little wild here, but back to the moment. Let's feel the drama. Ian Nepomniachtchi just played b5, and again, he has a lot of time on the clock, more time than his opponent. He must sense that the position has danger, because Magnus is playing it, and we know what he's capable of in these small advantage positions. So it makes me say that he must have calculated something concrete on b5, but the eval bar don't lie. They say ball don't lie. The eval bar don't lie. And when you've got a king in a position like this with diagonals and files open on all sides of the board, that's how blunders are made. They want to know how babies are made. This is how blunders are made, Robert. Now you know how both are made.
I wish you didn't throw over to me after saying that. But here we are. I've been putting up with you for years. But
hey, the kids are wondering, and now they know this is how blunders are made.
The birds and the bees. So again, where's the stork? Anyway, queen a3 check seems just obvious, and I'm trying to figure this out, because if there's some end game, so this is the thing that high-level players do, is even if it costs them a pawn, if they see a rook endgame, let's say we trade the queens and white is up a pawn, but you know theoretically that position is a draw, then that's a good reason to enter this, because you make sure that you won't blunder given the pressure of the position, but you know that at the end of the day you have a rook in 3 versus rook in 2, these kind of theoretically drawn endgames. But I don't see a path towards that. And that just makes this even riskier than you can imagine. And as we're looking at these positions, maybe there's some kind of bishop takes h3 tactic. We were just looking at that position, but
yeah, we were discussing it, but those are not simple endgames.
No, not at all.
This is the only idea I see for black is bishop takes h3 here, and you try to trade off a few pieces. You weaken white's king side. Let's assume there's nothing immediately decisive for white involving an attack.
That might be a big assumption, but
well, I also like going to a rook ending. Just queen f7, bishop f7, king f7, gh3. Now, even before rook e8, just take on f7 first, because I'd rather
just take on f7.
Just take on f7. No.
Queen f7, bishop takes f7 check.
Queen takes f7.
Oh, you're just going.
Go for the rook endgame. Because maybe it's draw. I don't know, but black also has weaknesses. h4 is weak. Of course, white has a lot of weak pawns, and they do say all rook endgames are drawn.
I didn't say that first.
I
have said it,
but not all of them are really drawn.
Well, of course, and Magnus, by the way, has played queen a3 check. But I think you're on the right track anyway, because there must be something like that Jan was trying to go for, because Robert made a good point that a resourceful defender will be willing to sacrifice material to go to an endgame they know is a theoretical draw, right? They don't care about the eval bar if they know, hey, that's a drawn rook ending. I don't care that I'm down a pawn. But there's no clear path here, right? It looks like it's just a pawn, and all the compensation remains, as our buddy Yasser Serouan would say. White has the pawn and the attack.
Yes, and maybe we aren't diving as deeply as Jan did. He was spending time, whether he's sitting at the board or calculating while he's walking around. But this doesn't look good. This is a situation where he decided to lash out rather than sit passively, and that makes perfect sense. In fact, that's often our instincts as chess players. We don't want to sit and defend for hours and hours. The last time that happened, Magnus ended up winning in the 8th hour. And so Jan says, let me try to solve my problems very concretely, but it's not concrete. I mean, we're going to have to keep diving into these positions with king g8 and queen takes a7, but I would be really worried. And it's not like queen takes a7 is forced, by the way. After king g8, rook e7 is another possibility. So if we just play that line right here just to show that after king g8, rook e7, I'm giving up my bishop on c4 to get your bishop on d7. And then you have this a7 pawn. I am sort of leaving my king on G1, so that could be quite risky. But the pawn structure is worse for black. White is very active, so unless black sees a way forward here, then that also is something that you have to consider.
Robert, so I like your idea of not taking e7. So I was looking at rook e7, but then after bc4, rook d7, queen f4, I feel like this idea of queen c1, f4 with the perpetual will probably lead to a draw. But actually, I noticed a move, which is a very unusual one after king g8, queen to e7.
Ah.
I want the same thing. If bc4, queen d7, I'm attacking a lot of your pawns, but a lot of them are weak. But black can simply take on and rook d6.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's leading to
which line here?
Instead of b takes c4, just queen takes e7 and rook d6. The lines we've been.
Yeah, we looked at that line.
Yeah, rook d6. No, this doesn't work out for white. So forget queen e7. Probably queen takes a7 is the right move, right?
But the thing is, right? I just want to freeze at this point here. There's so many different options. Queen a7 we've been looking at, rook e7, queen e7, and a question that sort of I'm wondering, like, if you play bishop b3, which is kind of risky because you're losing sight of the third rank, and bishop takes h3 might already be a problem. But sometimes you can play a calm move like this and say, you've helped me out because your a7 pawn can't be defended except by queen takes d4, but then rook d1 happens, and now your bishop on d7 is loose. Or my queen or rook comes in e7 anyway. So you can't just get greedy as black because your king is the one in danger. So bishop b3 is a reasonable idea, probably not the most precise choice at the moment, but white has a number of options here, and all of them leave black with some difficult choices.
Well, and it continues to prove that it's, as we said, it's a blunderable position, right? These positions are just full of opportunities to go wrong, landmines. Real quick, results of today's votes. Again, for all those of you playing along with us, thanks for doing so. The chat votes had 47% for Magnus to win. 16% were a draw. Votes at chess.com/events. Magnus had 35% victories. 54% of you voted for a draw. After the next rest day on Tuesday, we're getting down to it. Of course, we'll have a rest day on Monday. That is tomorrow. We'll really start keeping you updated in regards to who is in the running to win the cash prize, because it's a lot of cash up for grabs. So continue to play along with us to win diamond memberships, and there's the schedule before you.
Twitch chat doesn't like draws.
They don't like draws.
Every time we show the percentages, it's the chess.com/events has a higher percentage of drawing, and then Twitch chat just they're picking their favorite emote.
Yeah.
Because a draw in
draw is whatever.
The emote's not as good.
But if you're playing for cash at chess.com, they tend to be a little more cautious with their votes. Here, Magnus being cautious, and just look at how hard he's working. It's, for the record, it's not his move, yet he's at the board. And sometimes when people see that from a body language perspective, you assume that he must have problems to solve. No, this is Magnus, as I've said before, when he's ready to pounce. I've seen this this rodeo before for the last decade plus, watching Magnus Carlsen dominate the chess world, and that is a focused Magnus Carlsen who understands that this might be an opportunity to put away the entire World Championship and do a rare thing, which is prove Danny right, who called a Magnus victory today.
Yeah, his focus is perfectly timed. The main thing is that this is calculatable territory. We're already in very concrete variations where black has limited options. Here, black has only two moves which don't lose on the spot, queen d6, king g8. White has an obvious response to both of them, queen takes a7, and then black has very limited options there. So we could already narrow black's options down, which means that he is calculating his possibilities. And for example, king g8, queen a7, bishop h3, or queen d6, queen a7, g5, some of those possibilities that we were looking at. And he also knows that, he has time. He has plenty of time for now, but time easily goes down, and it's still 18 moves for him until he reaches the time control. So he has to be extremely, accurate with his time usage.
And it makes you wonder. I mean, where is Jan? I mean, he might be throwing water on his face right now and regretting b5 at this point.
Well, I think he had a plan, and probably it's king g8, queen a7, bishop h3. I don't see another way. I think it's kind of bizarre to go for some of the endgames that we were considering, but maybe it's not so bad. Like, to me, the most promising endgame we looked at was queen takes f7 here. Queen takes f7, rook e8, king h7, bishop takes f7, bishop to f5, most likely. And white has a variety of choices. You can even maybe play bishop to g8 check, because I want that king to g6
Yeah.
to kind of get in the way of the rook, right?
Yeah, if I get rook d6, just for the record, this is probably much more holdable if that rook
Yeah.
lands on d6. Different game.
Yeah, if it were black's move, rook d6, I don't think black is any worse.
Yeah.
The good thing for black is that h4 pawn is a tremendously good pawn.
Yeah.
We were talking about the weakness of the potential h5 pawn before,
Yeah.
but now that white's h3 pawn is gone and that black pawn is advanced, it exerts a cramping influence on white's king side, and that king on g1 is actually a little bit weak. It doesn't look weak, it's not coming under attack, but it doesn't really have much freedom to maneuver like h2, g3, it can't go to g3, so it's a bit restricted in its movement. Maybe that's the basis for black having decent drawing chances here. I still feel like it's a pawn, so white also has decent winning chances, but it might not objectively be a winning position.
Robert, you go. We were both about to speak, but you're the grandmaster. I defer.
No, I think we were also very surprised by b5 because queen a3 check was telegraphed. But it's kind of what I was highlighting before. That if Jan has really dug deep and he sees this position and says, I am going to make a draw in this position, then he might prove himself just to be brilliant. Because otherwise he's suffering from many moves. And if he thinks, or not just thinks, but he knows that he can hold this. But as Fabiano was saying earlier, and I completely agree with, there's no clear path to a draw because white can play this on in many different ways. So it's not like you can know with any degree of certainty that the game should conclude with the point being split. And look at the pawn structure here. White has an A and B pawn, black has a B pawn. So there's so many positions where even if it costs you a pawn, you give up your extra pawn as white and you push an outside pass pawn, that can be very dangerous for black to deal with.
Yeah, on that note, I was going to add maybe a concrete line to what all the things Fabi said about the advantages for black here. Of course, the pawn being on h4, the bishop working together to keep the king entry. But if you throw in that check and the king awkwardly cuts the rook off, and what if I quickly just try to create an outside passed a pawn? If you play b4, now rook b8 is a problem where I could capture it and defend d4. And if I just go all in on the idea of using an extra pawn.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we would get into very concrete lines now because black would play king to g5 possibly. And after a4, take, rook to d6. The question is your a pawn fast enough? It's not clear to me that it is because after a5, rook d4, a6, black is just in time. a7 would win, but rook to a4, white would be tied down to the defense of his pawn. And even though the pawn looks super dangerous, and white has ideas like bishop c4 here maybe, because that bishop is immune, it's still tough to push that pawn farther. Yep. So we might be in very drawish territory in this case. But
king g8 has been played, by the way.
Yeah, he was obviously going for this. I mean, I understand he probably thinks there's good drawing chances here, but like how do you go for this anyway? It's nuts.
Has the eval bar gone crazy, or is there something more concrete than the lines we've been looking at? I think the eval bar is struggling a little bit with the long-term chances, but it certainly seems to love white here. I wonder if Magnus is about to reveal.
Well, I mean, we were talking about taking on a7 versus not doing so. He just takes an a7.
No, he does it. He takes.
I mean, yeah, we didn't see a more logical move. Maybe after bishop h3, there's something better than going for an endgame.
No. Maybe that's the move the computer was struggling to consider, but once played, it sees the black's drawing chances are slightly improved.
Yeah, I didn't see anything because the problem for white is that if white at any point plays bishop d3, for example, queen b8, king h7, bishop d3, the bishop comfortably drops back to f5.
Right, so queen b8 check, you're saying the king escapes, and you block the check on d3, and well, then the h4 pawn is great.
Yeah, then black is already fully equal, not worse in the slightest, maybe even, well, okay, black can never be better, but certainly not any worse. So that's the reason why this is tactically possible, why white can never play bishop d3, including in the current position, bishop d3, bishop to f5 is a similar story.
We see Magnus standing at the board. Jan still not back. And kind of an ominous sort of take. Magnus alone in the glass room, lost in his thoughts, about to write that hit song. Shut up, Dan, I'm walking away.
There's some positions that actually I've been trying to calculate. Like if bishop takes h3, like I almost want to make rook e3 work at some point. But I don't think I can get, like rook e8 check. king h7, and I was like wondering, can I get away with like a rook e3 move? But I'm not sure it suffices for a huge advantage. And I know that my king on g1 is a bit risky, and if you take on c4, then I go rook takes h3, and I'm trying to get my outside pass pawn. So I'm just trying to shake up the game a little bit and clarify some of White's edges.
We should remind everybody why bishop takes f7 doesn't work,
Yeah,
because
rook g6.
if you've just tuned in, it's a shocking response with this crazy rook g6 move, and suddenly the script is flipped. Black's attack is real, and if you take it, you might actually even lose because of the double attack.
Actually, can we continue the line a bit? After rook g6, I want to try a move.
Okay.
I don't think it works, but let's give it a shot. Queen to b8.
What?
Rook takes g2. King to h1. And I think very importantly, rook to g1.
And then queen g5 and
queen
you maybe
g5.
on g2. Okay, very
And I
nice.
think that's, otherwise I think White wins.
Yeah, so I had thought about that before, which is why I had.
Or no, there's also queen takes f7, which
Yeah.
is kind of disappointing.
Okay.
But yeah.
You were getting fancy.
Okay, so anyway, we're reminding everybody that's why bishop takes f7 is not on the agenda. We already established that bishop d3 allows bishop f5, and probably Black isn't losing. So Jan's really sort of shocking and forceful approach to try to defend this position. Let's go to Robert's rook e3. Give it a try.
You didn't like it.
No. I didn't like it. I don't like it for many reasons.
Yeah, I guess.
Black's not down material, so even bc4 rook h3 doesn't feel like anything to me. But Black might have something even better than that, like bishop takes g2, and if bishop d3 rook to g6, and Black's attack is super super strong.
I couldn't even hold back, but yeah, that's an awesome line.
This is one of these moments where having the evaluation bar is so distracting, because rook e3 is not a move that I would have suggested if not for trying to find the best move as I see the the eval bar go crazy.
Yeah.
Well,
so wait, after bishop takes h3, I had a line which is certainly incorrect, but anyway, it's kind of fun. Rook to e8, king to h7, bishop takes f7, rook to g6, bishop g8, king to h6, and bishop to d5.
Ooh.
C takes d5, rook to h8, king g5. And I was wondering about this because, okay, if g takes h3, maybe Black starts his attack with some king move. And maybe queen f3 first and then king to f4 and checkmate.
Okay, yeah, this is so much fun.
But White doesn't have to take on h3 for the moment. Black's king in a rook position is kind of funny. I don't know which move White makes, but maybe there's some.
If the queen could come back, I'm thinking like some wild remaneuvering of the queen here.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, White would never go for this because you're opening up the possibility that you lose.
Yeah.
Which you don't want to. You have safe and good alternatives. But it is funny to look at.
Well, again, we have a Magnus Carlsen sighting at the board, and no Ian Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, it's a bit funny. Ian is playing extremely committal chess, sacrificing material, and then he leaves the board. And he's obviously thinking about the position away from the board, but it's kind of funny because he just blitzes out his move. And he's playing so quickly overall.
Yep.
Like when he's actually at the board, he moves pretty much instantly, and then he goes away.
Trying to figure out this position here because there's so many tactics, right? With the f7 square, and bishop takes h3. I think we're all in agreement that's the only move.
It's only move. It's only move. Like if Black plays queen to d6, White is at least a clear pawn up, and probably just queen to a8.
Right.
Might even pick up more material.
It's going to be fun when bishop takes h3 is on the board, because at least those tuning in will be like, wow, fireworks. A couple of bishops hanging, a couple of kings under fire. Just a couple of guys in Dubai playing some chess.
That is true. So where is the knockout? That's the question. Magnus is really calculating.
So the reason we think there's a knockout is because we see an eval bar which is almost to the top.
Yeah.
But it's difficult to see what White's response is to bishop takes h3, besides the lines we looked at where White has some advantage, but not one which is completely winning. And it could also be an eval bar gone wild.
X-rated edition.
Oh boy.
X-rated edition.
You know, honestly, the instincts we had with Queen takes F7 check, it could be a depth thing. Like,
Yep.
maybe initially it says one thing, then it goes up. But this line with Queen F7, I want to get back to that because we didn't find a clear path to equalize for Black. And after Rook E8 check, King H7, Bishop takes F7 here. I mean, this seems like serious chances for White.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the outside pass pawn. We rushed a decision with B3, A4, which you can hold off on for the time being. But this position does look amazing for White. Yes, Black is one move away from playing Rook to D6, but there are options there. Rook E5 can be played.
Yeah, that was the main move I was considering here. Because after Rook to E5, Black probably wants to play Rook to F6. Because if you move that bishop, it's going to get kicked around more and more, and you don't want that. And after Rook to F6, White plays bishop to B3.
Oh, I thought bishop D8.
Maybe bishop D8 is also good, but after bishop B3, the threat is Rook takes F5, so that's why this looked sort of attractive to me. But maybe your move bishop to E8, which threatens bishop takes C6, is an even better one. The advantage to that is also, if C6 ever falls, then the bishop will be eyeing B5 as well.
Plus, I kept thinking about it in my mind. In order to improve my winning chances and solve the one issue I have, I want to make D5 work if I can in a lot of positions, right?
That was my plan.
The trade drastically improves White's winning chances in theory.
And it's a 2-on-1 the outside. It's not going anywhere. And if we can remove C6, then B5 is in trouble. So that's the type of position that I'm looking for. And I think that instead of all these tactics where I've gone wrong enough times to say, let me just get here, because now I know I can play for a win without any risk. And I actually think that it's much more likely that White wins a position like this than Black ever holds, even no matter what the evaluation bar says.
We have a Ian Nepomniachtchi sighting, returns from the wild. Sits at the board.
And plays bishop takes H3 quickly, I assume. Because this must have been seen in advance by him. He, like, Queen A3, Queen takes A7 is literally the first thing that you look at.
We're gonna have to see bishop takes H3 here in just a moment. Wait.
What?
Wait. What? I literally thought it was a DG2. I was refreshing the board.
Queen to D8?
Queen to D8.
And he leaves again.
What's he doing?
Down a pawn.
Okay, this is just tilt. Because White plays bishop B3.
This is one of those where, I mean, you just... It's impossible not to talk about. I'm sorry, but I mean, this is reckless, and especially given, you know, the demeanor you saw from Ian Nepomniachtchi after his chances with White. Almost, and we all said it. It felt almost like he was convincing himself that everything was fine in the post-game conference yesterday, because now we're in a situation where this game is falling apart by his own doing, and in a fashion that, unfortunately, like it or not, has to call for public criticism. Just watching what's there, he's never at the board. He's playing quickly, and what's happening here? His world championship chances are falling by the wayside.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit disappointing to see because it seems like he thinks that he can just blitz Magnus and it works out, but the clock really doesn't matter here. His position is losing after bishop to B3. There's nothing to calculate. You just move your bishop. Black's only source of counterplay is maybe Rook G6, but that doesn't even threaten bishop takes H3. So White can simply play like Rook E5 to stop Queen G5.
Yeah, I mean, you make any move here, and there's okay, maybe not, but
I guess so.
I don't think you can move the bishop because F7 is hanging. So I think that was just an eval bar being a little nutty. I think bishop B3 is totally fine.
I mean, to me, it looks winning after bishop to B3. Maybe there's something better. I mean, it might just be tactically winning in some way, but.
Maybe you mean something even better than bishop b3 here?
Well, I was wondering if bishop to bishop d3 doesn't look right because then you allow bishop to e6.
Well, we see Magnus here with us in the studio about to move.
Bishop to b3 feels like a good move. Yeah.
Let's go back to full Magnus and let him take us into his world. And Robert, I feel you over there. I feel you over there. You stay tight. I'll give you a chance here. Hold on, buddy.
I don't know if bishop d3 is worth trying because bishop d3, bishop e6, White can play bishop to e4 and attack that c6 pawn. And the advantage of bishop d3 is that the king can't escape via h7. So if, let's say, queen to d6, there's back rank problems.
Okay, but
You want bishop b3?
Yeah, that feels like the right move.
Seems like the most concrete thing to go for.
Yeah, I'm just going to ignore the evaluation bar because it's clearly a great position for white.
It goes back up every time. So there's something about, and I just want to elaborate because, again, more important things to discuss, but I do believe it's a depth issue, what you said, Robert, because there are certain things, we see rare horizon effects on occasion still. I think there's just certain things about the position the computer is like consistently going down the same line and missing something, but white is clearly winning here. Don't let it fool you. Go ahead, Robert.
I mean, it's just completely surprising because Jan was playing well to actually hold the position for a while.
Yeah. And
then he plays b5, and I was the most critical yesterday. And actually, as we were discussing afterwards, I almost felt a little bad because I'm not going to retract my sentiment, but maybe some of the decisions weren't that bad when you look at them individually. But the way he was playing, it didn't feel like he was competing to win that game. And I think that was such an important moment. And we had Levon on afterwards, and he was talking with Fabiano about, like, he said, I would try to strike immediately. Like, I wouldn't just sit in the hope that I can maintain the 1-point deficit until I have a chance. You need to create your own chances at some point. And Magnus is great at doing that. He's a maestro. But this game, he didn't have to create it. He was playing well. He was causing some concern for Jan. And then b5 happens, and the game kind of falls apart from here. And maybe Jan will miraculously hold. But now he doesn't have that much more time than Magnus does. He's down a pawn. His king's the one under pressure. There's still going to be an outside pass pawn on the a file. The queen on a7 is very active. The queen on d8 is defensive. Everything you could ask for and more is what Magnus was just handed.
It's not just b5. Like, okay, b5 was a bizarre move, a bizarre decision. But if it's in conjunction with bishop takes h3 and there's some calculation behind it, and he's evaluated some endgames, I would still say it's a bad decision. But at least you can understand.
At least we can understand why he did it. But you're about to say, but queen d8.
There's nothing here. Like, first of all, it doesn't even challenge Magnus because Magnus just plays bishop b3 instantly. It was the first move that all of us thought. The bishop's attacked, you move it back. And black's bishop can't move. White's up a pawn. Yeah. I mean, now, like, I think any move, rook to e4, for example, comes to mind. You defend d4 and attack h4.
And threaten rook f4.
You even directly threaten rook takes h4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because there's queen takes h4, queen to b8. Rook to e4 comes to mind as winning move, and any move. Rook queen to c5. Yeah.
I feel like is there something even more concrete? I mean, okay, white is objectively up a pawn, but a single pawn is not worth plus 5.6.
Well, it's not just the pawn. It's also, let's say, rook to e4 and black plays bishop to e6.
Yeah.
And white plays bishop takes e6.
Yeah.
Rook takes e6. Rook takes e6. F takes e6. This is not just a pawn. This is also the weakened structure means that white has a winning queen endgame.
Right.
After, let's say, queen to c5.
Yeah. It's funny because at this, when you're up this much, the evaluation swinging from 5 to even 3 or 2 may not even matter as long as the position continues to get easier to win, right? It simplifies, as you would say.
It's the opposite of what I was saying earlier, that if Jan, maybe the advantage for Magnus was growing, but he felt that he'd get to a theoretical draw.
Right.
Same thing when you're winning. As long as you win the game, you're happy. And if it goes from +6 immediately, but with some complicated moves defined, versus +3, where all you have to do is push your pawns forward and you know eventually you'll win, then that makes sense to go for. Right now, if Magnus can find a game-ending idea, of course he'll go for that. I mean, queen c5 also comes to mind here. Rook e4, as we've been talking about. Many options here for white, all of which look good, but I think Magnus is smart to spend a little bit of time here so he can put the game away now versus having to win it a second time, if that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, Magnus is taking it. I actually like queen to c5.
Yeah, of course, the more we looked at it, I was going to suggest queen c5. It just seems like...
The queen is centralized. It looks... And now after, let's say, bishop t...
Doesn't matter.
Bishop to e6.
Forget what it says.
Bishop takes e6. Yeah. Rook takes e6 is no longer a move because c6 falls as well. Yeah. So black has to play fe6. And then rook to e4.
And the position is just frozen.
And you can't play rook d5 because queen c6, so you're down a pawn with it's not just the pawn. Also, h4 is weak, e6 is weak, g7 is weak. This is game over. And I mean, like especially in Magnus's hands, of course he's good at many and most things, but in the technical phase and accuracy in technique is definitely one of his strongest points.
Wow, 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 wow. Okay, well, the critical moment in this 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship match might be happening before your very eyes. So we're going to take a super short break, but when we come back, hopefully this game is still going. I think it will be, but if it is won by the world champion, it may be the game that ultimately proves to be the nail in the coffin. Will Ian Nepomniachtchi, the challenger, hold miraculously? I can't even say the word because it's probably not going to happen. But don't go anywhere. Chess.com's coverage brought to you by Coinbase will return in a few.
In addition to the chess, let's compare something else that matters at Expo 2020, the Battle of the Country Pavilions. And now it's time to tally the scores. When it comes to outside architecture, we have to go with the Norway Pavilion and the Viking ship. What about the inside? The light show of Russia wins that category. And food? Well, the Norwegian waffle was mighty tasty, but technically the kiosk was outside the pavilion. Russia didn't have any food either. That's a tie. Uh-oh. It appears it's 1.5 to 1.5. Well, there you have it. It seems to be a tie. But just like in the World Championship, we need a tiebreaker, and I think that adorable kids playing chess means that Russia wins.
Okay, guys, rookie 4 is on the board. Ian Nepomniachtchi is back in his chair. And the whole world is wondering, what's going on, Jan?
We were correct. I mean, he went b5 and he followed with queen d8. He's not even posing a challenge to Magnus Carlsen. And as we look at the position, he knows he's lost.
Yep.
He dropped a pawn, and it's not just the first pawn. h4 is hanging, f7 is under attack thanks to the bishop on b3. So yeah, b5, it already was a questionable decision as he was lashing out. But then after that, to not play king g8 and bishop takes h3 here, just to complicate the position and make Magnus work for the win, I mean, that's, at this World Championship level, you can't do that.
And queen d8 was played in a minute, maybe? Or
a minute of actual thinking at the board, right? Consistently giving Jan the benefit of the doubt as a guy who we know walks around a lot. A lot of players have different styles in terms of what makes them confident, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Fabiano's here, and as a guy who's played it literally for the highest title in the game, you can't replicate hard work, hands on head, pushing yourself at the board no matter where you're looking at a chess position, on a monitor in the restroom. We see Magnus with just a completely different approach right now. He's poised. He wants to put this match away. And if he takes a 2-game lead head into the next rest day, for lack of, it's my job to believe in dramatic storylines. And as they say, content is king. Magnus will not be throwing for content if he takes a 2-game lead. I'll say that.
No, and I do think that Jan has some chances. As a chess player, he had a winning record against Magnus heading into this match.
Yep.
Many of those games are from years ago. It's a whole lifetime ago in chess speak. But if he plays aggressively, at a certain point, you just have to win games. You're running out of draws. So this game is not going his way, but in the future, if he plays some sort of sharper variation, and we talked about this position where you can just take on e6, white is up 1 pawn to begin with, but the rest of black's pawns are in terrible shape. And it looks like Magnus, I mean, he knows. Jan also knows. Look at him holding his
It's
face.
funny how all of us notice the things about the pen and the body language because we've all played over the board. There's something about a player and the way they carry themselves. There's body language you can't hide, and any chess player knows how someone really feels when they're...
Because how can we really talk about a comeback in the match before Jan stabilizes?
Right.
I think that's the first thing we have to do, and we suspected that was what he was trying to do in the previous game. But this game shows that he hadn't stabilized mentally, because his mistakes are not ones that a player of his level makes. He's capable of playing at the exact same level of Magnus.
Yep.
At his best, he is capable of that. And we saw that at the start they were playing on more or less equal terms. And even in that game he lost, for most of it, we can say that they were playing on more or less equal terms.
For most of it, you could say he was the one pushing. I mean, as black, we were applauding everything about that game, from g takes f6, to the way he was transitioning in the queen versus 2 rooks until maybe the moves queen d5, missing bishop takes b4. But
yeah, it was a game which was a bit back and forth, but we can't say it was. Yeah, I really single on one terrible decision in that game, which was to play queen e4 to allow rook takes a3, even though it wasn't the move which objectively is the worst in that game from either player, right? They both made mistakes with bigger evaluation swings. That's still the move which I single out as a strange decision. But we can still say that was a high-level game overall.
Right.
This is not. This is a game between Magnus and it could be between, a 2300. I know that sounds super harsh, but not a player who's 2800 like
you were
Jan.
about to look at me and say you, Danny. We weren't on camera, but the way you looked at me. But thank you for saying 2300, because that means I would have played better than this.
Well, the thing about it is we're harsh because we know what Jan is capable of. You just said so, that at Jan's best, he can fight toe-to-toe on even terms with Magnus Carlsen. Yep. And yesterday, I predicted Ian Nepomniachtchi to bounce back and win, and yet I was the one who was being really hard on him. And it's not because he's a bad player. Of course, he is playing the highest stage of chess. There's so much pressure on him, and we have to contextualize that. That said, Levon jumped on the preparation, said, what is this? You didn't even try to win with the white pieces, it seemed like. We're looking at some of his decision-making. He's sloppy at moments where you cannot afford it. And you really can't afford it any moment when you face Magnus Carlsen, no matter the event. But the magnitude that he is having his one shot at the World Championship title, he may never get that opportunity again, just because There's so many great players, Fabiano included. It's unlikely that anyone necessarily gets that shot because you're competing with 7 other players in the Candidates Tournament who all have the same chance that you do. So when it's your moment and you're down a point, you need to go for it. Now he's down a point, about to be down 2 because of just a decision that b5 goes away from the board, comes back, plays queen d8. I wonder if we calculated how much time he spent away from the board and we tried to look at that. Does that impact players? And some players are always away from the board and they still play the best chess that they're capable of. But it just seems like he's not present in the moment and it's going to cost him.
Yep. I'm sure if we did the math, I'm sure he spent more time away from the board than at the board this game, regardless of, whether that's a rightful criticism or storyline for us to make or not. It's one that we see before our very eyes and really hard not to draw attention to when what's actually happening on the board is happening.
Normally, if I feel like a storyline or narrative is BS, I would call it out. I think
kind of like the Hess merch.
Yeah, let's not talk about the Hess merch anymore. But in this case, I think it is actually a bad sign when you're playing a World Championship match and you are barely seen at the chessboard. I think the main thing, I said this before the match, when you asked me about this, I said that the main thing in this match is that you have to be able to stand the tension and the difficulty of it, and if you're never at the board, it feels like you don't want to be there. That's my general feeling. I understand in this position you really don't want to be looking at it, especially against Magnus. I think this game at least is a foregone conclusion. Any grandmaster would be expected to convert this with ease. But yeah, he had plenty of time, and I don't know what he's doing with that extra time. I mean, you can't take it into the next game. So when you rush with b5 and with queen d8, and I think we see that both of those moves were played relatively quickly, right? Compared to...
I can show the timeline of them. b5 was played after 4.5 minutes of thought, but also how long was he at the board for? And then queen to d8 was played after 9 minutes of thought, but also how long was he at the board?
Yeah, he was not at the board for most of that.
And I also feel like if we're going to single out, okay, those are the moves you single out as the ones which lost him the game. But also king to f8 felt weird to me early on. We were thinking about queen e7, and we didn't even consider king f8 because it really runs into Magnus's plan of bishop b4. Why are you giving your opponent what he wants? Queen to e7 just felt like a more principled move because you don't want to trade bishops. Your bishop on d6 is better than the bishop on d2. I know that in hindsight this seems like a minor detail to focus on, but still, strange decisions should be singled out. And okay, now Magnus has won another pawn. After queen takes f2, queen takes e6, he puts the queen on e5. He can even probably... Actually, he doesn't even need to do that. What he can do is after, let's say, king to h7, queen to e4, king goes back somewhere, he can just play d5. Because queen to g3, king to h1, the king hides itself perfectly. That d pawn is running, and if queen b2, queen takes h4 wins.
Yeah, I was going to say the queen on h4 makes it impossible for this queen here.
2 pawns up, this is a dead loss position.
They're blitzing out moves so that Jan is blitzing out moves now so that he can get to a position that is reasonable to resign. Obviously, we know he's, regardless of all the things we say, no one is going to be feeling worse about the situation than Jan himself, and I'm sure he doesn't want to be at the board any more than any of us want to see this World Championship match get away from him, just because we admire both these guys for the chess they're capable of, and everyone wants a close match. But the reality is, unfortunately, for those who were looking for those storylines, what would Jan do when things started to not go his way? Magnus Carlsen himself said on a podcast before the World Championship match that Jan has been known to tilt, and that he anticipated that if he could put Jan in a tough spot, that he might just do that. And, it's not something you wanted to draw attention to, but at this point, we don't have a choice.
Yeah, and you feel for Ian Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah.
I know some of the criticism may seem sharp. It may seem like he's not getting the respect that he definitely deserves because he is a phenomenal chess player. He's nearly 2,800. He won a candidates tournament that was really challenging with all other super grandmasters, high-level players. But now we have to talk about the moment, the stage he's on, and the way he played today. That's just frankly not world championship caliber game because he handed it to Magnus. And we also have to give the proper credit to Magnus.
Yep.
He put the pressure on. Now it's easy, but he was making Jan's life difficult. He played c4, and all of a sudden, that's when Jan collapsed. So credit to Magnus Carlsen for being ceaseless in his path to victory and just trying to make his opponent's life difficult. But Ian Nepomniachtchi, he gave a helping hand.
Relentless would be another word. And after Queen E4 check and King to G8.
I like the move B4 the most. Because after B4, Queen G3 doesn't lead anywhere. And if Queen takes A2, Queen takes H4, White keeps the 2-pawn advantage. And then can secure the pawns with, let's say, Queen to D6, that covers the diagonal. But White's king is not in danger of getting into a perpetual check at any moment. The Queen on E4 stops that possibility completely. So Black doesn't really have any sort of compensation, any drawing chances for this 2-pawn deficit. I mean, the only question is
the Queen on E4 is just so well.
Yeah, after Queen E4, King G8.
Queen E4 is actually on the board right now. We're unfortunately unable to get it on the board.
Yeah, he played Queen to E4, King G8 was played, and the only question to me is B4 or D5. Both of those moves look really good. I'm sure there's also, I mean, of course, all moves are winning. Even Queen to D3, I just realized. But yeah, Queen to D3 is a bit strange. No, I think B4 is a very good way of doing it.
So you're saying that just putting the queen behind the passed pawn and just trying to push the pawn up the board, but that could give Black some checks, right? And I think that's what you're trying to do is limit any risk that Black suddenly gets a bunch of checks and can get behind your pawns.
Yeah, I'd look for the most clinical way to do this, and B4 seems to fit the bill in my mind, because Queen to G3 is simply met by either King to H1 or G1. Maybe King to H1 is the safest. And Black has no real way of attacking the pawns without also losing H4. And White simply plays D5 and pushes that pawn up the board if given time. And if Queen takes A2, instead of Queen to G3, then Queen takes H4. And let's say Black tries to attack the pawns with Queen to C4, for example. White can play Queen to D8. King moves somewhere, doesn't really matter where. Let's say H7. Queen to D6, and now I've defended both pawns. And now after I start pushing my D pawn, there's no checks along that diagonal because the queen, it not only defends pawns, it also defends the king. And this is resignable. So yeah, of course, Magnus is not forced to play B4. I think D5 also, it's a slightly sharper way of doing it because after Queen B2, maybe you just want to play D6 and you say, I don't care about winning pawns, I want to promote my pawn. Maybe that works just as well. But usually you look for ways to just limit counterplay, and B4 is a good way of doing that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good example of how pawn quality is always more important than pawn quantity in these kind of endings. So to Fabiano's point, that playing D5 and just trying to rush that pawn through Queen takes B2, D6, and full steam ahead. You can't stop me. The one concern you would have is if the queen for Black can simultaneously attack the pawn from behind, the D pawn, and threaten some kind of repetition. So the queen on E4, or just on the E file in general, you can give the G3 square, but then Black can't follow up with E1. But as you're highlighting, the F4 square to C1, that's something that you have to keep an eye on. But it does seem like White can handle both.
Well, an obvious way that would blunder, just to show everybody, would be something like this. Just allow, although funnily enough, even in this line, maybe there's a way for the king out, but okay.
Yeah, the king escapes, and that's why I think White can play Queen to E8, King to H7, and D7. And after Black gives checks, let's say F4, King to G1, D4, yeah, King to F1, Queen to D1, King to F2. The king is escaping by going up. Queen to D2, King to F3, Queen to D3, King to F4. And
Magnus plays even more surprising. He plays B3, just a simple move.
Yeah, so here after Queen takes A2, he's going to go for the B pawn. Queen D5, King somewhere again, King H7, let's say. Queen takes B5. and
2 pawns.
2 pawns. Yeah.
And you can always just bring that queen right back to e4, take care of the checks.
You can also, if they go for the d pawn, you could again go pick up the h pawn if you wanted to.
Yeah, and you'll bring your queen to e5. You centralize the queen, and then you can keep your king shielded and then push your pass pawn. This is, for Magnus Carlsen, this is elementary.
Yeah, this is already a simple technical task for white.
b3.
I think the question now is, what will Jan do to recover from this? At least to stop the bleeding, because, well, you have to do 2 things. One is you have to stop losing, but the match is, you know, there won't be so many games left soon that you have to start getting on the scoreboard as well.
Yeah, that's why I was very critical yesterday, is because I felt like time was starting to run out. That even though it's understandable after a nearly 8-hour game, finishing past midnight, losing sleep, you only have so many games remaining. And half of the match was over before today. And Magnus had an extra white, and he's making good use of it in today's game. So that's why I was saying that, you know, and Levon and Fabi and everybody was kind of saying, like, the preparation, it felt like it needed to be sharper. It needed to be giving Jan more chances, because the way that game went was too simple for Magnus. And Magnus is well prepared. He's playing lines that Jan can't break. And look at Jan right now. I mean, I feel for him. Like, he is undoubtedly devastated, and that is hard to watch.
Yep.
Yeah. He, well, he understands, of course, where this position is going. He can already consider resignation soon in this game. He's probably reflecting on what went wrong, because after bishop takes c4, we understand that black is under pressure, but also that black must have some way of equalizing this position.
Yeah. Well, we were looking at all kinds of lines that included queen d6. We also looked at a6.
Yeah, we thought maybe king to g8. I don't think
even king to g8. We looked at those critical positions where even if queen e7 happened, it wasn't so clear, especially because of the tactics, including bishop takes f7, king f8, and black actually wins. So,
I think if we continue this line, I think black was equalizing here. And as a pawn sacrifice, I like this one a lot more. Rook takes f7.
Yep.
And we kind of stopped here, but after king to h7, this looks like a way better pawn sacrifice. Rook to f4, g5.
Yep.
It's very awkward to keep defending that pawn on d4.
It was this type of line we were anticipating, because we know Jan is a resourceful defender, especially when he can find those tricky, we compare him to Hikaru Nakamura a lot of the time, right? He'll defend a position by finding a forcing way to give you something, but he knows it's not enough to actually win. That was what we were first trying to do when we saw b5, give it the benefit of the doubt. Okay, is this some forcing draw? But the eval bar, unfortunately, as we say, ball don't lie, eval bar don't lie. It instantly said, no, b5 is no good. And everything from here on out was a train wreck?
Well, especially this move.
Yep.
Because this is the objective moment when it went from possibly bad to dead loss. Bishop takes h3. We were still struggling to find a clear way for, of course, white is much better, and we thought queen takes f7, and white would have good chances to win. But black also has good chances to draw, and maybe objectively it's even more on the drawing side than on the winning for white side. So that's the real moment. Queen to d8 is when it all fell apart for him.
Yep. And it was the moment that had us all really, really just befuddled. Jan now down 2 pawns in the live position, a clean 2 pawns, because the queen is centralized, defending everything. This is a really unfortunate moment for Ian Nepomniachtchi fans, who now see their man with his literally with his back against the wall going forward.
Although on the flip side of things, people have been criticizing Magnus Carlsen for so many years now. He can't win a match against these top-level players in classical chess. He goes up 5-3 with this win. He's going to silence some of those people, and people keep asking him in the press conference about his legacy. I don't think it's the right time to ask him about that, because it's unfair to him to make him think about things besides the chess. But when we start talking about legacy and Magnus winning another world championship, it's not a foregone conclusion, but he's really headed towards that. This is probably good for his confidence, which is bad news for the rest of the chess world who wants to beat him.
Yep.
I think that Magnus in general has, or let's say other players have a top level, which is very close to Magnus's level, but Magnus has that consistency. And we see it here, like on a best day, Jan and Magnus will have a similar level, but Magnus has bad days less often than other players. In his match, he hasn't really, he doesn't have those blackout moments.
Right.
Like we saw here. He might have shaky games, but he always keeps that consistency pretty high, that mean level relatively high.
Yep.
And that makes a difference, at least in this first half of the match, that has made the difference.
Well, and one other thing to add to that is, it took Magnus many games to get opportunities, but when he has here in Game 6 and Game 8, there is no doubt about his ability to convert. And one thing he does also better than everybody else is when his opportunities are there, he takes them, right? Unfortunately for Jan, the biggest opportunities he may have gotten in this match could be behind him. Games 2, Games 5.
Yeah, Game 2.
Yeah, Game 2.
He had an objectively tremendous advantage.
Yep.
He knew it. Magnus knew it. And then he expressed in the press conference some fear. And right now, Magnus is just trying to convert this advantage. He can take all the time he wants. There's a rest day tomorrow, and really, even if there weren't, it doesn't matter. He just wants to win the game, and of course, he's clearly winning this. But for Ian Nepomniachtchi, his best chances are behind him, and I still believe he can strike back. But he needs to change his repertoire. He can't keep going to these anti-martial lines where he's trying to get the slimmest of advantages, because he's also not pressing them in a way that comes close to allowing him to convert. But Ian Nepomniachtchi, he needs to rest up. He needs to look at some sharp lines going into the next game. He gets the white pieces. And if he can win that game, we're talking about a new match.
Right.
If he doesn't win that game, well, that's the world championship for you.
Yeah. For sure. And maybe even the next time he gets black, despite Fabiano's prediction proving to be accurate. Big surprise that the Petrov would be played today. Maybe again with the black pieces, Robert. Your suggestion over breakfast yesterday, will we see a Sicilian at some point? So I also believe that Ian Nepomniachtchi has the style and he, at his highest level, is capable of beating Magnus Carlsen. Unfortunately, though, when you hand someone a 2-game lead, it's you have new dynamics to consider, right? Similar to what we would say in a basketball game, right? Being up by 20, the team now has control of possession, right? You have other weapons you can use against someone when you're leading a match, when you're leading a game. When someone is up 2 games, the amount of openings available to Magnus, the decisions he can make, because a peaceful result is never a bad result anymore, the whole dynamic changes. So the gloves have to come off.
And Magnus is a juggernaut. We've seen this in tournament play as well. There was a year in Vikings where I think he started with 4 or 5 draws, and then he just started winning all of his games. So when he gets that first taste of victory, no good. And he can be stressed, he can be frustrated when he doesn't win, and he is an objective player. But as the #1 rated player in the world, and everyone expects you at all times to win, and of course he expects great things out of himself, that can weigh on you. Yep. Now he has 2 wins in this championship. He has nothing else to prove. He just needs to keep on going and not lose any games.
Yep.
Well, one of the important things is that Magnus doesn't have to change strategy.
Right.
His strategy was to play solid but flexible openings with black and try to put pressure with white. And he took some risks early on with white. With black, he doesn't have to change strategy at all. He can continue to play his openings, and Jan is the one who has to either continue trying to hit his head against the wall in the anti-martial, maybe finding some ideas there, or maybe in the previous games, finding more or less nothing. And Jan will maybe have to consider playing for a win with black at some point. Like if he doesn't win the next game, he might have to start playing for a win with black. That's a total strategy change, and I don't think that most people come into a World Championship match with being able to easily switch modes from I'm trying to play Petrov in a solid game with black to I'm doing something because I need to win at all costs with black because, I'm down two games with 4 games to go and every game becomes critical. So that also eases the psychological pressure on Magnus and puts more pressure on Jan.
And again, we discussed all of this yesterday in our fear or the comment I made when we had Levon. It wasn't even so much that Jan didn't get anything as white, is that I was sure Magnus would not do him the same favor of having such a short game with a lead. And here Magnus had no intention of doing that very clearly. Of course, Jan helped him with some mistakes here, but right now this is showing the difference in terms of match experience, I think, as well for Magnus, and his focus to put this thing away.
Yeah, and he's remaining focused. He's remaining alert. He's just making sure that he doesn't make some kind of careless pawn push, gives up one pawn of his two-pawn advantage, and then has to watch out for these checks. So the game, we're very well aware that this is a win for Magnus. It's not even much of a question at this point, but Magnus is being cautious because the one thing you can't afford to do is just take things for granted. And Magnus is really, look at him. He's fully focused because if and when he converts this, he's feeling great about retaining his World Championship title.
Well, he's considering two options. One is to play queen takes h4 here. After queen b3, you put the queen on e5. Or one is to play queen d3, which he did. I was thinking the safer choice was to play queen h4, put the queen on e5, and start pushing the d pawn because that is certainly winning. What he did is also certainly winning. It's trying to end the game a bit faster.
Yeah.
Because he's saying, okay, you have some check on f4, but I'll just play king g1, king f2. My king can go to the center safely, and I'll push the d5 pawn, and that b3 pawn as an outside pass pawn is more important than the h4 pawn.
Right.
You can also play queen d1, right, and just cover the first rank. So you get one check on a diagonal, and then just push the d pawn out.
Yeah, I was thinking white. Black. I was thinking black would play queen c1, but then queen c4 trades queens. So queen f2. Maybe he just wants to play queen d1 here. I think that's a great idea. Then the king hides on h1. The d pawn pushes, and actually that d pawn can push and even sacrifice itself because a trade of queens would mean white has an extra outside pass b pawn.
Yep.
Black's king would get super distracted trying to get that pawn. White would collect the king side and 2-on-1 and promote a pawn. So queen d1, yeah, I think that both d5 here and queen d1 are absolutely clinically winning. But queen d1 is even more depressing for black because you don't allow any checks.
Yeah, queen d1, we might actually see a resigns. I doubt it, but it's possible because queen d1 is that's really takes the air out of your sails. No more perpetual check with the queen on d1, hide the king, and push him, baby.
Black will have to put the queen.
Oh,
okay.
Looks like he's going to a similar square, not exactly the same as d1, but from here, everyone, the idea is the queen guards both c3, g3, and e1. So this check here is met even by something like king to g1, and the point is the queen guards everything.
I like this most of all because the queen also supports a b pawn push.
Right.
So maybe it's not even the d pawn which is the most dangerous, but the b pawn will push, will go ahead, and black has no checks. He can try to create checks, but it's only for one move.
Right.
He'll create one check, and then white's king will hide again. So he'll probably play queen to e4 after king g1. White will start pushing the b pawn, and queen to b1 is met by the king hiding on h2 again.
And to your point that even if the queen for black attacks the d5 square, white could still play d5.
Yep.
Because if the black queen takes it, then queen c4 forces the queen trade. White easily wins with the extra pawn in the king and pawn ending because black will be distracted, the pawn will be a decoy on the queen side, and white's king will mop up on the king side. So yeah, there's no way to stop all of white's plans, and it seems that queen f4 is one check, you're not even getting another.
The only thing is don't play queen c4 first.
Yeah, don't play queen c4.
Because that would actually allow
the dark square perpetuals back in the game.
White would have to play queen f1 and lose one of those pawns and potentially...
Well, king h7 was actually played by Jan to avoid those types of lines where Magnus just sacrifices either pawn, but heading into any king and pawn ending, if you imagine the queen's off the board, easily winning because this king has to come over and white mops up everything here. So,
but the b pawn is the one that runs now. b4 and b5 next if black does nothing.
Yep.
And if black plays queen e4 to play b5 queen to b1 check, well, white has various ways, of course, of slowly pushing those pawns up because, let's say queen to e4, I can play queen to d2 now. Now I want to push the d pawn up. Both of those pawns are going up the board. Queen to d5,
here, but then I give check,
queen d3, and now b5.
Yeah.
And slowly but surely, white
it gets surgical from this point.
Marches up the board.
Kind of like the queen on d1 better.
I did like the queen on d1 better. I just felt like this would have been the ultimate deflating move. Queen d1.
It just removes all of the worry that you have. Your king falling victim to a check, and you just start pushing your pawns.
But okay. Magnus will do what he does anyway and convert this one. We have actually just reached move 40, as you saw there, which means at time control, both players get an hour added back onto their clock. That was not magic. That was by design. So Magnus's 3 minutes turns to an hour and 3 minutes, and Jan with an hour and 17 once again. But at this point, not really a relevant talking point.
I think even without a d4 pawn, white wins very
second.
easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just by playing b4, and the king will run to the center. So usually queen Undines with a pass pawn, an outside pass pawn, and nothing special happening on the other side of the board. And here the pawns are kind of fixed. There's nothing really to speak of in terms of black's counterplay. Usually an outside pass pawn wins the game. So even if Magnus somehow lost that pawn, which is hard to imagine, I don't think that it would change the valuation. It would just change the amount of time that this game would take.
Yeah. Well, again, we are back to a similar situation we've been in many times. Magnus Carlsen thinking at the board in a winning position. Ian Nepomniachtchi not at the board. Understandably, at this point, doesn't want to sit there and look at his lost position, but unfortunately, it may not matter.
Yeah, no, Magnus, I think he's doing the right thing here, though. And it's a great lesson for chess players of all levels, and in particular for newer chess players. If the world champion has a completely winning position and he's sitting and thinking, trying to find the objective best move, that's maybe something we should all do.
Maybe everybody else should do that too. Yeah. It's hard work to win chess games, right? And people obviously, some people have talked about Magnus being a genius, but also I think he is the hardest working chess player in the world, and you see that in moments like this, and it's why he wins more chess games than everyone else in the world. So
there is a saying in chess,
yeah.
The hardest thing in chess is to win a one position.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if that's the hardest thing in chess, but it's hard in the sense that that's when people feel like their job is done.
Right.
And it very often isn't. A lot of one positions, maybe even most one positions, are at some point spoiled.
Right.
Even positions where someone's up 4 pawns, right?
Yep.
even those positions, and I wonder who has spoiled such a position.
I don't know. Maybe this guy.
Who could spoil 4 pawns up and then tweet about it? Yeah. No, but you make a good point, Fabi, because even if the game is still won, when we review it afterwards, you look at it with the computer, it's amazing how often in chess games that you were winning, at some point, you gave your opponent a chance, right? Yeah. Whether they always took it or not is another question, and it shows how hard it is to win.
You realize that with experience. Very often, winning positions that are actually won in the game, there's usually one moment when the opponent has a defensive chance.
Right.
And that goes for both sides. Like when you've played for many years, you realize that more and more analyzing your games, even at the top level, you see that.
Yep.
Maybe there's only one moment, but there is that defensive chance for the opponent. And that also helps you mentally realize that if you keep resisting, if you don't give up, at some point you will probably have that chance. If you take it, then you might save a position that would have been lost.
Right.
And if that applies to the top level, I'm sure it applies to every level in chess.
Right.
The question is, of course, it's difficult to know when that moment is. Defending it is still a super difficult skill to build up and to develop. But if you do it, you realize I'm starting to save so many positions that I would have lost, and it's really changing my results. Yep. That's one of the things I think people could improve on the most at every level to improve their results is never giving up.
Shows the discipline that Magnus has too, no matter what. He's not thinking about anything else that's going on.
Clearly not. He didn't put his jacket on the back of the chair in a nice way.
Yeah, he didn't even. He taking his time, took the jacket off, took 40 moves for him to take his jacket off, but he ultimately does so here in Game 8. And again, just showing an example that he's not going to even let his opponent have a single sliver of a thought that he might hold this game. And also, there's a psychological edge. We keep talking about the fact that the match might be over on some practical levels. The truth is, it's not over until it's over. And Magnus, I think, doesn't mind sitting at the board in a winning position. And there is something to that.
I think that's part of it, that maybe you want to just prolong the suffering of your opponent, but I really do think that he is just double, triple, quadruple checking, that he does not allow some sudden checks, some repetition, some perpetual check possibilities. And it's just, why waste this moment? Where if you know objectively you're winning, you just gained an hour on the clock. So why win in 5 minutes and potentially spoil the victory versus spend an hour and make sure that you win the game? So I think he's doing the absolute right thing. I think he's probably even a little jittery and nervous. Because this is a critical moment. If he somehow does not win this game, now Jan is the one who's like, wait a second, I have chances still. Magnus makes mistakes. I handed him such a great opportunity and he didn't make the most of it. So I think that Magnus Carlsen, he's way too experienced, he's way too strong, and he has just a great head on his shoulders, both in terms of chess, generally speaking, and in a moment like this, to rush, because there is no need to.
Yeah, I think nerves is an important word that Robert used, because even though we think of Magnus, and I think strong players in general, as being super cool and calm under pressure, even Magnus, and especially at these stakes, gets nervous. And he understands that this game might be the match. It's not over yet, of course, but a 2-game lead, he's probably thinking already that this is his match. So he doesn't want to spoil his moment. I'm sure that he is nervous, despite the fact that he has complete control in a totally winning position, and he just wants to clean this game up with no counterplay, without letting anything get out of control. So he's just looking for the most accurate way. He has plenty of time, which means that he can basically calculate this to the end, because Black's counterplay, if there is any, is easy to spot. Like after b4 or whatever move he's looking at, there's only a few moves that Black has that stops b5, and so he can go through the moves to make sure that he calculates this out as accurately as possible. Also, when you're playing at that stage, and it's already been a tough match, they've played a number of long games, including the longest game in World Championship history, your head starts to spin. I'm sure this happens to everyone, where just the pressure of the moment and the tiredness gets to you, and you're not feeling physically like you normally do. So in those moments, it's good to calm down and remind yourself that you have complete control. And for the moment, you haven't made a mistake, so make sure that you don't get careless and make a mistake. Sometimes it's important to calm down and not rush with decisions. We already saw in this match how important rushing or not rushing can be.
And I think he's doing exactly what you're saying, Fabi. He's trying to conclude this game in his head right now. He's trying to map out a road to victory on the spot where there's no chance for Jan. And he made this little facial expression that led me to believe that he didn't quite find it. He's going probably 25 moves deep. And people often ask this question, oh, how much can you calculate? In positions like this, end games, you often calculate 20, 25 moves at the grandmaster level. So he went queen d3 check. He brings his queen behind the pawn, and he is either getting ready to push the pawn immediately or cover the first rank and then push the pawn. But he spent quite a lot of time because he wants to perfect this endgame.
Good stuff. And on that note, Robert, you asked that question, how deep is Magnus thinking? People often ask that question. We actually had that question come in from chat earlier, which reminds me, I want to remind everybody, while we have all of you here before this game ends, that 10 lucky fans will actually get an opportunity to have a private lesson with Fabiano Caruana. It's private in a group setting as we debut our new feature, Classroom, a tool that's rolling out to connect coaches and students around the world forevermore on the interwebs. It's going to be amazing, and Fabiano Caruana debuts it on December 13th. 10 of you will get at least one question answered. I will be the maestro on that day. I'll make sure everyone gets at least one question answered. So all you have to do is take at least one video lesson in Fabiano's new series that he did on his road to the World Championship in 2018, which was an amazing video series regardless. You should go check it out. And then tweet or Insta a screenshot as proof that you did so. On that note, I want to remind everybody, too, before we take a very short break and then probably bring this thing to a close, that when this game ends, our post-show begins. We have several guests coming up. Let's remind everybody who they are. We have Levon Aronian. Once again, we'll let Lev and Fabi discuss what they think about Team Jan at this point and the state of the World Chess Championship match. We'll have Jan Ludwig Hammer as usual, and then we will have Ludwig today, double question mark for the memes, because Ludwig is doing everything he can to evade the question, who is his favorite person in chess? Magnus Carlsen or Robert Hess? We're going to leave you on that cliffhanger because it might lead to some fun talk and chat. Maybe there's a twist ending, a third person that's becoming his new favorite person in chess. I don't know.
Is it you, Danny?
We'll be right back.
You ready?
Yeah.
Your knight's on f7. Where can it go?
f7, d6, e8, g7, h5, g3, e2, c1, b3, a5.
Stop. White king on a3, white pawn on b3, black king on e7. Who wins?
It's a draw. Black's king gets to a8 before white's king gets to b7.
Name the fastest checkmate for white.
e4, e5, queen h5, king e7, queen takes e5.
Recount your opening versus Alexeyenko from the first half of the 2020 Candidates Tournament.
d4, knight of6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop e4, f3, d5, a3, bishop e7, e4, d4, fe4.
Stop. Tell us about a chess game that made an impression on you.
Karpov-Kasparov from the World Championship match 1985. Kasparov's octopus knight on d3 controlled 8 squares in the enemy camp and allowed him to become the world champion.
There's a knight on e5. What squares does it attack?
f7, d7, c6, c4, d3, f3, g4, g6.
Stop. How do you do this?
Visualization in chess isn't difficult for me. It just comes naturally.
Where does crypto come from?
Honestly, I don't know. Can you tell me?
Learn more at coinbase.com/chess to get $5 in free crypto when you sign up and verify your account.
We may be moments away from the final move of Game 8.
Guess where that queen is? Back on D1.
It's where she should have gone from the beginning when we saw that idea. Finally, Magnus, you're finally doing it right, Magnus.
Well, I just think that it makes his life as easy as possible because there's no more checks. He can just push his pawns up the board. And Jan's doing, the only thing he possibly can is throwing his pawns forward, hoping that Magnus makes a mistake. The game, of course, is in Magnus's hands, D5, and so on. The pawn goes up. But that's the thing. Like, let's say you play D5, and then black plays G4. All of a sudden, you have a few decisions you have to make because if your queen ever leaves D1, then there's queen E1 check, queen E5 check, and that's how you go from a win to a draw.
His idea must be G4 because otherwise white's pawn just pushes down the board and G5 broadcasts that he wants to play G4. But after H takes G4, his only idea is H3. And, well, I mean, white has so many moves. King H2.
Queen F1 is maybe the easiest, actually.
I don't think black threatens anything. So also, like, D6 comes to mind as a very easy way to win because white is, after all, up 3 pawns. King to H2 kind of forces.
I was worried about Queen G3 to like force the issue.
I think that I mean to start with, G takes H3 is probably completely winning.
You actually just get out.
I think the king escapes, as well as, well, that might be the easiest way. In fact, because take King G1, Queen G3, King F1, the king just goes up the board. Black would need to be able to play Queen F3 here to continue the checks in a way that can't allow the king out, but the queen covers that. And if Queen H3, King to F2...
What doesn't matter at this
point.
It
doesn't really matter, but King to F2 I like the most because it immediately escapes from any useful checks. Queen H2, King F3, Queen H3, King anywhere. F4 just keeps going up, and it will hide behind its pawns at some point. King to F5, it's already nearly hidden. It'll go to E6, D7, and etc. So yeah, this is just a last desperate countermeasure, G5, G4. It doesn't work out for black for numerous reasons.
But it would work out after, let's say, D5, G4, just to show what the big idea is. If queen takes G4, Queen E1 check, King H2, Queen E5 check, and you've gone a little wrong here because the queen can go back and forth. White would have to interpose with the pawn going to G3, but that opens up more checks along the second rank as well. And yeah, that's how you don't win position. And even
I think this one is already possibly a draw.
Yes.
Because white's queen is really misplaced. And Queen B2, then the queen gives check on C1, and then to D2. White's king has to go up to hide. But now going up isn't so easy because D5 is hanging, and B3 is hanging, and G3 is potentially hanging. So, yeah, I would just go D5 because G4 doesn't seem to be much of a worry. I was also thinking D5, G4, white has another very simple way after HG4, H3. I like to move King to H2 because it forces HG2.
I like that.
And then King G2, and black has one check, Queen E4, and white can put the queen on F3, queen goes to C2, and white's king hides either on G3 or H3.
Can't do that.
All pawns are defended by the queen, and the king is also defended by the queen. So this is 3 pawns.
Queen F5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even if you lose one of the pawns, as long as you can get a check that trades the queens off, you have too much extra material.
Although, shout out to Jan for even going for this idea because at least it creates the appearance of chaos, right? Sometimes that's all you can do, is create the appearance of chaos.
But I just really think that Magnus is being a role model right now by continuing to think. He knows he's winning. He knows that D5 will end up in a win, but he continues to calculate rather than just make moves with his hand. He continues to use his brain. He's focused. He's locked in here. And I mean, this is really great stuff from the world champion.
This is why I said when you look at Magnus's body language, don't read too much into it, because he actually looks a little bit like unsure or upset now. But he of course understands fully how winning it is. He's just looking for the way which allows the least amount of counterplay, which I'm sure he'll find shortly. But yeah, not rushing. He's demonstrating that. If you look at the time, he's significantly lower on time, but time doesn't matter when you have a winning position.
Summed it up nicely.
Yeah, I wonder if, I mean, there may be something more accurate than the lines we looked at, but I think what we saw was good enough.
Yeah, it's, as we said, G4 looks trickier than it actually is. And again, it's important whenever you're losing to create chances like that by, as we said, creating chaos, or at least the appearance of chaos. A lesser man might actually mess up and allow some sort of perpetual, as you guys have demonstrated a couple times, right? If G4 is met by queen takes, well, now we actually have that problem. If you're afraid of opening your king, and if you take here and allow H3, it optically looks a little bit scary for a moment, but concrete calculation, I think king H2 might be your nicest way to just make it look easy, Fabi.
And there he goes. He pushed D5.
And he has indeed pushed the D pawn, so Jan's last chances are going to be put to the test here as soon as Nepomniachtchi is back at the board. We expect him to quickly shove forward with G4. In fact, he does it instantly, right on cue.
Yeah, we'll see H takes G4 for sure. H3 and Queen F3, King H2, D6, all these moves look good. I don't think D6 will happen because it gives Black some extra checks. I suspect actually we might see Queen to F3 because the Queen is really great there. It stops, not only does it defend all the pawns, it also stops all the checks. So maybe, I mean, King H2 also looks pretty clean, but Queen to F3 even seems to be a shortcut to that position that we were looking at. H takes G2.
Like he's now played that on the board.
Yeah.
And
there
we
it is.
have resignation. Magnus Carlsen takes game 8.
No, I mean, H4, C4 is so easy.
No, I mean, okay, just jump under the board and play the same.
Yeah. No, I mean, I thought instead of B5,
no, I mean,
Queen D6, Queen B3, and so on.
Yeah, Queen B3, yeah, if someone is here, so that's why I played B5. Yeah. But okay, just play A6 or something instead of DC4, yeah.
Not too many words when you lose your second game in a World Championship match, understandably so. Jan has exited the glass box.
That's going to be a really tough one to come back from. We already suspected any loss might be tough to come back from.
Yep.
But especially this, because it wasn't just the loss.
Yep.
Although the loss is huge.
Right.
It was also the manner in which it happened.
Yep.
It doesn't look like Jan is the same player that he was in the first few games in the match.
Right.
He no longer looks like he's willing to put in that effort and defense. Even in the game he lost, he was defending very tenaciously for a very long time. And we understand, you make a mistake on move 130 in a terribly difficult, maybe even practically lost position. But there was no fight here. There was no, once he got a worse position, it just went downhill instantly.
Yep.
Which, on the flip side, makes it a great opening choice for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
He had the 1-point lead. He made sure that he was never in any danger whatsoever. And he said, work for it. If you're going to draw this game and only have a 1-game deficit, you're going to have to work until the very end of this game. And, well, as Fabiano just said, he made this move B5 and then Queen to D8 to follow. That did not help his cause, and it caused him to lose.
And ultimately, it lands us where we are, looking back instead of talking about a game in progress. It's now time for our Coinbase Rapid Recap. This is Game 8 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. And as Robert just said, this was another Petrov, a choice from the world champion, predicted on the board by Fabiano Caruana here in the studio, as not just a Petrov, but the exact line with Bishop D3 and D5, and Knight takes E5. Now here when Jan played Knight D7, this is when we had our first, not necessarily surprise, right? You highlighted the main line, including the game between Bishi Anand and Wang Hao from the 2019 FIDE Grand Swiss that occurs with Knight to C3. But instead, Fabi, we had Knight takes D7, and then the actual first surprise, this interesting move, Knight D2.
Yeah, this is a rare move, and we pointed out the reason for it is because if White castles first, and after Bishop D6, Knight to D2, if Magnus were to try the same approach, Black is not forced to take on d2, transposing into the game, but can castle using the tactic available to him, which is bishop takes h2 if white captures on e4. And here Black would equalize very easily.
Yep.
Because regaining the piece and staying equal material with an equal position. So Magnus had a tricky little idea up his sleeve. It's, again, typical Magnus to have some small try, which, on paper, it looks like Black equalizes comfortably, but he understands that there's some small problems to solve. And as Robert mentioned, he was in a good position in the match, up one game. So he could afford to play a slightly more quiet and solid line, taking no risks, because we understood white risks nothing in this type of position, but still keeping some slight pressure on Jan.
And in this position here after castles, you keep mentioning no real risk, but some slight pressure. There were so many lines we were looking at that really showed how tricky this position is for Black. Ultimately, Jan actually took a lot of time here before the move he uncorked. But remind us, Robert, of just the critical reasons why simple moves like castles could have been hard for Black.
Yeah, this game is a great demonstration of first move advantage.
Yeah.
Because after castling, we have the same exact position for both sides, but white gets to strike first with queen to h5, threatening queen takes h7 checkmate, threatening queen takes d5, and if Black is forced to play f5, you have made a huge concession. The e5 square, potentially the e6 square, and the e file, white is first to that because the rooks are connected. So that's why Jan decided not to play castles kingside, play the adventurous h5, but it was the follow-up after this that really caught us off guard.
Yeah, Magnus, in turn, spent a lot of time thinking here, which was interesting, right? Because Magnus uncorks knight d2. Jan takes a whole lot of time to play h5. Magnus really stops to think. I think in hindsight, we can say it was because he might have already been sensing, okay, this is an opportunity here, right? I'm going to get something dynamic enough to push for. And he plays not the obvious rook e1 check, which maybe has a little something, not even a more logical move like queen f3 that we were looking at, but a move we hadn't really talked about except for really briefly. This move, queen e1 check, was played to ask the question to the king, but also to create this interesting threat of transitioning into a position where the dark square bishops come off the board in a huge way for white.
Yeah, h5 was a fascinating move. I feel like it was the result of knowledge of the position. I think that Jan knew something about this line.
Yeah.
And because in hindsight, we know that h5 would have worked out quite fine for Black. But after queen to e1, which I'm sure was a surprise for Jan, and a surprise for all of us, queen to e7, I think, would have been a fairly easy path to equality. And we were looking at the line where Black's king runs up to f6, queen takes e7, king takes e7, rook a to e1, king to f6. The king is momentarily in some danger after h4, but then Black would play bishop to f5, trading off more pieces, including the bishop, which is slightly worse than white's, and leading to, I think, a pretty much dead equal position.
Yeah.
If Jan had played queen e7, I don't think he would have encountered very serious problems. That's not to say that he would have necessarily held the game after that. He might still have been put under pressure later, but I don't think that he would have faced opening problems.
Well, perhaps even more illogical, though, was that not just that he played king f8, that move may be okay, but after bishop e4, he then played queen e7, right? So if you were going to do it, why not do it before?
It's the question that I think everyone wants the answer to. It didn't really make sense. And his position wasn't that bad even after this point. We saw that bishops get traded, but the issue is that rook on h8, you can lift up to h6, an idea that we were talking about during the game and eventually happened, but the problem is you can never quite bring his rook to e6, so that h5 pawn. Once pawns advance, they can't move back, and when your king is on that side of the board, if you lose that kind of pawn, your king's in really big danger. So the move h5 had its purposes, but now that rook couldn't quite get into the game.
Yeah, and queen g5 was the move that really highlights what you said, that the rook would love to come over here and challenge the e-file, but not so fast because of the pawn. The queen would love to come over and get this thorn out of his shoe, so to speak, but you got to worry about d5. And because of that, Jan played c6. But now, Robert, you highlighted a really critical point, which is that because this pawn comes to c6 to defend d5, the bishop actually suddenly has less scope. And that led to some forcing lines for Magnus. He played rook takes e8. Maybe there were other options, but immediately grabbing the e-file and trying to get aggressive over here because of the lack of activity that bishop now had.
Right, because rook e6 would be available.
Yep.
And if we just go through that line once more, rook takes e6, you can take with the pawn, but then you have a terrible structure.
Yep.
The queen on g5 is great, black's pawns can't move, so if you take with the queen, you lose h5, you get a single check on e1, and unfortunately in chess you can't play bishop to b5. You can't jump over your own pawn here, otherwise black would be winning, but because that pawn went to c6, Magnus realized he could capitalize on the moment and take over the e-file.
Yeah, and that's exactly the kind of moment that just is whatever you want to call it. Magnus Carlsen's calling card, the little things, right, that become big things. He's king of making the mountains out of molehills, if you will. Pawn on c6 led to this forcing line where black's problems were becoming even more clear. Queen f6 is now played because the pawn does defend d5, but after queen to e3 and bishop d7, you said again, Magnus knows when to change the position, and he did so here. And Jan, in hindsight, we know the next move was a big mistake. Should he have also tried to maintain this tension, or you feel like that was right on cue in terms of what black has to play?
I think that the move h3 is a bit underappreciated because this was actually one of the most impressive moves in the game, I thought.
Yeah.
It looks like white needs to do something very direct, but in fact I liked h3 just giving white's king some luft, and we saw a line after h3 if black plays queen to d6, trying to trade rooks via e6, queen to g5, queen to f6, trying to trade queens again, queen to g3, queen to d6, trying to trade queens for the third time. Now if white plays rook e5, black no longer has rook e6 as an option. If the pawn were on h2, black would have rook e6 with a good position. But here rook takes h5.
Because this would be met by this with a pawn on h2.
Yeah, now white's king has that square on h2 to go to. White's bishop is not forced into passivity, so it stays on d3, and white has a healthy extra pawn. So this was the point of h3, the reason why Jan couldn't immediately solve his issues and why he played a waiting move in return, h4, which is a perfectly good move. But now Magnus could say, well, my h3 pawn is more useful than your h4 pawn because I never have to worry about the back rank again. And then he hit in the center with c4. He sensed this was the moment to try to play concretely. Although this move likely doesn't lead to an advantage, it still gives black concrete problems to solve. And for some reason, Jan wasn't ready to start calculating lines.
Yep.
He correctly took. Maybe taking wasn't necessary, but we felt like taking on c4 was the correct decision for black. And it was at this moment that Jan chose a shocking move.
b5. The move that will be talked a lot about, again, because what are all the reasons? Well, obviously, objectively, it's not a good move, right? It lost the pawn, but it also arguably was not necessary, yet you had been holding well Robert for some time, right? And because of the nature in which it leads to forcing lines, you have to assume, okay, if you're forcing something, you better have calculated, but when you clearly didn't, it can only be described as a reckless move.
Something that Sergei Karyakin did so well in his World Championship match against Magnus is he didn't force the issue.
Yeah.
He was okay to be the one reacting to Magnus's plans, even though it meant he would not get activity of his own. He said, I'm solid enough, I'll be able to hold. b5 is going full steam ahead and the position doesn't call for it. Now your pawn on a7 was directly lost. And what my coach said growing up is mistakes often come in pairs in chess, and it was first b5, then after queen a3 check, king to g8, queen a7, queen d8 doesn't even put up a fight because the only resistance that could be had in the position was bishop takes h3. It's going to be a bad endgame. You're going to grovel for a draw, and maybe you won't make it. But queen d8 is just saying, I have no fight left in me. This is your game.
And for those who may be just tuning in, perhaps the line, there were many that might have been on the board in the game, could have been something like this, where black does have bishop f5, and while, again, objectively, white is up a pawn, and we did display in real time probably some of the better plans for white, perhaps starting with moves like rook e5 to try to convert. At the very least, this needs to be converted. This is going to take some work, and black's drawing chances are clear, only being down a pawn. But in the game, as Robert said, perhaps even more perplexing than b5 was the follow-up queen d8. And now you're just sitting in a position down a pawn, right? Here white has the pawn and the compensation, so to speak. Bishop b3, rook up to e4. And I'm gonna go forward. I don't know that there was anything better for Jan at this point. The pressure on f7 via the X-ray vision that the queen displays on the 7th rank forces a move like bishop e6.
Well, let's just show why Jan didn't make a waiting move like g6.
Okay.
In fact, there's probably more than one reason. Rook to f4 is probably winning on the spot. There's also rook takes h4 if we like cute little tactics.
We love cute little tactics around here.
Queen takes h4, queen to b8. White has picked up another pawn, and the rook is coming with it.
Yep.
So Jan was obligated to trade bishops. And although he wants to trade bishops, he doesn't want to trade bishops in this way, where he further damages his structure.
Right.
And in this position, we already saw the writing on the wall. It's not only that white is up a pawn, it's that black has too many weaknesses to hold. If he could try to defend everything while creating counterplay against white's king, maybe there would be some drawing chances. But he tried to create counterplay with queen a5, but he wasn't able to hold all his weaknesses.
Yeah. Goes for some checks, but Magnus now at this point was in whatever you want to call it, conversion mode, right? He had the focus of a predator, and he never let up from here on out. And I can go through these games. The centralized queen is obviously super instructive as a very important thing for everyone to take away. That's how you convert these endgames. The queen does the job of protecting against perpetuals as well as helping the pawns go forward. And really, Robert, you were just applauding Magnus's just discipline here, right? Leading by example, if you will, is what the world champion did. He made this look so easy.
Yeah, and he actually also changed his plans. Because sometimes we're stubborn as human beings, but also as chess players, where we come up with a plan and in the next few moves, he brought his queen to c3 when I was saying he could go queen d1. He goes queen c3, and then we see a couple moves played with check, the king comes back, he goes back to d3, and guess what? He goes back to d1. And it's important that you're willing to go back to a plan you could have played and realize that maybe this is what I should have done. And all of the moves, for the most part, would have been winning, but he made this as easy as possible on himself. So he took his time, he kept his composure, and then he was saying, I'm willing to change my mind and go for a plan that may objectively be best. So I think it was a great demonstration of how to play these games, especially if you're a newer chess player. You can think when you have an hour on your clock, and if you're winning, there's no need to rush.
Well said. And perhaps the last good example he set is that against any tenacious defender, at some point they will challenge you with a plan that at least looks crazy, even if it isn't as complicated as first seems. And he still kept his focus, taking with the h-pawn, allowing the wild-looking h3. Again, note that taking with the queen to keep your king side looking pretty could actually be a huge blunder due to ideas like queen e1 check and queen e5. So really good example again. You have to calculate in the end because a good defender will make you do so, and he did just that with queen f3. You realize it was all just smoke and mirrors, despite how scary this kind of looks, and Jan, in fact, resigned. And that is how Game 8 came to a close. Will it ultimately be a game that we're talking about as a tone setter for how the World Chess Championship really came to a close? Obviously, time will tell. There are still a lot of games ahead, including a rest day tomorrow. So we will see what the challenger can cook up when he gets another chance with the white pieces. But before you go anywhere, let's remind you our post show is just beginning. We have so many people who need to tune in and give us their thoughts. Cannot wait to hear what Levon Aronian is going to tell us as he joins us just on the other side of the post-game press conference. We also have Jan Ludwig Hammer and then the man Ludwig, who left Twitch recently for YouTube Gaming, and so much to unpack there. So as I head to a break, I already see the players are getting set for the post-game press conference. So keep it tuned, keep it locked in here. Chess.com's coverage, now post-game coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship Game 8 will return in just a few.
Cameras in the back, and to the journalists who have not been here for your questions, please use the two microphones on the sides. Be careful to always wear your mask at all times and do not touch the microphones. I'll ask a few questions and then I will give it to the floor. Jan, I know it's a difficult moment and game. Thank you so much for joining us, and some questions will certainly be difficult, so they need to be asked. First, a question I have is about the mistake. Why did it happen?
Well, I don't think those questions are difficult because yeah, basically, in another iteration, it would be a draw like in 15 moves after queen e1, check queen e7. Yeah, but I would say it was like a change of slightly weird decisions. So starting with king f8, yeah, like this was like somewhat more artificial than just queen e7. Yeah, trading away the queens and basically finish quickly. But that wasn't actually such a big deal. I think it's still very natural position, like it's almost equal. But yeah, perhaps after h4, c4, it became slightly unpleasant. So perhaps instead of h4, I could just chase the queen, like with queen d6, intending rook e6. So it would also be closer to equality. And well, I mean, indeed, b5 was just a very bad blunder. But I believe at that moment the position became like slightly unpleasant, but still it was, I believe, closer to a draw. But I mean, of course, after b5, it's well, probably I didn't defend in the best way, but it becomes really unpleasant, and I guess, frankly speaking, it's hard to defend after such a blunder.
What did you overlook? Did you see the queen a3 check threat and thought there was something that you had as a counter, or
yeah, I mean, indeed I saw it, but I forgot that in the line king g8, queen a7, b takes e4, actually bishop is hanging. Yeah, so but once again at this moment it's especially after d takes e4, it's not as straightforward draw as it used to be.
Such a game must be extremely difficult. At the moment when you realized you had blundered, your reaction when you saw it, or at what point did you realize it?
Well, I wasn't quite happy, yeah. But I mean, in general, well, the task remains the same. Yeah, I get to try to win some games. So since anyway I was down on scores, so now it's instead of 1 win I need 2 wins. So let's see what will happen.
Final question in this part: your queen to e7 avoidance. Did you just not want to play a quick game, or were you trying to keep some fight alive?
No, I mean, okay, I just didn't see a big difference between queen e7 and king f8, so I thought that anyway it will end quickly in a draw. But yeah, I mean, of course, after h5, I was, sort of expecting more tense game, but yeah, okay, queen e1 was a brilliant practical decision, yeah, just to offer a draw silently.
Thanks, Magnus. I guess immediate feelings after such a win.
Yeah, very happy with the result. Obviously, that's yeah. What can I say? It's huge. Otherwise, I'm pretty tired, and looking forward to the rest day.
The opening, you seemed a bit surprised. You took a long time after his h5 to play queen e1. What were you thinking about at this point?
Yeah, I was a bit confused. I mean, I thought Black's really not supposed to go bishop d6 there, and h5. Obviously, I couldn't completely know whether it was preparation or not, although I suspected that it was not. Well, anyway, I just sat thinking for so long that I couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't calculate properly, so I decided just to trade queens, and then probably was just going to be a draw. Of course, I was hoping slightly that he would go for king f8, since I thought I'd have a risk-free position there. Yeah, after that, the game was kind of pleasant for me. I don't think it's very easy for Black to force a draw, and as long as you cannot force the draw, then so it's going to be like a little bit of pressure that you have to neutralize. Yeah, then of course, yeah, b5 puzzled me as well, because I thought that was a blunder, and yeah, that was. I think, yeah, both of us were pretty tired at that point, but it always helps to have the initiative in that case.
Your your reaction in full when b5 actually came on the board. You were puzzled. At some point, you must have realized that this was a big mistake.
No, I suspected it was a mistake. Like I thought it was just a blunder. But I had plenty of time, so I thought I'll double check, see what he's intending, and turned out it was nothing.
At the end, you seemed especially careful to make you won the game. The precision at that point was just abundance of caution.
For instance, I could have traded h4 for b3 earlier, which probably wins pretty easily. But I thought I'll do that later. I have plenty of time. There's no reason to force things quite yet. So yeah, I thought the win is not going away. Let's just be really careful.
At a point of being up +2 in a match of this duration with 6 games to go, how do you avoid feeling or not feeling overconfident or relaxing when you have such a significant lead?
I think you just focus on the next game always. That's I mean, there's still 6 games to go against a very strong opponent, so it's never easy. But yeah, clearly 2 games is makes a huge difference to just one.
Sorry, final question for you on my part, Jan. You're down 2. How do you avoid not feeling like this is really a Herculean challenge?
No, well, I believe it's about the level of chess. So I think in the beginning of the match I got quite some chances, and hopefully if I play well, I will keep getting these chances. Yeah, so it's about my own play, and I don't think I should think about the score. But yeah, indeed, it would be better to have like an equal score instead of this one. But we have what we have.
I'll open the floor to the journalists. Remember to use the microphones and keep your masks on. I will start here.
Mike Klein with chess.com. This question's for the champion. Late in the game, Magnus, there was a moment, I don't think you were at the board, where Jan put his head in his hands, looked visibly more emotional than in the past. What goes through your mind when you see your opponent go through those emotions, and do you ever feel sympathy?
Yeah, I didn't particularly see that. But the World Championship is tough. You know, it's really brutal emotionally with its ups and downs, and it's part of what makes it exciting and also extremely tough.
Hans Solbakken from NRK. Question to Ian Nepomniachtchi. How do you rate your performance today?
Well, in general, I'd like to, apologize for today's performance.
Why?
It was probably far below than, not even, let's say, my normal level, but in general, I think it was below than just a GM level.
Were you tired after 3 on the 3rd day of playing?
No, I don't think it's about being tired. It's like some weird sequence of choices, but yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward for the next games.
Yeah, Nicholas from Aftenposten in Norway. I have a question for you, Magnus. You spent many games drawing since 2016 in the World Championships. Now you have won 2 games in 3. What has been the key to that change?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, this second win probably doesn't happen without the first. So everything is kind of connected. For instance, I think if I'd won the first game against Carano when I had a winning position, or he had won one of the 2 games where he had a winning position, things could have turned out a lot different. There could have been a lot more decisive games. So it's not a shock that the second one comes quickly after the first.
How do you see your chances to win the match now?
They're very good.
Hi, Saravanan from ChessBase. question to Magnus. When Ian played h5 on the 9th move, you took a long think, and at that point, commentators and the engines were suggesting either rook e1 or c4, probably active play against a move like h5. Obviously, you must have considered that also. What made you choose queen e1 instead of a move involving c4 rather than queen e1, which might lead to queen e7 and queen exchange and so on?
Yeah, I would say my brain was just fried, I felt that a sharp battle was not in my interests. So I was trying to calculate the lines if I'd gone for one of the principled options, but I couldn't like get any good results from it. So in the end, I decided that yeah, I'll play queen e1, and if he plays queen e7, it's probably going to be a draw, and I would be fine with that.
Okay. Does that mean that queen e1 was a decision over the board? It was not in your files or your preparation?
Yeah, I didn't know the move h5. So I mean, if I'd known the move h5, I wouldn't think for 40 minutes and play a move that's so insipid.
Thank you.
Rune from Chess24. First a question from Magnus. What move surprised you the most, h5 or b5?
I mean, that's a weird question. I guess they were both surprising, but b5, yeah, b5 obviously. You don't expect your opponent to blunder. So.
Okay, and Jan, you are earning a lot of new fans online due to the way you handle these press conferences, even after a painful game. How do you manage to stay so cool?
No, but I would say it's not the first game I lost in my career, though particularly this one was one of the worst, perhaps. And sadly, I think it's not the last game. So I just think it's a part of the game, and it's a part of learning at some point. So once again, we have what we have.
Well, thank you.
Sagar Shah from Chessbase India. My question is to Jan. Did Magnus's knight d2 in the opening surprise you? Was bishop d6 preparation?
Well, knight d2 is obviously not the main line, I would say, yeah, but it could be quite poisonous, and I think I played this line with white at least once, and of course I studied knight d2, so perhaps perhaps bishop d6 is not the most precise move, but well, I mean, in general, I think the position is quite balanced, and black has a lot of different tries. But yeah, the h5 idea, I think it exists, and at least in the knight c3 line, it's I believe it's quite smart. So I was considering trying to understand what's the difference, but I thought anyway it would be quite playable. Since okay, black has its own benefits, like okay, queen h4, provoking g3, queen f6, and then h4, or something like this. So I thought it would be just interesting to see what's going on in this position after it becomes slightly unbalanced.
And when you played b5 and Magnus gave queen a3 check, you were not on the board for quite some time. You were in your in the restroom. Did you calculate after queen a7, bishop takes h3? What was going through your mind? Because there still seemed like black could defend better, right?
Well, obviously, black could defend better, but in general, I felt like okay. For quite some time, I was regretting of playing b5. Though I think after bishop h3, okay, there is like capturing on f7, some rook e8. I believe some rook e8 check or something, yes, so...
No, but rook e8, there's rook g6.
Sorry?
Rook e8, there's rook g6. So,
no,
I mean...
Then it's a check, so queen a7.
Yeah, I mean, I take with the queen. Because if I take with the bishop and rook e8, there's rook g6.
No, but which moment you mean?
Rook e8, king h7.
Bishop h7, if rook e8, king h7, bishop f7, there's rook g6.
Well, again, like queen a3, okay, queen a3 check, king g8, Queen takes a7.
Yeah, queen takes a7, bishop
Bishop
h3.
h3, and if rook e8 check.
Rook e8, king h7.
Takes on f7.
Bishop f7, rook g6.
Ah, rook g6 here. Yeah, okay. It would be something. But I was kind of not sure about queen takes f7. If
yeah, this is probably what I have to do.
Yeah, but no, I mean, okay, indeed, I didn't play at my best after the blunder, but it was a little bit hard to change the flow of the game, because it was like probably in a very drawish position. Of course, it's like blundering a pawn like this, it hurts.
Thank you.
Ole Kristiansen, VG Norway. Question for Jan. Is it different to bounce back from a lost game in a match compared to a tournament?
Well, once I will bounce back, I will surely tell you.
Uberto Del Prato from Uno Scaccista, Italy. I'll ask it to both players. Did the change of the schedule 3 games before the rest day affect the quality of the game today? In the previous matches, you have 2 games and then a rest day. Is there any impact?
Magnus?
No, I think the 8-hour game affected the next games. But I'm in general all for it. That shaking it up a bit and making it more difficult for the players.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree that, okay, and 8-hour games is something you don't expect to happen too often, but in general, yeah, I mean, probably three games in a row is slightly more difficult than 2 games in a row, but it all starts, affecting after quite some time. Yes, so I think here in the middle of the match is more or less the same.
Thank you.
Mike Klein with chess.com again. My question is for Jan. You've had a couple promising positions as black, and today you declined this tacit draw offer with queen e1. I'm wondering, this idea of trying to win as white and draw as black, is that just an antiquated way of going into a match? Is that not an applicable strategy anymore?
Well, I mean, okay, I'm just trying to play in basically every position, but I would say that, I mean, king f8 was just very silly and impractical decision, but that's probably because I thought that, it will be a draw anyway. Like, it doesn't matter if I play queen e7 or king f8. So it was surely an inaccuracy, and, few next moves also were really uncalled for. But in general, I think, yeah, it's basically in every position, even if it's drawish, you can try to bring in some tension and see what happens.
Magnus, you said by this point in the match, probably both of you are a little tired. Apart from this 3 games, 2 games, 3 games thing, there is also the late start of the game at 4:30 in the afternoon. If the match could start back all over again, would you actually try to set it back to 2 games followed by a rest day and an early start to the match?
No, I think it's fine. As I said earlier, it's good to shake it up, make it more difficult for the players. It makes the match more exciting. Obviously the late start of the games mean that there could be some outliers where your schedule gets kind of messed up, but in general I play better in the evenings, so I'm fine with it.
Rakesh from chess.com India. Question to both players. There have been only 2 instances of challengers coming back from a 2-game deficit, Yue in 1935 and Fischer in 1972. But of course, those were timeless matches, but here we have a 14-game limit. So how hard or easy it's going to be for the challenger to make a comeback here?
Magnus?
I would, it's hard to say, but I'm in a pretty good spot now, but it doesn't make any sense to me to try and compare it with other historical matches. It's better to be leading than not to be leading. That's for sure.
Jan?
No, well, once again, I would repeat that it would be much better to have an equal score. But as it seems to me, chess-wise, at least until today's game, didn't experience any serious issues. So that's why I'm quite optimistic. But of course, it's somehow a harder task than I expected.
Hans Solbakken from NRK, question to Magnus. How much have you been working with your schedule regarding relaxing and sleeping since the long game on Friday?
Yeah, it's been really it's been tough, and I think I really need this free day to recharge a bit and get back in a proper rhythm.
What are you going to do tomorrow?
I don't know. I'm just happy to have a rest day and have some time off.
Thank you.
My question is to Magnus. Bronston dreamt of a whole game of chess, which was later published in a book. So, do you dream about chess? Any novelties or anything?
I dream about chess from time to time. Don't remember if it's happened during the match so far. I don't know.
I believe we have one more question.
Hans Zimmer, the Chessable. Yesterday, Magnus, I asked you about the general opening strategy. Do you think your 2-point lead will trigger a drastic change in opening approach?
I feel like that's kind of up to him. As I said yesterday as well, at some point you kind of have to mix it up. Whether that point has come, I'm not sure. But it's more up to him than to me.
So would you say this Queen E1 decision? Would you say that there was some psychological influence of this based on your win in Game 6?
Slight, but most of all, I was just tired, and I was, pretty happy to swap down to a position that I couldn't lose. I was slightly hoping that he would not follow up h5 with a queen trade, but I didn't expect the game to be very long at that point. And as you said, it's easier to make these kind of decisions with the lead. With an equal score, I probably would have felt obliged to do something different, even if it didn't suit my mood.
So, based on that answer, would you say that, from a psychological perspective, you've been making decisions based on that, or, in general, do you think that's something you've been taking into account in this match?
I would say a little bit, but not too much. No.
Thank you.
We don't have a question for Twitter today, so I'll ask this last one then. Jan, before this match, you must have prepared psychologically and game theoried what happens if you're down a couple of games. Not that you wanted it, but it could certainly happen. Any thoughts as you'd like to share as your mindset and your preparation to now handling the situation?
No, obviously that wasn't planned.
Magnus, I'd ask you, would you relax now? But I guess another question then would be, do you try to shut things down and force him to come after you?
We will see, won't we? The match clock is in my favor. That's for sure.
All right. Well, that concludes the press conference for today. Tomorrow there will be no game. It will be a rest day. The next day will begin at 16:30 on Tuesday. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a great night.
It's Expo 2020, and the whole world is here as well. If every everybody in the world. Love everybody in the world. What a glorious world this could be.
It's the culture, the music, the artwork. It's the people.
Love everybody in the world.
Deutschland by Nacht.
A glorious world this could be.
I was just looking for myself, and then Expo came, and it makes me emotional.
Come on and join us. A new world is just beginning, and it's right here at Expo.
Chess.com is here with Grandmaster Ian Nepomniachtchi. There's a couple of moves I'd like to ask you about today. What was your thinking behind the move B5?
Just a blunder. So, but I mean, maybe after h4 c4 it's slightly better for white. But I mean, instead of h4, I could just I don't know, rotate with my queen, like queen f6, queen d6, intending rook e6. So this was obviously an equal position, and also I think in the opening after queen e1 check, queen e7 was the fastest way to achieve the draw. But yeah, somehow it was a strange game.
Yeah, people were wondering about the move h5 and, of course, king f8 instead of queen e7. Would you say you were trying to win a little bit too much today?
Not really. So h5 is, I think, quite a smart move, which in similar positions is suggested by some of the giants, I believe. But yeah, I mean, obviously, at some point I started doing some weird things, but yeah, it was a very unnecessary game.
And finally, Bobby Fischer came back from a 2-game deficit. Of course, he had a lot more games remaining in the tank. What's it going to take for you to make a comeback?
Well, first of all, play normally, like not like today, but I think in general, nothing is decided yet. So just got to find my play and see what goes.
Thanks as always for your time.
Thank you.
Jan says that it's not over yet, right? Obviously, his play today was left something to be desired. And for those who followed the entire post-game press conference here, thanks for sticking with us. He even apologized for his play. Robert, what do you make of the things Jan said of that particular statement? And obviously, we're seeing a disheartened Jan, but your thoughts on what we just witnessed?
I thought he was a gracious sport. The fact that he answered all the questions he did is amazing. He just lost his second game in a World Chess Championship, and he very likely doesn't believe that he can come back. So for all the criticism that I and everyone else is pointing his way, it is absolutely unbelievable that he gave such thorough answers to all these questions. He did apologize. I feel sorry for him in that moment. I mean, it's just, you shouldn't have to apologize. You had a bad game, and yes, all the focus is on you, but you know, it's amazing really that he said as much as he did.
Yeah, certainly. And Magnus obviously also asked a number of questions. He was asked which move was most surprising, and he said, well, you know, you don't really expect your opponent to make a blunder like that at this level. Your thoughts on that comment there and how Magnus is taking this?
We were a bit surprised that, because we didn't think b5 was a blunder during the game. We thought there was some sort of plan, maybe to sacrifice a pawn and get into an endgame. Our thoughts were not, it's a blunder, because queen a3 and queen takes a7 is the only two-move combination you think of after b5. In fact, it's white's threat. If black doesn't play any other move, like if black plays a passing move, g6 or
Right.
g6 hangs a rook, but any passing move, queen to a3 comes and picks up a pawn. So we couldn't really understand this as a blunder. I think that this is the most painful thing probably that Jan is experiencing in his chess career. I do hope that he's able to pull himself together and pose problems to Magnus. He did say the task is the same. He still has to rack up some wins. And he also mentioned that he had his chances early on in the match, which is correct. And that if he gets more of those chances and makes the most of them, he can try to get back into this match. That being said, realistically, his chance of winning the match now, down 2 games with 6 to go, where Magnus is looking very confident and playing, is keeping his cool, and Magnus is, and Jan is definitely not keeping his cool up to this point. In the last 3 games, we can definitely see that he is on tilt. His chances are low, but hopefully the rest day will allow him to gather himself.
Yep. On his chances, Magnus Carlsen, who has typically dodged any questions about legacy or anything that would allow him to kind of speak with confidence about his position, he actually said quite clearly that his chances of winning the match are very good at this point, and obviously he knows that. As everyone saw, Maurice Ashley reminded everyone that tomorrow is a rest day, so all of you know that that means it's really SCC Day. Speed Chess Championship stuff starts bright and early for those of you on the West Coast. We have Dingley Ren versus Levon Aronian. We'll talk to Lev about his thoughts going into the match tomorrow, as well as all of his thoughts about Game 8 here in about 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Levon Aronian will be with us. Right after that matchup, of course, we will have Hikaru Nakamura and Anish Giri throwing down big-time matchup. Not the last matchup of the quarterfinals, because we also have a Fabiano Caruana versus Wesley So endeavor to take place later this week. But Hikaru Nakamura and Anish Giri will certainly have the chess fans tuning in. All right, everybody, as we said, on the other side of this break, we are joined by Levon Aronian. He is our first of many guests. Can't wait to hear what Jan Ludvig Hammer thinks, of course, from Norway. And so much more is still ahead for you today on Chess.com's FIDE World Chess Championship post-game show presented by Coinbase. The post-game show continues. We will have one interesting guest after another. In back-to-back fashion, we are now joined once again by Grandmaster Levon Aronian. Lev, I predicted against my will in terms of wanting a close match. I predicted a Magnus win today, but I didn't necessarily predict it in that fashion. I'm just going to hand the floor over to you and let you talk about what you feel were the most interesting takeaways from, I think, kind of a surprising, I guess, one-sided Game 8. Hi.
I thought it was a typical Magnus Carlsen game where he was just trying to play safe and to put little pressure if he can. And then suddenly, I think Jan started playing in a very strange way. Well, so this knight d2 move is, I think, is well known, and you can play of course 5, but what I have analyzed was knight d2, bishop d2, queen e7 check, which is, I think, the most precise way to equalize, because bishop e3, queen b4, and then both c3 and queen d2 lead to a draw, more or less. Yeah, c3, you just take the pawn, and then the queen is never getting trapped. So in the game, we saw Jan play bishop d6 after a short thought, castle. And here he started thinking for a long time. So once again, I didn't really understand what it was all about. Of course, he knew the move knight d2. He plays this line with white himself. He plays castle knight c3. But to play bishop d6 quickly and then realize, oh wait, now castle is not that good because queen h5 is very strange. It only talks about the strange mental situation that Nepomniachtchi finds himself in. So he went to h5, which I thought is probably the best move. And here Magnus kind of played a strange move, queen e1, because if you look at the position, you think, okay, white can play a rook e1 check, king f8, and then do something like, I don't know, c3 or even a3. But c3 looks logical. And then white is nowhere in danger. If you play queen h4, I go g3, and then queen h3, I can even play bishop f1 and put the pawn on h4. So I'm still slightly better. But queen e1 is basically inviting black to play queen e7, which is, you can clearly see that black is equalizing easily after queen e7. So what I thought, Magnus thought to himself, okay, my opponent played I came to make a draw with my D92. My opponent played something rare, which I didn't expect. All right, let me just play this game in a draw. And Jan, at this moment, I thought he told himself, I should avoid the draw. This is kind of a psychological thing. You tell yourself, I should avoid a draw, and you try to avoid it without actually realizing that you're going into a worse position for no draw. So this is what happened in the game. So
Levon, just to interrupt for 1 second.
Sure.
Jan mentioned that Queen e7 would likely lead to a draw, but how in his thought process could he think that King f8, even if, let's say, he doesn't realize it's worse, how can he think that he has any chances to play for anything more than a draw after bishop to b4? And bishop b4 is the only move White is showing his intention with Queen e1 to play bishop b4.
You know, I'm a master of screw-ups. I know how the mind of somebody who's ready to screw things up works. And this is how I think it goes. You kind of tell yourself, oh, King e7 is boring, but I want to show that I'm fighting. And therefore, I'm not going to go King e7, I'm going to go King e8. And then you get a worse position, and then you're silently telling to yourself continuously, why didn't I go Queen e7? And this is the way that you're slowly digging your grave.
Wow.
And this is what happened in the game. So bishop b4, Queen e7, bishop d6, Queen d6. I mean, White's play is so natural, and I do think position is still equal, but Black has to play precisely. So rook e8, rook e1. Here I actually didn't understand what's happening at all. I thought, when I was looking at the game, I thought rook e1, g6. It looks kind of natural. And then, okay, Queen g5, King g7. Should be able to make a draw here, because I don't see a way that you can benefit from.
I was thinking that maybe White can try to stop rook e8 long term by playing, instead of queen to g5, rook maybe to e5, king g7, and maybe queen
g7,
e2.
Queen e3, or queen e2, yeah.
Maybe it still poses Black some problems, but of course it doesn't look like very much.
Yeah, I can always play c6 or e8, e5, rook e8.
Yeah.
Slowly just come out of this thing. But this looked super natural. I mean, in just the way that everybody would play. And in the game, Jan played this rook h6 idea, which I felt was highly peculiar. I didn't really understand it. Because rook, I don't think you have the time to put the rook to e6, right? And if you're going to play f6, then the rook on h6 makes zero sense. And here I felt that Magnus played excellently. I thought the next moves he played were very, very good. And I will explain why. As a master of screw-ups, I will explain you why Fabiano actually... sorry. Jan made these mistakes.
Yeah.
Fabiano wouldn't make such mistakes, because Fabiano is a brilliant guy when it comes to defending slightly worse position. So here, h3, a brilliant move. Why is it so brilliant? What Black wants to do, he wants to play g5 or h4 and somehow to come up. But now, after g5, queen g3 is the problem. Because if queen g3, queen f4, I take and play h4. Is this a draw? I don't know. But it looks very unpleasant for Black. So if you're not going to do the 5 business, you want to play h4 in order to, then safely play g5. And h4 is met by c4, which is very unpleasant. Now you probably have to react. D takes c makes sense. Bishop c4. And what do you do here? Because if you sit and calculate king g8, queen e7, and find some draw there, it's tough. During the game, I wasn't so sure how does Black manage to make a draw here?
We were
what
thinking
about you guys?
that because we didn't see any good move besides King G8 because there's no way to stop either Queen A. If Queen D6, Queen to B3, we were worried. So we were looking at King to G8 and here Rook to D6, Rook takes F7, and King to H7, and we thought maybe Black is holding on here. Rook to F4, maybe Rook F4 is probably easy in Black's task because of G5, but it's not easy to find a path to a clear advantage for White.
Yeah, because White can even try D5.
D5, maybe D5 is a good idea.
He can play D5, Bishop D3.
Yeah. King to H6, and maybe
And
F4,
something like
threatening Rook
F4.
F8. Yeah, this is. But after Black plays G6, it's still like there's no real mating net after G6. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But it just visually, you kind of start the way I think Jan blundered Queen A3 check was that he started looking into this, and then he was like, okay, this is not good for me. Then he started thinking about some other moves, like, I don't know, A6 or some, I don't know, Queen D6, and this didn't look logical because Queen B3,
Right.
yeah. And yeah, he came out to play the blundering move. But definitely, it was not something that, his position was fine and he just blundered. No. He took the wrong plan. He put the rook on H6. And then Magnus played this excellent H3 C4 idea.
Yeah, we were quite impressed with H3 when it was played, because it also dealt with the idea if Black plays Queen to D6 instead of H4.
Yeah, we showed a critical line, Lev, that went back with Queen G5, and the whole point being that after Queen G5, if Queen F6 again, now Queen G3 works, because on Queen D6 you finally have Rook E5, due to the idea that you can actually grab the H-pawn in this line because the pawn's not on H2 in these variations.
Yes.
So this was another brilliant point behind the subtly powerful move H3. Yeah. Well,
And after the blunder, yeah, I think the game was basically
let me come
over.
back to that, Lev. First of all, this was awesome. It's amazing to go over with another Super Grandmaster because we sit next to one, and just hearing you guys talk about it shines lights on even more ideas than we even talked about in the real game. And I have to ask you, because I would need to get another opinion on this. One of the things we're talking about when the game is running in real time is that Jan is not at the board very much. Now, I understand, right? All players have different styles, different ways that they find their rhythm, if you will. And a lot of players, of course, are able to focus and visualize not at the board. Of course, we know that. But when he returns to the board, he's playing so quickly. And because some of these moves are obviously, unbiasedly deserving of criticism, like B5, what are your thoughts on that? It feels like we're watching him sort of beat himself, for lack of a better way to put it, right? And you just want to tell him, hey, slow down a little bit. And at the same time, obviously, this guy has a lot of coaches around him. He clearly probably has people giving him this advice. But what are your thoughts on the storyline of Jan just having a couple careless moments, frankly, that you could define his entire World Championship campaign by, whether it was Queen E4 in Game 6 and then here B5? And if you would, please give me your thoughts. Do you think we're nuts on that and you don't want to mess with a player like that? Or would you also tell him he needs to slow down?
I think when the things are not going your way, and then you start feeling the pressure, then you go back to your ways. Then you go back and definitely Jan, prior to the match, worked very hard to changing his style, changing his attitude, and trying to get rid of this very, very few and tiny inaccuracies in his style and character. But once things start going wrong for you, you kind of tell yourself, oh, screw this. I'm just going to play the way I can. I won tournaments with this style, and things are going to I gotta relax. But you're letting off your guard, and then you're doing the same mistakes that you normally do, which this is what happens with me a lot. And I think since Jan is also very emotional guy, he's doing this mistake of not really getting himself together and just continuing what he was planning for the match and just letting loose.
Levon, one chess question I was curious about, because although b5 is the first huge mistake, we were also wondering about this moment after queen takes a7. Bishop takes h3, we struggled to find a clear path to a win for white, although white is certainly better. We were wondering if white had something very clear here, or if maybe this was still a defensive chance for black.
Well, definitely, I thought it was a defensive chance, and I thought Magnus would probably play queen f7 and then go to this endgame, which, yeah, rook e8 takes, which does look, you know, that white should be winning here. Maybe with bishop g8 and then rook e5, you know, this type of thing. But definitely it was his chance. And by keeping the bishops, he, yeah, basically kind of resigned.
Right. Yeah, and again, it was another move that maybe already a frustrated Jan again played quickly, kind of came back to the board and didn't spend very much time at all before playing queen to d8. So, well, Lev, this has again been awesome, and makes a lot of sense to break down kind of a player who can be streaky in Ian Nepomniachtchi, and maybe now that the streak is not going his way, he really needs to find whatever he can on this rest day. And so let me ask you, I mean, I know the match is not over until it's over, but what are your thoughts on the status of the match at this point?
Well, of course, it's extremely difficult for Jan from the perspective of the momentum and the way he's been playing so far. I think he needs to come back into fighting. Somehow choosing this opening and this attitude of just, you know, not playing sharp chess, I don't think it quite worked for him. And maybe he should come back to his Neither. And maybe this, now on the hindsight, of course, it's easy to say, but maybe his decision to change his approach to chess by playing very solidly with black, maybe this was not a very good idea. So if I were him, I would just try to take his rest day and try to play for a win in every. I think he should come back to Neither, or he should come back to any kind of Sicilian and get, you know, get some emotions there, because this kind of play without much emotions and just trying to make a draw, I don't think it's working.
Yeah. So Lev, actually, you've played Magnus so many times for already decades now, and I once heard someone say this, that the best way to approach playing Magnus is actually to go for the sharpest possible lines, and some openings were mentioned like the King's Indian, the Najdorf, the Grunfeld. Do you feel like, in general, it's a stylistic mistake to be playing openings where Magnus has options like this to go for slightly better, solid approaches, rather than to play openings where he really has to take him on in a head-on fight?
Yeah, well, I thought that Magnus is not well prepared for this match, but probably I was underestimating him, because he probably thought that this is the way to play against Jan. Just slowly try to neutralize with black, get slightly worse positions, and with white, just play safe. So look what he did against you in his match. He was going for the sharpest lines, because he thought that you are a very good positional chess player and of excellent preparation, so he was trying to avoid your preparation. But here we see a very different story. And as you said, that probably this is, you know, the way he's approaching this match and the way Jan has been approaching this match is certainly not working well for Jan. And Yeah, I mean, I have tried playing knight dwarf against Magnus, and I have tried playing sharp openings, and it does put him in an uncomfortable position sometimes. So I think that's the way to try and go, just to get the him and with any color. So I think that's what they should do at this moment in the match.
And sorry.
No, you go, man.
And what do you think about the next game? Jan has a rest day and he has the white pieces. Do you think he should continue trying the anti-martial, something there, or do you think he should go for something entirely different?
I would go for the anti-martial. I would just work on this, you know, have a lot of pieces on the board and just, yeah, kind of try to get some attacking chances. Because out of the opening, he was getting very promising positions with white. But I think he has been way too solid, way too conservative with his play.
Wow, good stuff. I could just listen to you two 2,800 guys talk chess all day. Can I just say that? I'm a big fan here. Big fan, Levon. Big fan, Fabi. Anyway, guys, all right, we talked a lot about the match that, you know, is kind of the second most important match going on right now. The most important one, Ding Liren versus Levon Aronian. Have you heard about that match that's happening tomorrow, Lev? And your thoughts on Levon Aronian's chances against Ding Liren?
I am a great fan of Levon Aronian. I can confidently tell you he's going to be well prepared. And
okay, that's great.
He's very excited to play some blitz. And yeah, hopefully we'll make the crowd happy with some of the, you know, more exciting games, because the World Championship match is very exciting, but it's kind of one-sided at the moment. Hopefully the match tomorrow will be very sharp.
Well, I'm sure you won't disappoint. You never do, and these interviews are a real highlight of our entire broadcast for the last week, Lev. Seriously, so thank you so much for taking the time to join us and giving us your thoughts. And best of luck tomorrow, man, versus Ding Liren. And we'll talk to you later.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
See you guys around.
Well, yet again, awesome stuff there. I seriously, I could just listen to you interview your buddy all day, and you guys talk match strategy and break down, you know, his thoughts on Team Ian Nepomniachtchi's approach. And feels like we're kind of coming around to that even if the martial is the right thing to do to hammer away at a slight edge, but just, you know, maybe don't play knight takes f6 in those lines. Everyone's talking about maybe this idea that they had on switching him away from his knight dwarf in hindsight was not Jan.
Yeah, it looked like a good approach. The first time he played the Petrov, we were all singing his praises.
Yeah.
He made an easy draw. He looked to be excellently prepared. I don't think that we can really blame the Petrov today, because he actually got a completely fine position from the opening. He was pretty much one move away from going to a very drawish position. I think that we can say his psychological state is not ideal now.
Yeah.
But it's a very difficult situation. How will he approach the next game? That's why I asked Lev on that. And I think that he's right that it's probably best to still stick to the anti-martial, because at least you have information there.
Right.
You have some target. You can't afford to take more time to see what Magnus wants to do, for example, against d4 or against c4. You have some sort of target there. Magnus has shown his intentions to keep playing this rook b8 move. It's tough. It's a really tough situation. I would probably keep going for the same approach with white, trying to find some ideas, but of course, he needs to be super aggressive. He needs to go pretty much all out for the win with white in the next game.
I think it makes sense too, especially from the practical point you just made, which is if your resources for preparation are strapped at this point anyway, you might as well stick with the martial, especially if you're considering opening up the Sicilian tool bag, right? Because you don't even know what Magnus is going to do yet. We keep talking about the knight dwarf like it's a foregone conclusion. There are many anti-Sicilians that Magnus has been known to play, and I've been sitting here waiting on that storyline to come up, which hasn't yet, because I'm curious how Magnus would choose to approach one c5 if it was on the board.
Well, that's the other thing. We don't know if Magnus will play e4 as well.
Yep.
Magnus is very flexible with white, So that's why it's tough. You know, you have your match strategy, but you get hit once, twice. Suddenly you're thinking you have to play for win black, but then you have to prepare an opening against white, against e4, but also against d4. It's really tough.
Yeah.
I think that he should try to win his next game. It's super important for him to win that next game, and then he can assess the situation.
Right.
Then maybe he can try to be a bit more solid with black, because a 1-point deficit, he'll still have some whites left. He'll have some chances. He doesn't need to burn his bridges. 2-point deficit, if he doesn't win the game after the day after tomorrow, I don't know. I would say his chances are looking very slim then. So that's a really crucial game for him.
Each player has 3 whites and 3 blacks left at their disposal should this match go the distance. But as Fabiano said, it feels like literally a must-win when we return from the rest day and Game 9 begins. Of course, that will be on Tuesday. Let's remind everybody real quick, if we can, the schedule. Obviously, we still have much more to go here on our post-game show. But as we said, tomorrow is a rest day. Game 9 resumes on Tuesday, and then Game 10 following that before another rest day on December 9th. So, all right, at this point, we're going to let Fabi take a break and be rejoined by Robert Hess as well as Jan Ludwig Hammer. Can't wait to hear how Norway is feeling right now. I'm going to bet that Hammer is in a pretty chipper mood on the other side of this break. And of course, it was awesome to hear Levon and his thoughts about a match with Ding Liren tomorrow. So plenty more to go here on Chess.com's post-game show for Game 8 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship.
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback and click Show Line to see helpful engine recommendations. Play a game, start review, and try it today.
In case you didn't see, our partners at Coinbase are sponsoring Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Championship, and boy, are we thankful. Whether you're an experienced trader, been doing this for years, or just thinking about making your first crypto purchase, Coinbase is the place to go. Visit coinbase.com/chess and get $5 in free Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account today. Guess who's back? Back again. Hammer's back. Tell a friend. Only our most special of guests is brought to you by Grip 6, because we would never have any guest not as special as Hammer not brought to you by Grip 6. I don't know how many double negatives I had in there. We'll unpack that later. Use the promo code CHESS at go.chess.com/grip6 or grip6.com/chess. There's a lot of URLs you can get to it. I'm wearing their fancy schmancy belt today, enjoying it. So go ahead and get yourself a belt, a wallet, some socks, whatever you're into. Check it out at Grip 6. Hammer, I know you're going to be excited about where the match currently stands as a Magnus Carlsen former second, obviously a fan, a good friend, but just try not to blow up my eardrum, will you, buddy? Take it away.
Excited me? It's just another day at the office. A Carlsen grind to take down the victory. I've never been less surprised in my life. This is what he does. And actually, to be fair, today was just, it was weird, no? Today was just Nepomniachtchi hurting himself, basically. And we were very disappointed in the Norwegian broadcast when Magnus played Queen E1. Thinking for over 40 minutes, and then he just goes into this situation where he's going to trade the queens, and it's going to be an early draw. And we're like, oh, we thought this was going to be exciting, but I guess not. And then Nepomniachtchi avoids the queen trade and completely unnecessarily enters a worse position. Something was off today, and it was on Nepomniachtchi's end. And I think it was best said during the press conference by Magnus that he thought this would not have been a win for him if not for game 6, where Magnus made that 8-hour breakthrough. Because Nepomniachtchi today was nothing like the Nepomniachtchi we've been seeing the other games. He made some very, very strange inaccuracies, and then he made one gigantic blunder. And Jan was saying at the press conference, right, that he was embarrassed and that this was not a grandmaster level game. And I agree with him. I think any grandmaster would be disappointed if they played the way Nepomniachtchi did today. And that is saying something. It was a bad
Well, there
day.
must be jubilation in Norway right now because you've seen Magnus Carlsen take a 2-game lead, but almost, at least from your tone, I get the sense that you're almost not thrilled about the way Magnus won. I mean, you'll take the victory, obviously, but am I reading that right?
My sentiments may not necessarily always be shared by the Norwegian public, but I will say I was a bit disappointed today because I thought Nepomniachtchi had played a really good match so far. He got unfortunate to lose on game 6, but it seemed like he had made some adjustments, like Levon just mentioned when he was on. Nepomniachtchi has clearly been working on his style to make the adjustments needed to play at the with the very highest stakes. And after the loss in game 6, it seems like he kind of went back to his old self, which is one of unnecessary inaccuracies and inexplicable blunders at some points. And one of those blunders showed up today. And I mean, I think Magnus is the better player. I thought before the match started that Magnus was going to win it. But I don't know. I guess I'm disappointed that it's decided just through a blunder that's just
If I
shocking.
read you right, it almost, to me, sounds like you'll be rooting for Ian Nepomniachtchi in Game 9.
Well, I'm paid per day doing commentary, Danny. So having 14 days of a World Championship would be in my best interest. So maybe some of my analysis now is just incredibly egotistical to maximize my payday.
You're a
First of
smart
all,
man.
Thank you for just getting right to the point here. I should have done a different kind of contract with Fabiano, paid him a amount no matter how long the match goes. So wow, I'm going to rethink that for the future. We haven't been paying Hess, so it doesn't matter. Don't worry.
But I do have a question for you. And we know that Magnus is a 2-game lead. It's not a foregone conclusion that he wins the match, especially if Jan is able to strike back the next one. But Magnus was asked this question about his legacy. And while the match is not over, right, there's still games to be played. What do you think this means to Magnus? Because he is finally winning games in classical chess, so he can ignore all the previous critics who said you can't do it anymore. He's proving that he can.
Did someone say Magnus can't win chess championships anymore?
Classical chess. It took tiebreak for the last 2 matches in order for him to retain and defend his title.
Come on. He's been very close to winning games against Karyakin. Everyone agrees that Magnus in the match against Karyakin was not his best self. But the match against Fabiano was, I mean, the fact that there was no decisive game there was shocking. I think in that match, both players really just showed their very best chess. And the fact that it was all draws is just a freak accident. Magnus is the best chess player in the world. He's proving it every single month in all the normal tournaments. I agree with those who say that the World Championship is a extra difficult event for Magnus in that there's just, so much expectations, and you can't go into the World Championship and be like, oh, even if you finish second in this tournament, everyone knows you're the best in the world. Because, when you have a bad tournament, you finish second. When everyone else has a bad tournament, they finish, 7th. But the World Championship is special in that if you do have an off tournament, then that's something everyone is going to remember, not for a couple of months, but for literally hundreds of years. So I think Magnus feels that pressure in a different way during a World Championship. And so he sometimes struggles a little bit to show his very, very best on those occasions. But no, overall, Magnus proves over and over that he's the best. And yeah, I think this succession of draws in the World Championship has been a bit of a fluke. But
well, in talking with Fabiano, I think he would agree. Obviously, we know that they were both going after each other in that match. Turned out where it was, but there were certainly many games that could have been decisive. Either way, now the storyline is behind us, and even if it took a historic moment in Game 6 in order to finally get another decisive game. Hammer, what are you going to be doing on the rest day? Give us some historic news. How are you going to be spending that time?
I'm gonna rest on the rest day. Weirdly, because I'm starting to feel it, and I can only imagine then how the players are feeling as well. It's the World Championship match. It's a big occasion, but it also lasts for a very, very long time. So I'm gonna take a day off of chess and get my head ready for the last.
I thought you were going to say you can only imagine how we're feeling, given that we have to wake up at the crack of 2 a.m. Pacific time, 3 a.m. our time, and really put on a show that requires us to sit on a comfortable couch for hours on end. So thanks for showing some compassion for us.
I get Hammer, way to hold your tongue. I struggle with that because I'm always inclined to roast him, but I respect that. I see what you did there.
All right, buddy. Hammer, you're the man. You know it. We know it. We love you, buddy. I'll just leave it at that. Enjoy your rest day. It is well-deserved. Thanks for continuing to do awesome stuff every time you're on camera. There's so many special guests we have, but only the specialists are brought to us by Grip 6, and that was Jan Ludwig Hammer. and Mr. Hammer is out of here. And again, let me remind you that you can go to grip6.com/chess and use the promo code chess to get 25% off your next order. All right. Well, we saw a jubilant Hammer there, but also a Hammer that I believe it. I think we're all kind of feeling the same way, regardless of whether you were rooting for Magnus or Jan coming into the match. Everyone wants it to be close, right? And you want to see more game sixes. Maybe we don't want to be here for, almost 8 hours, but you want to see games like that, right? And it's just hard when you know that someone like Jan is capable of just so much better than he had today.
Yeah, but sometimes you do earn your opponent's blunders.
Yeah.
And Magnus won that historic game, and he neutralized easily with black. And then today he played queen e1 check, likely just to peter the position out.
Yeah.
He didn't know the opening very well. And then he kept the pressure up. So while I agree that it was uncharacteristic of a world championship stage to see that kind of blunder in that moment, I do think that Magnus, he puts that pressure on everybody.
Yeah.
And so sometimes it's only a matter of time. All that being said, yeah, that's not the way you want to win, I don't think. Magnus will take the win. He'll celebrate it. But you'd rather outplay your opponent than them just implode.
Yeah. It's a great point. I'm glad you said that because that reminds me of one of the comments LeBron did make. He kind of said, obviously, B5 was the blunder, but he was giving full credit to the H3 brilliance, the C4, keeping the position unbalanced, right? Keeping your opponent sort of, on their guard, and ultimately you put your opponents in positions where they make blunders, whether they do or not. Magnus has been putting his opponents in positions to make blunders more than anybody for the last decade plus, and it's why he is the best chess player on the planet. All right, everyone, we are not done yet. We've got so much more ahead. At the break, we are going to remind you of what our trivia question was, and then, of course, have the answer before we return. I know the answer. Can I say it now? Because everyone else has already done the quote tweet. I'll do it at the end.
Well, isn't Corba going to give the answer?
Oh, yeah, I gave the answer. I don't always know the answer, so I get excited when I'm like, oh, I know the answer to that. Anyway, here comes the question and the answer again at the break. And when we return, we will be joined. He has confirmed, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Ludwig Ågren, who has he left Twitch. He was on YouTube. He got banned for a copyright strike. He's back now. He's got a lot going on in his world, and we're gonna break down what's going on with him in the world of streaming. Let him talk about the World Chess Championship. He does love chess and has been following it, and he also has his man Robert Hess here to sound off on, which should be a lot of fun to see these two discuss things. So don't go anywhere. It's more of chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Chess Championship when we return.
Hello again from Expo 2020 in Dubai at the World Chess Championship. My name is Jonathan Korbla, bringing to you another trivia question about the World Chess Championships. This one about prodigies. Prodigies exist in many fields, not only chess, but art, mathematics, and music. For instance, Mark Taimanov, World Chess Champion candidate, was also a classical pianist. Which two World Chess Champions were also gifted mathematicians?
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback and click Show Line to see helpful engine recommendations. Play a game, start review, and try it today.
In case you didn't see, our partners at Coinbase are sponsoring Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Championship, and boy, are we thankful. Whether you're an experienced trader, been doing this for years, or just thinking about making your first crypto purchase, Coinbase is the place to go. Visit coinbase.com/chess and get $5 in free Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account today. We are back here as Chess.com's post-game show for Game 8 and the FIDE World Chess Championship rolls on. We are finally joined by the man, the myth, the legend. As I said, became a bit of a meme. We kept saying that you'd be with us, Lud, and yet here you are in the flesh. And, well, not quite in the flesh. How you doing, man?
Doing good. I don't know how you got my name wrong. I feel like I've been with Chess.com for a while. At Ludwig Ogren, that cuts me
it
deep.
Must have been a troll, because honestly, I have no idea how that would be a possible thing. You're pretty well known in this chess streaming in the streaming community. Speaking of which, how's it going? How's the big change going? You got banned this week. How'd that feel?
Yeah, it was an exciting first week. I left the aisles of Twitch.television and YouTube gaming. And, first week was smooth until I got banned. But the ban, it turns out, actually not that big of a deal. I think things will go well from here on out.
Were there any nerves? You, of course, have experience on YouTube, but still, you've put Twitch behind you. So were you nervous with your initial streams?
Yeah, a little. Give you an analogy, Hess. I'm like Jan. All right, Nepo. It's like, no shot this guy does it, all right? This guy's gonna flop. It's a matter of time. Doesn't matter if he busts out 5 draws. Eventually, the L's gonna come to Magnus. And that's what it felt like. And Magnus was this looming body of like, Twitch is the only place you can succeed. And in the end of this analogy, almost assuredly, Jan's.
I was gonna say, I can't follow the analogy after that, but let's. How closely have you been following it? And we know that, or at least we think you and Magnus have spent some time together, at least gone back and forth. Are you rooting for Magnus in this match? And have you followed it at all?
I have to root for Magnus. I gotta root for Magnus. He's my guy. But I wake up every morning to YouTube. And I just think to myself, damn, I wish you guys would let Fabiano talk more. Like, Danny, please. Pipe down, fly.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Let's
says
not
all
bring
the
my
things-
kids into this, by the way.
This is all the things I would get fired for saying. This is great.
Well, okay, so we need to let Fabiano talk more. I can take the L on that one. But what about Hess? How's his performance been? You've tuned in. I mean, sometimes we've had so many years together. I need other people's opinions on how he's performing. Your thoughts on the only World Hess champion and how the Hess championship has gone.
Dude, the Hess championship does not miss. I watch Hess in the back of my brain. I slyly think like, could this motherfucker beat Magnus straight up? He's busting out lines that Nepo don't think of. And I'm like, where is this coming from? How is he thinking of these things?
I actually don't disagree. Hess had a moment today where he quickly described some plan that I was like, wow, you know, Hess, I know I'm sitting to Fabi, but you're pretty good too. Let's keep talking good about Hess because we both know how uncomfortable it makes him. What else do you love about Robert? What else do you love about him?
Dude, you know my favorite part about him is he's the absolute worst streamer, which in turn makes him a great human.
I don't disagree with that at all either. How's he been? Obviously, you know, your guys' relationship has been almost as public as maybe yours and Cuties. You know, you guys have a pretty public affair going on with chess. You've been working together. You won Twitch Rivals together. You know, how has it been since Robert Hess came into your life and you could no longer spell chess without Hess? Yeah.
It's been good. It's kind of like Pete David and Kim K. I'm Kim K. And yeah, it's like a weird couple at first. We're like, why are these two hanging out? GM of chess and a guy who's like making somewhat funny jokes or perhaps cringe, depending on who you are. But I think it works out. It's like a match made in heaven. I still hold on to that W. Can't say my chess skills have improved at all, but that's also kind of my secret to staying in Pog Champs is not improving at all. That way I'm at the perfect skill level to be invited every
It's not
single
something I love to hear, you know? Remember the first time we spoke about coaching? I was like, you know, I'm not just coaching you for Pog Champs. I'm trying to help you get better at chess, and you have improved. So don't sell yourself short here. But when are we going to pass that Pog Champs level?
Never. All right. Think about it. If I'm passing it and I get to like Hafu level or like, you know, box level or Northern Lion level, where you're like 16 to 18, just like a little too good where you'd wash everybody in Pog Champs and kind of, you know, ruin the event with your skill, then what do you have? Like, what's there to look forward to? Terrible matches where people know 13 moves deep into the London perfectly. Like, I don't want to deal with that. I can just be slightly bad, no, and then still get invited to Pog Champs and make close, good games. I feel like I'm living life.
I don't know that I can argue against that, honestly. And, you know, so you won Twitch Rivals. Do you think you're going to get any invites again to Twitch Rivals soon?
Yeah. Dude, they're going to be at the Rivals. I go, you're that Ludwig fucker on YouTube. Let's promote him at our event.
Obviously, as a bit of a troll, but let me ask. I mean, this is I was happy to say, not even sure it means anything. This is the first live interview you've given. You had your release video. You talked and opened up about the transition. Obviously, your experience of going back and forth between YouTube and Twitch. Won't ask you to talk any more about that than you don't want to. But again, just give us what you're willing to share for 30, 60 seconds on why you're excited about the future at YouTube and anything else you want to share about this huge transition for you.
Got 150 million reasons why.
Oh, I love that.
It's a lie. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited because there's like a few people out there, but I think I'm the only one in my very specific category, like Moist Critical, who's been on Pog Champs, Mizkif, who was on Pog Champs for a day before dropping, and a few others. That's on YouTube now, so I think it'll just be kind of exciting to explore the territory. Super excited about the extension that dropped and how that's going. It's just supposed to make the chat experience better. So, you know, only exciting things coming, and you know, I have not raced just yet.
Well, you mentioned some people who are on YouTube now, and obviously, you know, since you may not be invited to the next Chess Twitch Rivals event, I was thinking maybe you and I What if there was a YouTube Pog Champs for only YouTube streamers? What you think about that?
Okay, well, you got Jimmy Beast on, who's literally YouTube.com in the
Right.
flesh. You know, we can make it happen. Like, you can make it work for your old pal Ludwig.
I was thinking the same thing.
But I kind of like the idea. Hear me out. You know, Ludwig runs a chess event. We figure it out. Like, we get a little crate. Maybe we do an in-person one over the board. Get with it.
This is happening live for a reason, because I'm just as in on this as you are. So we just got to figure out, you know, how we're flipping the bill for that. Obviously, chess.com, and you're flipping the well, you know, whatever the things you're flipping to make that content exciting. And dude, we're gonna do it, seriously. So
yeah, I would love to do more chess stuff. I feel like watching this event makes me want to play chess, and I like a reason to play chess rather than just watching the elo number go up and down drastically. Usually a good match against an opponent I'm like excited to beat, whether it's like a Charlie who I lost to, or an Albert who I lost to, or a Sardoche who I lost to. I'll look forward to those matches.
Let me get this correct. You want to do chess not just for the elo game, and you want to improve, and you really are into chess and want to do more chess. Yet all those times I'm like, hey, Ludwig, lesson, because I coach you not just to win Pog Champs, but to get better, and then you disappear. So what I'm hearing is that you want to learn chess. What I'm seeing is not always that. So what is it, man? Which way?
I think everybody who's currently watching this chess broadcast can totally understand the sentiment. I want to learn chess. But like, do I actually want to do all the work and then deal with like a game because I don't really know what I'm doing, and then embarrass having to promote to get 2 rooks to do a double rook checkmate instead of like a cooler checkmate? Or do I try some custom shit in a game and then lose because like, how many people in chat right now, can I get an amen? Do you go on the chess app? Do you play like a 3-2 game, which is probably too short of a time control? Do you immediately win or lose and then jump into another game with 0 review because all you want to do is play chess and you don't actually want to? Can I get an amen?
Amen. Guilty.
Can't be alone here. I'm just like, I'm like fiending through the games like it's nothing to me. Like it's just crackers. It's like a bag of Doritos.
Music to a coach's ears.
Chips.
Music to a coach's ears. And speaking of bags of Doritos, we won those bags of Doritos from Twitch Rivals. So you mentioned how you mentioned Sardoche. Hey, you know who beat Sardoche? You did.
You guys did.
You did.
I'm not gonna lie. As a guy who was commentating on that match that you guys took down Sardoche. Now you're in my head, Ludwig. As a guy who took a Cornbase.
Come on, bro.
As a guy who watched you take down Sardoche, I'm not gonna lie, Ludwig. I didn't believe you could do it.
What?
Sorry, but you did.
And that's the magic of
the
Ludwig.
magic.
Never practiced, so no one believes
believed
in
you
me,
could do
and
it as a
then maybe
coach.
we can win out.
Wait, you didn't. But I believed in Ludwig. So if you didn't believe in him, that means you didn't believe in me.
No, stop it. No, I'm just kidding. I knew you guys could do it. All right. I didn't want to say the sappy thing.
Are you guys getting a divorce?
Yeah. Jeez. Anyway, well, given Hess is confronting you about the coaching, it kind of leads me to my last real big question for you. I mean, who is your favorite person in chess? Magnus Carlsen or Robert Hess?
I got a main bitch. I got a mistress. But and a dead main bitch.
Okay, there you go. There you go. All right, that's all we wanted to hear. And you're the man, Lud. Seriously, congratulations on the switch to YouTube, and best of luck on the switch as well.
Thank you guys, appreciate it. Can I get one for you guys? Is there a shot Nepo wins this?
You hurt my back. You threw at my back with that question. You threw at my back because I know I'm going to be carrying the show for the rest of this match to try to convince people that it's possible. But no one's watching the post show, so I'll just say, I mean, it's an uphill. Okay, I'll put it this way: if he wins next game, if he doesn't, I will say it's over. But if he wins the next game, so I'm going to wait till that game 9. Robert.
All right, game 9. Tuesday, we'll
exactly.
find
I like
out.
you keeping the suspense. I mean, he's in big trouble, but he does get the rest day. He does get the white pieces. And Ludwig, he just needs to change his style completely because what he's been doing has not been working. It doesn't match the success that we've seen from him in the past. So I think he needs to just completely revamp his game, and he only has a couple days to do so. Otherwise, Magnus Carlsen, and maybe even if he does revamp his game, Magnus Carlsen very likely to retain his World Championship title and still fight to be your best friend in chess.
Yep.
The Scotch, perhaps.
Now we're talking.
There you go. Oh, Lud, I forgot. I had one more favor to ask of you. Could you tell everyone who was throwing you their prime on your channel to throw their prime to us, like right now, live? Maybe to Cutie as well. But
Do you know about the secret website?
What's the secret?
There's a secret website that you can go to, and if you subscribed to me, it gives you a free subscription to a channel of your choice on Twitch.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find it. Somebody in chat might have this. But all to do, and people have been farming my death, which is respectable. Just linking this website to viewers and then accruing so many subs from it. Let me see if I can find.
Yeah, something I would never do. I respect Ludwig too much.
Anyway, he's here. Might as well throw his old prime our way. So.
I can't even find the link. Oh, wait, is that it? Oh, yeah, there it is. Someone linked it. Twitch.tv/subs/Ludwig/redeem. Yeah, you go to this, guys. If you subbed to me at any point, if you're one of the 27,000 that somehow got to me from chess or left me for chess, either way, you can go to this, type someone's name in, and then hit redeem, and then you just get a sub.
I'm not gonna lie. I was honestly expecting just a total hilarious troll. You know, throw it in my face answer to that. So that's actually awesome. Anyone can do that, but that's hilarious and also hilarious.
I got you. You haven't gotten a single prime. Okay, you got one sub. Thank you, Cal Moody. But outside that, you haven't gotten jack shit. But you know, hey, at least I informed the people.
You've done your job. You've done your job. All right. Two people apparently sub. That's hilarious. Okay, well, thank you so much for the two of you that did it, Lud. But seriously, man, best of luck with all the new subs you'll be getting on YouTube, and we'll catch up with you later, man. PogChamps, YouTube only PogChamps. It's coming next year. We're doing it.
See you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Well, that was awesome as usual and as expected, and I love his question about whether Jan has a chance. He cares about this. He's following it.
Oh yeah, for sure he is. And with all the trolling aside, Ludwig loves chess.
Yep.
He really tries his best, and I think winning Twitch Rivals, which we did together, was just a huge highlight. So you did make me highly uncomfortable talking about me with me present. So thank you both for that.
Mission accomplished.
But it's good to have him on the show, and he is following the chess. So I'm always happy about that.
No, and seriously, not that we necessarily need to sing Lud's praises, but you and I talk about this offline a lot. I mean, Ludwig, to me, defines all the positive things that came out of PogChamps last year. I mean, the guy is obviously an incredible personality, an amazing person, but also it shows that this was a guy who was a variety streamer who got into the game, you know, during a time when a lot of people of other games were, but he really loves chess. He committed himself to it. He competed in all but one, and you did see a massive progression, regardless of what he says, right? Much thanks to your coaching and also like his work. He competed, and he's the guy that defines to me what I feel is a new generation of chess players, all of his fans and people that came to the game because of him.
And I have to say, he's a great student. So we riff, we joke, and there's a lot of banter, but he's a really good student. He asks great questions, and well, I regret admitting this publicly because you know that he's to get wind of it, but he really is. And he dedicated himself to learning, especially as a huge streamer. It's difficult because there's so many people who can see your mistakes, especially with the engine, and yet he kept powering through. And the fact that he was able to really lead us to that Twitch Rivals victory and keep getting better at chess and keep wanting to play. I mean, there's nothing better for me to hear, right? It's nothing better than I could ask for.
Well said. And all right, there are a few things were said in one of our special videos set to debut at the end of the show. I'm going to say that many of the world's best chess players were there in a discussion that is best left in the video and the leaked footage that we're about to bring you. So you're not going to want to go anywhere. Our latest and greatest behind the scenes video from all the things going down here at chess.com headquarters during our coverage of the FIDE World Chess Championship matches coming up after our final break, along with our final thoughts in studio here as Fabiano rejoins us. We bring you the Coinbase Critical Moment and still much more. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Just 1 point can make or break a champion. Just 1 point determined the winner and loser in Zanzibar's 1961 general election. The Cleveland Browns came from 25 points behind to beat Tennessee by just 1 point in an unforgettable game on October 5th, 2014. And in 1935, Dutch chess player Max Ove beat the reigning world chess champion by just 1 point. The world was suffering under a cloud of the Great Depression. Tensions were high as Germany began to rearm and Mussolini's Italy attacked Ethiopia. The World Chess Championship, held in multiple cities and towns across the Netherlands, offered a distraction of the time. In fact, in one newspaper, the match was positioned as bigger news than the situation in Ethiopia. According to the custom at the time, the world chess title holder set the match conditions. Reigning champ Alexander Alekhine proposed the first player to win 6 games and score more than 15 points would be the champion. In those days, there was no strict qualification process to challenge the title holder. Alekhine's choice for an opponent was conservative by most standards. Ove was considered by his peers to be a consistent player, solid but not extraordinary. Ove had won a World Amateur Championship, but mostly only played tournaments when it did not clash with his math teaching duties. Throughout his life, Ove refused to call himself a professional chess player. Whether it was overconfidence or simply underestimating his opponent, Alekhine's seemingly safe choice wasn't a safe bet after all. Ove won the title by overcoming a 3-point deficit as late as the 9th game. At the end of 30 games, Ove beat the champ by just 1 point. Ove wrote about the victory and his admiration for Alekhine, calling Alekhine's endgame shining. But Alekhine would get a chance to redeem himself, and he did 2 years later, with a record-setting win, making him the very first player in chess history to regain the title after losing it. The rematch was under the same conditions in which Alekhine lost the title in the first place. Alekhine won easily, 15.5 to 9.5. Alekhine's brilliant attacks, coupled with his endgame superiority, helped him to exact revenge on the math professor. But he wouldn't live to face another challenger. He died shortly after World War II, before another match could take place, making the 1937 World Chess Championship the last event where the champion had control of the title and could set match conditions. World War II sidelined the championship for 10 years. And after Alekhine's death in 1946, for the first time since 1886, no reigning champion existed. How would the next world champion be decided? Who would step up and take control over the match? The world would have to wait to find out. Coming up, see how the game changed when the dust settled in 1948.
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select and start.
We are all back now here to bring you to the final moments of Chess.com's Game 8 broadcast for the FIDE World Chess Championship. Before us on our amazing House of Staunton board, shout out to our sponsors, is the critical moment from the game so that we can bring you the Coinbase critical moment. Let's give a quick shout out to House of Staunton. once again, the beautiful chess set you see before you. I think we might be swapping it out after the next rest day. They sent us 2. So the next one we're going to have set up is even prettier, if you don't mind me saying so myself. Not sure where it's coming from here, but I'm going to keep talking in the accent right now. Okay. Yeah, so anyway, Delicioso Dora right there. Go to chess.com/Staunton. Go.chess.com/Staunton. Use the promo code chess.com and get 15% off. Makes a great holiday gift. Also makes a great way to display the Coinbase Critical Moment. You see how I did that? You see how I combined 2 sponsors into one thing? The House of Staunton and the Coinbase Critical Moment.
Very skillful.
Just real quick.
Sponsors like that?
They love it. They love it.
I feel like they probably don't.
The critical moment, of course, was Jan's blunder b5. Much has been said about this all day. And I think one of the final things we took from the interview with Levon is that Jan seems to be in his own head a little bit right now, and maybe that led to the blunder. More than just the move here, but all the moves before it, too.
It was a rushed move, and there were 3 very questionable decisions in this game. B5 was the beginning of the end. I think that Jan will have a hard time sleeping after this move tonight.
Yep.
Yeah, this mistake came in pairs. B5 followed by the eventual queen d8.
Yep.
That was not what the doctor ordered. In fact, just gave a quick loss.
Yep.
And so Jan was not really in it today, and likely due, as Hammer said, to game 6 and the trauma that came about after losing that one.
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of trauma, another thing happened recently in the chess world that, led to some traumatic feelings, some traumatic views amongst the other top chess players. I mean, well, at least that's what they shared with me. All I know is it got heated in our latest session of Top Chess Players Anonymous, and Robert, we won't talk about it. Let's let the video explain what happened, and then we'll break down the big feelings everyone had afterwards. Okay, welcome again, everybody, to Top Chess Players Anonymous. And we have a big day ahead reviewing our topics from last week. Jan, I want to thank you for sharing your feelings so openly. I know you're still a little grumpy about it, but it's okay. Hikaru, thank you so much for hearing Jan so well. You resonated and you validated his feelings, which is sometimes all we can do. So thank you. Thank you for doing that. So big topic this week. Maxime, are you ready to join us this week, buddy? No? Not yet? That's okay, buddy. That's okay. When you're ready. Okay, when you're ready. Okay, well, I know we got a big topic to get into this week, right? Firouzja made 2,800. I know that everybody here is feeling some very big feelings, and big feelings are okay. That's why we're here. This is a safe place, and it's safe to share. I just want to remind Hikaru and Magnus that depending on how things go, we use our inside voices here, our inside voices for that. Fabiano, I know you're just happy to be here, so we really appreciate you being with us whenever you show up. That means the world to us. So, okay, well, Robert, we kind of talked about this. I would be great if you put away your phone at these sessions.
Well, I would appreciate it if Georg stopped pointing a firearm at me, because that's also not allowed in these sessions.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. Thank you. I hear you on that, Georg. He's got a point. This would be something I'd like you to work on starting next week, to come to these sessions, as I've said, with empty hands and open hearts. Can we do that next week? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I hear you on that. So, okay, as we get into the big topic, we all know the ground rules. No one shares unless they're holding the conch. So you need to have the conch in your hand before speaking. I've got the conch first, so I will ask who would like to raise their hand and share their feelings. Okay, looks like Robert's going first again. I don't know that anyone else had the ability to raise their hand in that circle in hindsight, but Robert, thank you for putting away your phone and for raising your hand.
I was at a low point there. I was looking pretty disheveled. I was in the therapy session with my higher rated friends, and
some of them pointing a gun at you.
Some of them had a gun pointed at me. Wasn't the best.
Yeah.
But I listened to you. I tried to become a better person, and I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to
really
speak my mind.
Really appreciate that. And obviously, I mean, the big topic, Alireza Firouzja made 2,800. Obviously a lot of big feelings in the room were there, and Fabi, as we said, just thanks for always showing up with a smile. That's all.
Unfortunately, that's not the most ridiculous thing that we did.
Don't tell them about the other videos coming. Okay, that is not the most ridiculous thing. I'm gonna have like tears I'm wiping away.
Crying.
There are plenty more ridiculous things coming your way because we're having a good time. You know, we're having a lot of fun, and obviously the World Championship still has many days ahead. We hope that they are exciting days, but either way, we have a lot of excitement coming your way. There's the schedule before your very eyes so that you don't miss a single day of the action. More videos like that will continue to premiere on these shows, and then you can find them on our Clips channel. So let's remind everybody again that you can subscribe to our many YouTube channels because we've got so much content going on. Our best of moments. Today, Fabiano had some super educational stuff. So did Robert Hess, and I already saw many of those great clips shared there. I was watching the one you were given, Robert, about the positional goal of the end game. Our team worked hard. I mean, seriously, some really good stuff over there. So subscribe to the Clips channel, which is where that video of Top Chess Players Anonymous and the others coming that, again, Fabi, don't leak. Don't leak the other stuff we did.
Well, there's only one man who's leaking stuff privately. And that's Anish Giri.
That's Anish Giri. That's right. He's taking pictures of our DMs. It's because he's just jealous he was here. He looked at that picture and was like, "Where's my fat head in the room?" So we printed him out one. But we'll see. Anish, you know, if you behave, maybe we'll make you a permanent fixture in these shows. If you behave, okay. We'll see how you perform on Twitter today. All right, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you for tuning in to what has been 8 wonderful days so far of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. We hope you enjoy your rest day. And real quick shout out that on Tuesday, our guests will include once again Levon Aronian. Again, I hope Hammer's still watching this so I can say our most amazing guest, Levon Aronian, Jan Ludwig Hammer. And then we have the man, Rainn Wilson, friend of mine and big chess fan. And I can't wait to hear Rainn's thoughts on what's been going down. Also a friend of Magnus's, so I'm sure he's been following the World Chess Championship closely. So tune in on Tuesday to hear what Rainn Wilson, best known as the actor Dwight in the TV hit series The Office, will be here on Tuesday. So with that, we will wish everybody a wonderful day if that's what you're about to have. If you're going to sleep, please have a good night. Dream and dream well and sleep tight. And otherwise, this is goodbye, Dubai.
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback and click Show Line to see helpful engine recommendations. Play a game, start review, and try it today.
you